Well, hello, gamers. Good morning. How are we doing? Hello, hello, hello. Hi. Yo, yo, yo. Snorlax to Safari. That's the idea. Good morning, Gibby. Whew, sorry. Ugh, I just got done eating and out of the shower and everything, so whew, I am still like, I gotta slow myself down. I gotta slow myself down, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're starting a run today. We're post Misty. We're post Misty. Yes, 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 yes. What did I eat? I ate breakfast burritos this morning. La 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 la. Emerging from 4 days of figure skating worlds to the comforting embrace of Super KAIZO. How was the figure skating world championship? I saw some clips actually on Twitter, so there's no reason to go on. What am I fighting for? What's up, John Terry? Yo, 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 yo. Hi. Yami! Thanks for 9 months in the sub, baby. Enjoy your new sub badge. Thank you very much. Don't ask me, I'm gonna cry. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna send this message real quick, and I'll be a little more chattery. All right, there we go. This guy got a Blastoise to Lance on her 24-hour stream. Oh, did she? Oh, it was the Blastoise that we like pretty much raided into then, yeah? That's awesome. That's really cool. Heck yeah. An E4 attempt within 24 hours. Nice. Finally watched new Survivor. No spoilers or anything, but man, does Coach make great TV. Coach does make good TV, man. Coach makes great TV. Yeah. They announced prices for champions. $10 starting thing, $10 premium pass, and there's a $50 a year subscription. The $50 a year subscription is opposed to the monthly $10 thing.
You're not
right?
going to believe this. This bad boy can kill through Sash. It can ignore Intimidate, guarantee crits, and completely ignore Protect.
You got to get yourself one. Yo, Vlacity, thank you for 11 months. Appreciate it. What's up, Benji? What's up, Sonny? Hello. What's up, Fortune Tom? It's awesome for the sport that clips are escaping containment to the general public. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I saw some clips on Twitter and stuff. It looked insane. It looked intense. I mean, you know, it is amazing what they can do. As somebody who's not like super into figure skating, I think the hardest barrier for entry is just understanding like how to understand like what determines a performance better than another performance because like of the judge situation. I think that's like the hardest part for a casual audience, but otherwise it's fun to watch, you know, like it is very impressive what they're able to do. That's for sure. Need to get ready. You doing brunch again, Gibby? It's Sunday. It's brunch day for you. Did I enjoy the Saturday? Yes, I did enjoy the Saturday. I got my desk all clean and dusted. I did some adulting. I reorganized my Gyarados card collection. Worked out. I went up in weight on bench press, which was awesome. A little scary, but I did it. Hallie, thanks for the prime in the 23 months. Sunday, thanks for the 48 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. Big W's. At first I thought must have a cracked IVs, but I realized lowest HP. IVs could be good. Go dump truck. They could be. Yeah. IVs are just, they're hard to tell. Like IVs, I'm always going to assume they're average at the end of the day. Like, so I love watching sports and pointing out the athletes' mistakes while eating chips on my couch. Yeah, it's hard to determine like your IVs without knowing a base stat of something. So Sunday with the 48 months with a Scarlet and Violet badge. Yo, let's go, dude. That's awesome. Hell yeah, gamer. Battle Pass is $6.99, and while they didn't officially announce the monthly sub price based on Japan pricing, it makes sense. Okay.
Say, fellas, did somebody mention
the door to darkness? Huh? Idons with the 40 buds. Thank you very much. Let's go. Heck yeah. Thank you so very much, gamer. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Man. Good morning, Beyblade. Hope you're doing well. John Terry, you as well. We have to pay for champions. It is free. It is free. The monthly subscriptions are not free. The game itself is free. It's free to start. Yeah. It's all based on leaks, to be honest. Yeah, some people are asking me, like, oh, you want to do this, like, when it comes out. Like, I was actually on the phone with Nino this morning, and Nino, if you're familiar with VGC, he runs, like, all kinds of, like, tournaments. That's the other thing I did this morning was talk to Nino. And I was like, I need to get my hands on it first and foremost. Free to play, pay for extras. Yeah,
I sure
exactly,
do love
lady.
Sonic Adventure 2. It's my favorite game.
It's my favorite game. DC Boys, thank you for the
Have a great day,
sub baby, the 9 months. Love it here. Have a great day. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So yeah, I need to get my hands on it. You know, at the end of the day, I just need to get my hands on the game to know exactly what my plan is. The number one plan for sure, what's happening here on this stream, is we're going to be playing the ranked ladder, fighting the opponents, and just making fun teams. I mean, it's that's the plan. That is the plan. Yeah, so I think it's just going to be a good time. Yo, Ronan with the 5-pack of gifted subs. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Doubles. We'll be playing doubles. Yeah. If you want to do singles, please follow my good friend I Eat Your Pie. Pie will be doing singles. He is so during Sword and Shield, that was one of my favorite eras of Pie stream. Was the singles ranked ladder climb with him, and we'll be doing doubles here. So I compete in like actual tournaments, so we'll be doing doubles, and because that's what the official tournaments are, is double battles. So that's what we'll be doing. Good morning, streamer. Hello, Sarah. Hi. I have left a like back to Twitch Dungeons with me. Yo, Zona, thanks for leaving a like on the YouTube stream. Appreciate that. My plan is to start with the same Mimikyu Rotom Wash Palm Mousehold Cord that I won the Iron League tournament with. Need to pick a Mega or two to join the squad. Yeah, I think the best thing to prepare for champions, that's another thing I did yesterday, is I got home set up. If a Pokemon has a Mega, put it in home if you want to import stuff. If you're not worried about that, don't, who cares? But if a Pokemon has a Mega, I would definitely try and import it into Pokemon Home. How do I feel about singles in general? I used to play only singles. I used to hate doubles because my opinion on doubles was, oh, they use legendary Pokemon. Ew. But then I played it. And I was like, doubles doesn't always use legendary Pokemon, by the way. I want that to be abundantly clear. They don't always use legendary Pokemon. It used to be always anything goes. But now there's different formats. And I really like the doubles format a lot more. It really adds like just an extra dimension to the game that you just can't get out of playing it on singles. But singles is fun. Singles is fun. I did enjoy it for a very long time, but I'm a doubles player now, for sure. Joy, thanks for 43 months. Holy moly, the triple Y up in here. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you. We're going to go get started. If you are super interested in champions, we're going to be doing that when it comes out. What's up, Cruz? Yeah, lots of team building opportunities. I can't wait. Here we go. Cruz, I assume you watched the final of the Seville. That was a really awesome final, actually. I've been going back and trying to get certain mon in all the games I had at home, considering I left most of them across all my games. Yeah. I haven't begun to look for, like, certain Pokemon yet. If it's not in Scarlet and Violet for me, it's going to be a little tricky to get, I'm sure. But because I've never used Pokemon Home before, funnily enough. Hey, thank you, Sirius. Appreciate it. Over to the comp gameplay I got on the Salty Boat during KAIZO, so I haven't had the competitive experience yet. Oh, you're going to love it, Zona. It's really fun. It's really fun. I was rooting for Sam. Glad he had a good placing with Tusk. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of surprising we haven't seen that much Tusk. A little bit, anyway. Just because of, you know, Bolt and all of them. But, so he kind of feels like he would be an easy fit. But yeah. Leberly, thanks for the Prime and the 8 months. Appreciate it. Unbrace Sync, thank you for the 6 months and a half a year. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you. Thank you. Hell yeah. Yo, the 69 stream streak. Let's go, Smitty. Let's go.
Can't wait for the 8 billion hours of champions.
Djibouti, thanks for the 29 months. Yeah, I looked at my Twitch tracker. Scarlet and Violet is still my second most streamed game ever. We played so much Scarlet and Violet, man. Oh my god. Are we building a team on stream before it comes out? No, I think we're just gonna grip and rip. I think once it hits, we're just gonna go. If it, like, I talked to Nino this morning, and he thinks it might be like a Tuesday night type of thing. Which would be kind of annoying for me, but we'll, you know, I might just wait till the next morning, but we'll be hitting it hard once it comes out for sure, so. Yeah, we don't know the full Pokedex yet. That's another thing we have to consider, is we don't know the full Pokedex yet. It could be a Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, afternoon in Japan thing. Yeah, that's what Nino thinks, Djibouti. 24-hour Champions launch stream? No, but you can guarantee it's going to be a long stream, that's for sure. It will be a long stream. Not 24 hours, but we'll be on for a long time.
Rougher than the rest of them, the best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles.
Good luck, Flora the Man.
I think Pokemon is trolling us about turn priority and megas. Yeah, I am kind of just of the opinion. I just want to get my hands on it so we can get, like, you know, just like get the confirmation, like, otherwise, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Black Zero, thanks for the 13 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Or was that 8 months, but you've subbed in advance? I don't know, the wording sometimes. It is 13 months. Perfect. Thank you so much. You're the goat. Sometimes the wording on the activity feed is confusing to me because my reading comprehension is that of a 5th grader. Or the build they're using has it. Yeah, I could see that too. 100% Djibouti. I could see that. Enough people have played the demos now that we know it's not speed-based. Yeah, I don't know yet. I still want to wait until, because, like, the way it's, like, rumored right now, like, Mega Gengar is going to be absurd with Shadow Tag. Like, I would assume you're still able to switch, though. I don't know. Like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Who knows? The rumor is that Drampa gets Drizzle. Apparently, Mega Drampa, the rumor is he gets Drizzle, which would actually be kind of dope. I would kind of, like, be all for that, actually. I think that'd be really cool. Because we don't have any Megas with a weather Or sorry, with drizzle. We have sun and snow and sand, but we don't have any drizzlers. Cloud9 into drizzle is really, really cool, yeah. Give them Primordial Sea. There you go. Left, but hopefully the Snorlax means we'll get... This will never get used. Yeah, So, if you saw the title, we're going to be running this to Safari, and then we're going to watch the Wolfie video. So... I think just moving forward, Sundays are going to be like sort of half days where I stream about like 5-ish hours. So the idea is to get this to Safari and then watch the Wolfie vid. If it doesn't get to Safari, we'll obviously lab it up and try and get something going though. This is the guaranteed Safari stream? Yeah, sort of. What's up, Jax? Nice thing has no spit F. Snug Sundays, baby. Snug Sundays. Too much HP IMO. Huh? Oh, good God. Well, that's nice. It's a binding contract. I'll be suing if we die. I guess I'll just ban you before that happens, I think. Got him. Got him. Right, this thing has no defense, which is nice, but I can't do this again because of Torment. So I'm just going to break it. Hopefully that picks up. It's resisted, but nice. Sounds chill and fun. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Alright, I can't break. Oh, now I can. Dang, that actually chunked me. What the hell? Cool. I've left a like. Oh, okay. Sorry. That was a while ago. What's up, Revius? Have you ever just punched Mewtwo in the face? I just now, yeah, in fact. Just now did that, yeah. Mewtwo got punched in the face. In the face. Listen to Safari. I'm not gonna look yet. Figure it out later. What move we want most at 37? I don't know. I don't know. Flamethrower. Oh yeah, Shedinja coverage would be very, very good actually. Flamethrower I think is the best case scenario. I was thinking Gust, but Flamethrower would do it. Yeah, I think Flamethrower is best case scenario. Thief would be running out of its usefulness right now, so we don't want Thief. Thief is running out of time on how useful it is. Babies won't be around for too much longer. We're gonna go ahead and farm to 37, I think. See the new move before advancing to the next area. What's up, BSB? How's it going? Baby, we don't want babies. We want something with XP. Did you teach a weak shed coverage move? I think so. It just kind of depends on what it would be, I guess. Okay, low HP, good spit F. Yeah, Luster Purge kind of sucks, so might as well, yeah.
Your mission is to infiltrate Egypt and save Hatsune.
Yo, Tweety!
You gonna win this year, gamer. Believe it. Salt, wicked salt, clap salt, dolphin, dumper salt, lurk.
I'm gonna catch up on Thursday's episode. Was it good? Yeah, it was a good episode of Survivor, yeah. Tweety, thanks for the 24 months. Thanks for 2 years. Subscribe to the channel. Enjoy that Sun and Moon badge, gamer. Heck yeah. What's up, Dragonite? Good morning, Romy. Save Miku! Save Miku! Warhammer, thanks for the 170 stream streak. New coffee with 115. Rico with 30. Appreciate you all. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead. They're all good episodes when Jeff's around. Totally not Deptorino. Okay, this thing has crazy SPDF, actually. But I remember it living on low HP. Okay. I should try and test Brick Break on this, though. It's probably worth doing. Mud shots. That's interesting because it is a consistent 55 damage, but on average, magnitude is better, right?
Does the stump truck have a valid
And this can't
license
miss.
plate? Shame to have it get fined.
I think I'm gonna keep magnitude, to be honest. I think I'm gonna keep magnitude, actually. Second Night, thanks for the Prime. 15 months. Really appreciate that, gamer. Thank you. Open Spark here. Okay. Alright, next time we brick break this. Yo, what's up, Dankish guy? I'm guessing you're not really getting outsped. Nah, not really. I haven't really been outsped by anything. Small P people goes faster, struggle to shed. Oh, you're so right. You're so right, dude. You're so right. ironMON Connect is not on. Thank you for reminding me. You look a bit tired. Thanks, man. I like being told that I look tired. I got up. I went to the gym. I cooked food. I made some breakfast burritos. Talked on the phone with Nino this morning. Nino, the reason that's relevant is because Nino is a big VGC guy, VGC creator. So we were talking champs and like what his plan is, what my plan is, and so on and so forth. Apparently they're running a tournament day of the game coming out. I said, okay, bro. Or something like that. We'll see. So, are you getting involved in that thing him and Himmy are doing? I am not in charge of any of that, no. So, I'll probably be in that Discord, but I don't plan on being, like, somebody running it, if that's what you mean. Little bacon bits, cheese, sausage mixed in. Yeah, I did sausage, egg, and some peppers. Or, sorry. Yeah, it was sausage. Yeah, sausage, egg, and some peppers. Alright, that's only 20 power, so he's gonna live this. Yeah, it's good HP. Ooh, that's annoying. Alright, magnitude. Thank you. That was a little annoying, so. Like a little kick. Yeah, I do like the bell peppers. I don't include like the seeds or anything. I don't have any like, I don't put any like hotness in it, so. Yeah, I'm trying a little bit of a newish style. I'm using my electric razor to kind of keep like a little bit of stubble on my face as well. I've been slowly like changing my wardrobe a little bit. It's been interesting. It's been interesting. It's always weird changing up your look a little bit, but yeah, Salt D glow up. But I've been kind of annoying. It's been kind of fun, to be honest. I've been enjoying it. So Salty wearing less and going out more. Yeah. Thank you, Staten. Little Chipotle mayo goes good with the burritos, also Salty. Oh yeah, I had that too, actually, believe it or not. Yeah. Or sorry, it was like this creamy chipotle sauce. It's like from Taco Bell. It's like creamy chipotle sauce. I have it like in a bottle in my fridge, and I was like, I'm gonna sprinkle a little bit of this in my burrito and see how it tastes. And it tasted really good. Is this like how Phoebus evolves into Milo? Dang, dude, that's crazy. Comparing me to Phoebus? I don't know if it's that drastic. Hold on, chill out, chill out, chill out. He's out more. Hide your bikes. What's with like YouTube chat and having like people that come in randomly and just like spout like religious stuff? Like it's happens way more than I'd like to admit. It just happens like kind of like often on YouTube chat. It's kind of funny. Interesting. Wait, I missed out. You made it? I mean, I'm trying to get to Safari Zone right now, so. It's bots on YouTube? Maybe. So. Streamer slandering Feebas? Feebas is ugly! Alright, this is the typing that actually walls us completely. Ooh, okay, that's fine. Feebas is ugly, chat. Don't even. Feebas is ugly. Come on. They still boost the traffic on YouTube, right? I don't know how YouTube does that, to be completely honest. They're not, for whatever boost in traffic that gives, it ain't worth it. Time them out. Get them out of here. They're not adding anything good to my channel. I am all for being in touch with your spiritual side, your religious side, but doing it in my chat's not the place for it. True, Beyblade, true. The word of Arceus. Yo, what's up, Pump? What's up, Coco? Feebas is equal to Quagsire, who's greater than Executor? In terms of, like... In terms of what? If you're talking about if it, like... On the ugly scale, there's nothing uglier than Feebas. Feebas is, like, literally, canonically, the ugly Pokemon. Executor is a goofy Pokemon. He's not, like, pretty, but I like him because he's goofy. I don't like him because he's, like, a pretty Pokemon. There's Claydol. Feebas is literally canonically the ugly Mon. So what you're saying is you're a Bidoof. What? What? Dang, what a dump truck you have there. Yeah, I get that all the time. You're saying Feebas... I'm saying canonically Feebas is the ugliest Pokemon. Executor has spiky hair. He's super cool, man. Phoebus shaming. Dude, I love Alolan Executor so much, man. So much. Meanwhile, Basculin goes unmocked. Basculin is not a pretty Pokemon. Isn't Mimikyu's lore? It's so horrendous you die if you actually see it. I don't know what Mimikyu's lore is. I just know it's like some shadow creature that wants to look like a Pikachu. So I don't know about how horrendous it looks, but... But I do know it wants to just fit in or something like that. Oh, speaking of which, we haven't seen Mimikyu on that top 100 list today. So we're watching the Wolfie video later, chat. We're gonna finish the Wolfie video today. And oh wow, what the hell? Okay. So, let me even mark that. Minspedy, 38 versus 27. LP, 1 hit KO through +2 Spedy. Oh, that is negative special defense. Yeah, there's, frick. Well, it might be over. Well, it might be over, chat. Shed Sunday, dude. Shed Sunday. Okay. That means we're not going to be able to burn through our PP as much. So we're probably going to want him to use up his PP before we use up ours. So I swear you get more sheds than anyone. It's because I'm shredded. Yeah, I think we. Okay, Luster Purge is low PP. Okay. The drop is a little terrifying. But we might be able to pull this off. Hey, Monty. What's up, buddy? Monty's in here. Avoid the drop. Do I have a guard spec, actually? I should have checked that after the first... No. A guard spec would have been really big. A guard spec would have been big. Come on, man. What are we doing? 3 for 3 on the drops. Can we win a coin flip, please? It has Serene Grace, man. I really need to miss... Come on, man. What are we doing? I think that's GG. I think we're going to take too much damage. I think the rest of the mud shots plus this Luster Purge should definitely be enough. Just too many drops. It's a 50% chance to drop. Oh, hey, nice. We dodged one there. I don't think I can live 12 mud shots, and he even has a next move, so I think this is Salt D7. So, we'll see. What do you think is the most boring Pokemon? I think Barboach is up there. I like Barboach. I'm a little biased, I guess, because I like used to have a Loach for a fish, but yeah, it's painful to watch. Yeah, this is an unfortunate way to go. We were never offered Shedinja coverage, so it's not like we could have played around this. So 2 weeks ago, I was waking at 4:30 a.m. Today, I am falling asleep at 1 a.m. Tell me I'm a night owl. You are a night owl. All right, good luck, Gibby. Or have fun, rather. Wish me luck, I guess. I don't know. I think we're fine. Nah, Mudshot does too much damage. I don't speed up if I'm doing battles. Oh yeah, it's so cooked. Yeah. We're so cooked. Yep, that's definitely it. See ya. GG. That's alright. That's alright. Yeah, I think we would have lost regardless, even if the purges didn't get drops. So, I mean, I wouldn't have gotten through all my PP yet. Mudshot's 15 PP, and I have only used, what, 11 magnitudes, so they're not correct. What is Wonder Guard? Wonder Guard means they can only be hurt by super effective moves, and I don't have a move that hits for super effective, so I just lose. Yeah, if I had another heal, maybe. Well, that's an unfortunate way.
I hate this video game. This video game sucks.
That's a crappy way to lose. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's a crappy way to lose that run. That's okay, though.
You know what they say, the more the merrier.
Yeah, we can see what the rest of the learn set was real quick. Previous log, Snorlax. Oh, wait, we were offered. That's right, Lick. We were offered Lick, but we would have had to have gotten rid of one of our strong moves for Brock. That's right. And Lick is just too low power, so it's like not ever. Oh my god, Sketch from Surge is so good too. Dang. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. Here's what it is. I remember that I forgot about that. I forgot that we learned Lick, but we didn't want to do it because it was before Brock. So we wanted to do the strongest moves that we had. We have a Gengar favorite to add to the list now. Let me just confirm what. Oh yeah, Ronan, do you have a favorite that you would like to give as well? Let me just verify what the one before. The Pokemon before. Okay. Whoop. It looks like it's Swampert that goes. I'm the real disappointment here. I get here and you always lose the run. You are the disappointment here. I'm glad you figured it out. Thumbnail showed a high-level Snorlax. Yeah, we just died to Shedinja, unfortunately. Yeah, so, Ronan, if you want a favorite, let me know. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Back it up and dump it. All right, let's see here. Do we have some left? But hopefully Snorlax means this will never get used. Well, Paraveil, unfortunately. You're good, gamer. No worries. Bunny. Poison immunity. Woohoo! Poison with immunity.
I have a PhD in dueling. That takes 9 years.
Liquid Phoenix, thanks for the
school,
prime in 8
you know.
months. You see the Champions pricing article? Somebody talked about it in chat. $50 for a year membership. $10 for that starting pack thing. I didn't think I was going to outspeed. That's why I opted to Mudshot here. I thought he was going to hit me before I can Water Spout. But whee! It is a membership. You don't have to buy the membership. You don't have to buy the membership. There is a membership, though. But you don't have to buy it. You can buy, like, the Battle Pass for, like, the month. Or you can buy it for the year. Buy game plus membership inventory. No. What's the pass for? It's to give you extra, like, benefits, I think. I don't know the full list of stuff. So. Way too heavy monetization. I mean, it's going to be like any other mobile game. Is what it's going to be. So. The fact that it's gonna be like available like on phone too, man, is like, oh, this, honestly, it's crazy what this means. This is Super Mario World on SNES, yeah, the water levels. Is the SLP tag bugged in lab? What is the SLP tag? Yeah, but I also didn't want, well, my HP was at a weird thing, right? Which is why, oh, yeah, sorry, sleep, yeah. Status is bugged in the lab, yeah. Water spout's based on, like, the, my HP, so I don't know. I don't remember what I was on HP, but yeah, it could have missed.
Can I get a big check in a hell yeah?
95 accuracy.
Big check!
Let's go again. Frick Shedinja.
Frick Shedinja, yeah, that was a lame way to lose the run already. So. Ba, dun, 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 dun. Hell yeah! For $10, you get storage for 80 Pokemon. You can train 50 of them for free. How many more do you actually need? Yeah, you don't need much more than that. Especially if you're a casual player. Once you get, like, one team going, like, you're going to be set for a very long time. You only need to make a new team anytime a format changes. So, that's the real... Honestly, that's a bigger concern, probably. Is how often is the format going to change? I think players should consider the $10 starter pack and just treat it as buying a cheap game. Yeah. Yo, thank you, Lilero. Thank you for the 500 stream streak, you absolute legend. Yeah, I'm stoked. All I know is the moves look amazing. Yeah. I need to go back to the video because I still don't know what follows you over with Pokemon Transfer. Like, if I used a mint on my Mon, does that not transfer? I think it does. I think that does transfer. That has Blast Burn, and if that hit, that probably killed me. It's usually mostly cosmetic stuff. Yeah, so like a lot of this stuff is gonna be like, until I get my hands on it, I honestly am not, I don't want to say stuff until I know for absolute certainty. And so I'm just gonna wait until I get my hands on the game, realistically. Because I don't want to, like, you know, say something that's not true about the game, realistically. But I think the starter pack, I think the starter pack is something I would probably encourage people to get. $10 for extra storage space, extra VP and all that. Like permanent storage space, I think that's probably just a good idea. So that's not a ball pick. That's not a ball pick. Thanks for all these stream streaks. Appreciate it. Most likely to jet left ball for Darren. Thank you for the 80 stream streak. All right. Balls. Morning Salty, sorry for the trauma dump, but your stream helped me down from panic attacks, so thanks. Oh, it's okay, gamer. I hope, you know, it's getting better. and all that. I appreciate you. And I'm sorry you're going through that right now. Like's already dead. Yeah, we hit Shedinja. So, yeah, we have Sketch. It's cool. Pop, 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 pop. One paid and one free, so eventually have good info on the difference. That sounds... I mean, good on him. I think, you know, because I very much am like, of the, like, I don't know. I don't mind putting some money into the game. It just sounds like a lot of work, to be honest, to have 2 accounts, but... I mean, you know, Pi is somebody I know and to respect, so, like, I know he'll, like, put, like, good effort, and he'll, you know, get out a good, get some good info out there with that. Sounds like a lot of effort, though. Good luck on this run. Thank you, Jigas. Shadow Monarch, thank you for the 140 stream streak. Dump Truck Hotness. Merc, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Coco with 115. Lyrapus with 100, thank you. Lucin with a 700. I missed this. May the safari be bountiful. Rip. Sukia said a YouTube pick. Can I get a left, right, or mid YouTube? Are you allowed to give the potion from the guy around one? No, that is allowed, yes. Yeah, content ideas from both, yeah. Just need a left, right, or mid from YouTube. Left, you got it. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Alright, cool. Jaw. The jaw. The battle pass, based on the first video we saw about the game, will have at least some useful things on it. It had a mega Warstone at the very least. Yeah, that's true. So, wait for the new entrants, say a year in. One issue with games like LoL or Hearthstone is that they are very new player unfriendly once the meta is established and the game is going. Yeah, I think that's something they're clearly trying to make it. That they want it to be super new player friendly because, like, they have percentages on the health bars now, the removal of IVs. I think you can clearly tell there is an effort to make it extremely, like, new player friendly. So when you're in, when the World Championship is being played on Champions, or a couple months now, from now anyway, it's literally like, what? Essentially like 4 months away, 4 or 5 months away, World Championship. So when people see the new game, and then they see how easy it is to just kind of jump in and get going, you know, I like that's. I mean, as a content creator, I always cringe when I say that, a little bit at least. It being new player friendly, selfishly is really good for me too. Selfishly, it is very, very good for me. You had to look it up and be told. Recent games just remove the mandatory outside research. Yes, exactly. Okay, we got a Crobat. That's pretty good. This Mawile ain't bad either, to be honest. But I don't want to run it, so. If there's a bunch of stuff to unlock, yeah, that's really what it's going to boil down to, is how easy is it going to be to get a team of 6? Because I think that's really, I think, the main sort of thing here. Do you think they'll ever crack down on the hacking with champions? I would imagine there will be crackdowns of hacking with champions. If you used illegal Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet, like that were illegal, like you literally got banned. So I would imagine that will be the same with champions. You literally just got blacklisted from ranks.
Salt hay.
Melanitis, you the 40 months. And just because someone's using shiny Pokemon doesn't mean it's hacked. Because I remember, like, my first week of streaming Scarlet and Violet, a lot of people were like, oh, this guy has a full shiny team. They're all hacked. I'm like, I don't know about that. Like, as long as they don't have a stat advantage, I don't really care if they're shiny. Yeah, I would imagine they'll crack down on it very hard on getting illegal Pokemon, because you acquiring Pokemon is one of the monetization models for champions. So, I didn't find a repel, right? I have heals though. My friend made H2 at US Nats and got removed because half his team was genned. Ugh, that's tough, man. I'm of the opinion, like, genning is fine if you want to, like, you know, just practice with something or whatever. But, like, when it comes to the tournaments, like, please have a legal Pokemon, dude. Please have a legal Pokemon. What is genning? Essentially creating a fake Pokemon. It's legal within, like, all of its stats, but it's not like a Pokemon that was, like, actually caught in a game. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think it's fine too, like, but I think if you're going to tournament, it's not worth the risk, is what I mean. Like, I just don't think it's worth the risk. Yeah, I gotta get, like, hopefully like Shuckle's like faster or something. So he's done this twice. Yeah, that's like cheating in quality of life. Yeah, like, again, like I said, I don't mind it, especially if you're just doing it to, like, practice. But I think in legal tournament, you should just use Pokemon, like, legally acquired, because it removes any doubt from my mind that it has good stats or whatever, etc. Where was Shuckle? Shuckle's here. Yeah, that's what I did at the start of Scarlet and Violet, Alex. At the very start of Scarlet and Violet, I had a 6 IV Shiny Ditto, and people were like, where'd you get that? I'm like, I bought it. And I just used it to make perfect Pokemon. And people were like, wait, what? You could do that? I'm like, yeah. Like, I want to build a team. I was like, I don't want to just sit here and do nothing. I want to build a team. How did Lax die? We ran into Shedinja. This is a catch and release. Can you explain what a 6 IV Pokemon is? Just perfect stats. It has perfect stats. But we don't have to worry about that anymore, so. Yeah, that clip isn't right. Sorry. Yeah, like I said, I think it's fine for, like, practicing and stuff in Monet, but I think if you're in tournament, you should avoid it at all costs. Agreed. 100% agreed. I'm faster than this guy? Oh, it's so annoying. Alright, well. I guess I could go with Geodude, but Geodude's, like, probably way riskier. Yeah, Trey, that's, yeah, that happens a lot, so. Nothing more core to Pokemon than pointless gatekeeping. You mean, like, any competitive community? Time to worry about really annoying speed ties? You don't have to worry about really annoying speed ties. Just EV your Pokemon different. True. Still had to worry about those annoying speed ties. with IVs in a lot of situations. I love spending EVs in speed on min speed mons. Okay, but if you were doing min speed, quiet nature, 0 IVs, you were still speed tying. Min speed, no IVs, quiet nature, you're still speed tying. So I don't really know. It's the same thing. For sure, Tiger, for sure. I agree. No, I leave them on 3 IVs. Don't you have dittos for this? I don't play Trick Room. So you're not doing optimal speed in Trick Room then? You're letting the opponent with the same Pokemon outspeed you in Trick Room? Unbelievable. Just run a lower level Amoonguss, everything gets set to 50. SaltyDolphin. Yeah, and that's fine, but he also said literally that IVs don't really mean much. So, like, he is, you know. Yeah. This is one of those situations where, like, both sides are correct. This is one of those situations where both sides are correct. Like, does it lower some of the flexibility you can do with some Pokemon? Yes, by like 0.0000001%. So it doesn't really matter that much. Am I outspeeding this at 6? I am. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, that's what Wind and Waves is gonna be for. PvE story for sure. Yeah. Can I get whichever ball the tracker chooses? Yeah, Theo. Thanks for the 390 stream streak. Thank you. Balls. Can't play Wind Waves on phone? I mean, that's fair. They said there's gonna be, like, some PvE content in Champions. I'm sure they're gonna have tutorials and, like, you know, certain trainers you can fight in Champions like you can in Pocket. I think a lot of the system is going to be similar to Pocket to some capacity. I think you're going to be able to grab, you know, a Pokemon a day or whatever from the farm and use them against the... they'll probably give you 6 in the beginning, right? They'll probably give you 6 in the beginning. You can then use 1 a day in the farm, fight the PvE characters, and so on and so forth. So. Caught you on GDQ, awesome challenge, by the way, but can I ask why not use the Nurse in the Forest strictly for speed, quality of life? Honestly, at this point, Duck Sausage, it's just because I've never used it before. I only used it for GDQ. Thanks for the Prime and the first time sub, by the way. Sorry, we're like deep in a conversation. I really appreciate that a ton. Thank you. It's honestly, at this point, it's just because I've never used it, so I'm just kind of stubborn and stupid. So I like talking to chat a lot. So after I fight a bug catcher, I like running to the Pokemon Center to just kind of take a moment to talk to chat. So yeah. We got a mid ball from Elvis Guy. Thank you so much for that prime in the first time sub. Chat, can we get some dolphin dumpers, by the way? That was a first time sub. Can we get some dumpers in the chat? I'd appreciate that. Watched you for 4 hours yesterday. Had no idea this was even a thing. Loving it. I'm glad you're enjoying it, gamer. Heck yeah. Yeah, ironMON's been around for a while. We just passed the 2-year anniversary of it. So I did a 24-hour stream on the 2-year anniversary, and it was, well, hell. I recently saw your alphabet challenge, and I think it was awesome. Maybe next time you should skip the alpha bar and go straight for 10k coins on Voltorb Flip with permadeath.
I'm having an attack a card I put on the field myself.
Not a bad idea, Tom.
Now, Stone Soldier, attack the moon!
I think the, Oh, I have Hustle. Huh? That's funny. Nice speed control. Yeah, well, you know. I thought, didn't know how to extreme speed, I guess. Yeah. Was the alphabet challenge completed? Yeah, the alphabet challenge was completed. I think there's something there with that. I don't know if it's like... I think that challenge would need to be workshopped a bit. But I think there is something there. I think there could be something fun to do with that challenge to some capacity. We have a lab prediction. Good luck. Rip Snorlax surface. Rip Snorlax. Yeah, I died to Shedinja like immediately. All right. We have a mid ball again. We got a mid ball. 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 See, Showdown is a pre-champions ladder already. Yeah, Nito told me about it this morning, actually. Do escape lab, 1 minute. Good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Headbutt made it kind of annoying. Yeah, I think we chose the wrong game. I think Heart Gold to Silver was a mistake for the alphabet challenge. I think Emerald or Fire Red Leaf Green would have been better, just due to the tracker's capabilities. But that's okay. We found Zatsu in the bug catching contest, and we found every letter otherwise. And Zangoose was a prize from Voltorb Flip, which was really funny. So literally the last like 30 minutes of the challenge, I had to lock in and play Voltorb Flip, which was actually such a funny way to end the challenge. And yeah, I mean, I had fun. I think it was fun. I think there's something we could potentially revisit there. But I do think that we would need to workshop it a little bit. Yeah, definitely the main thing, changing the game it's in. So. I can do one more lab and I gotta run ads. Why are we playing Voltorb Flip right now? I don't know, but I'm down. If we change the game, we can't make Voltorb Flip mandatory part of the rules. You're right, but we could make the Gamba, the game corner in Fire Red Leaf Green or Emerald part of the rules. So, Bazin, do you have just a left, right, or mid if you're still here? We'll go left for Joggle while I wait for Basin's response. But you gave me a superlative. We're just doing left, right, or mids now. We're back to just normal ball picks. Go back to the Lickitung beds? Yeah, I don't even think you were around for that, Amane. But I think that would be fun to bring back, yeah. How am I feeling about draft at this point? Yeah, I think it'd be great. I think... do we play without megas at first? Or do you like, or can you draft the Pokemon with and without its mega? I guess is the question. I don't know. But I'm feeling good. I think it's going to be awesome just to have the community, like, playing against each other and just having a good time. Nice. All right, I'm going to run those ads. I'll see you in 3. If you get hit with the ads, we'll be right back. I'll talk to Major 7th. Major 7th does draft leagues, so he'll probably have some good info on that. So, if you're on YouTube, if you could drop a like, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm going to run those ads. We'll be right back. My best attempt was Lieutenant Surge after beating E4. You've already beaten the E4 in Super Kaizo. It doesn't sound like it's a pain at all, gamer. You've been attempting it for like a week. You're big chillin'. Yeah, me too, Red, but we're going to be running a community draft league as well. So if you're interested in playing comp with the community and having weekly matches, there is a form in the community events channel to show interest in draft league. And you can also fill out what your skill level is. So we're going to be trying to put players with the same skill level together and running the drafts. They are doubles. They are doubles. We will be doing doubles in my community. So, Djibouti, if you want to play some dubs, you know, maybe jump out of your comfort zone a little bit, I would highly recommend it. You still fill out that form. What happened to Snorlax? He died to Shedinja. Maybe see you in beginner difficulty? All right. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah, some people I know their skill levels, so I wouldn't try and pull a fast one. Also, that wouldn't be fun for you. Just saying. I want that Blaziken, but I want a good ball. I don't want to die to it. It's showing bad moves, but... Mods, ban him. Yeah, it's so good. Okay, he is faster. Dang, I was really hoping to, like, get a quick catch with this. And use this to get the Blaziken thing. Alright, well... Alright, we got a mid ball from Sergeant Smoke with 120 stream streak. Thank you very much for sticking through ads, you guys with ads. I unfortunately died to a wild Tentacruel while you guys were in ads, but you didn't miss any lab fights or anything, so. Well, we need to have certain games Pokemon participating in the draft league. No, we'll be using Showdown. Pokemon Showdown is the primary place to battle your opponent through draft league. You're allowed to play on champions if both players agree to it, but it will not be required to play on champions. It will be highly encouraged to play on champions, but some people might not get access to the Pokemon that they have on their draft team. So we're going to have Showdown in there as well. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, community events channel in my Discord, Mini Meow Meow. I have a form there to show interest in Season 2 of the Draft League. Why is the nickname for Pichu Dad? I meant to name it Bad. I ended up naming it Dad. And it's dead. All right. And we're back. Dead shoe, bro. Dead shoe. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum. Oh, yo, chat. I got some Pokemon cards yesterday. Oh my God, Dad's back. 0 star. 0 star. Let's go. I'm popping off, dude. Let's go. 0 star. He's so strong. He's that good. He has 0 stars. Do I need Pokemon already for Pokemon Champions? It will help you get ahead if you have Pokemon already in Pokemon Home. But there is going to be like a rental system within Champions. And it's where you can unlock them as well. So. You'd agree that right is always right? Sometimes, yeah. The Pichu stars are overflowing. Oh, true. That's got to be what it is. You're so right. Okay, whatever. I'm literally truant. Should a friendship farm? What am I drinking? I'm drinking Lando juice. I'm drinking the Lando juice on rep. What does it taste like? It's like a melon flavor. It's really good, honestly. Without Champions, a lot of drafts I've seen don't really want to use it. Yeah, we're using essentially the format for drafts. You know, we're going to be using Showdown and Champions to do the draft league. Champions will be highly encouraged, but Showdown, of course, if somebody doesn't have access to a Pokemon, Showdown is a way to play without actually having a Pokemon yet. Bloop. Curse of Baby Ploob. All right, do we escape the lab? I'll give you 1 minute. Good luck. Do we escape the lab? Yeah, I'm gonna remake some of like the channels in Discord and all that to make it, you know, I want people to be able to trade and all that, and you know, help each other out, obtain Pokemon, and you know, I'm excited, man. I think this is gonna be a big thing for the channel. I really do. So I think, so I'm not only excited because like I want to play, but I'm excited because I think it's gonna be a big thing for the stream as well. Whoa, we got a 4-star Jumpluff, and it's got moves, but it is not good. So make sure to add a Glizzy channel. Imagine we had a channel where you just posted like pictures of hot dogs. Lament paralysis and flinch mechanics. Yeah. Hopefully there's like a replay system in Champions. That would be awesome. A replay system in Champions would be so, so cool. Dang, this guy retracted their message. What's up, Yusuf? Coward. Himmy spawn channel. They confirmed no replay? Oh, dang. Yeah, dreamlike. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Nino said the spectate thing is actually really, really cool. Like, that's going to be really big for tournaments. For those who were around for Scarlet and Violet, I helped, like, well, I was more, I didn't do any of the back end stuff, but I would cast tournaments for Nino and Himi and all that. I was involved in, like, just giving, like, you know, play-by-play and talking about how the game works and whatever. My favorite co-caster was Slim, Big Slim. Me and Big Slim were really good at casting together. With a spectate mode, we're going to be able to see a lot more games, a lot more battles going on. That's going to be really cool because usually you were always restricted to the people streaming. You're always restricted to the people streaming, but if there's a spectate mode, you don't have to be streaming. We can just use spectate mode to watch an active battle, which is awesome. It's so cool. What's up, Mufasa? Yeah, it is, Jamez. Absolutely. I can reroll for you. Now it's just be like, oh, maybe the player will do this, but you can clearly see what the host player does. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes they do that. They talk, you know, like, I understand why they do it, though, Voidlock, because sometimes, like, they're talking about a thought process before they lock in, and then they lock in, and then they, like, you know, they don't want to just, like, stop their thought process, but it is funny, yeah, it is funny. Two gamers want to know where Yusuf's from. Yusuf, you do not have to answer them, by the way. You don't have to. You're allowed to lurk or just chill if you want. Spectator mode was the first big thing about Magic Arena. Yeah, a spectator mode is going to be big. That's going to be big, man. That's going to be big. Genuinely. I am pretty excited about that. Nito mentioned that to me today, and I was like, wait, that's huge. So. Chat, we're going to be grinding some Super Kaizo today, and we're going to finish the Wolfie video later. So today's going to be a super chill stream. As you can see, I'm just kind of like churning through seeds because I want to try and get something started for y'all. But it's going to be a very chill stream today. We're going to finish the Wolfie video. We're watching from number 100 down to number 1. I think it's actually going to be about 2 hours. So I'm kind of excited. I think it should be fun. Horrible moveset against Houndour here. Horrible moveset. Can I get a mid-ball? Yeah, Banana. I'm sure I won't disagree with any of them. Still don't have chatting with previous matches. Sunny day? Yeah, probably should have did that. Yeah. That might be his only attacking move. I think we actually win. Dude! Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I am so stoked about Fox being in the movie, man. And we have apparently reliable leakers saying there's going to be a Star Fox game this summer, which I'm like, what? How? But so that's not confirmed, but you know, I'm like, so I'm skeptical. I'm for sure skeptical. But if that's true, I'll probably cry on stream. I will probably cry on stream if that happens, yeah. Yeah, apparently it's a very, very reliable leaker. Would I play it on stream? Yeah, for sure, for sure. What will make you cry on stream? New Star Fox game. I don't think it would actually make me cry, but it's fine. I'm from Morocco. How about you guys? Morocco. Nice. Got people from all over the world in the YouTube chat. Do I play Fox in Smash? No, I don't really play Fox in Smash. I've tried to get good with Fox and Wolf, but I'm just so bad with them. I've tried, and it sucks because I've also tried with Banjo-Kazooie, and Banjo-Kazooie is my favorite game of all time, and I suck with Banjo. What about Falco? I hate playing Falco. I hate his big jump. I don't like playing as Falco at all. Wolf is the one that feels the most natural to me. Wolf is the one that feels the most natural to me. He's got good, like, you know, I don't know. Oh, I like playing Mewtwo. Mewtwo's a really fun character. I'm not really good, so Rob spoils players. Nah, it's just one of those things where it's never like, just can't really click with me, you know? I've tried to like make it work because like I like the character so much, but just never, I can't really get it, so. Rob, member of the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? What? What do you mean, Rob, member of the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse? I like Rob. You don't like Rob? Rob's like literally one of my mains. Rob is fun. Do you think he's a terrorist? Were you a C-stick guy? Who didn't use the C-stick? What? How? Yeah, I want him at 8. How can you say Rob is annoying when you main Bayonetta? Yeah, that's a good point. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and act like Rob can't be an annoying character, but you're gonna have to trust me when I say, like, I am an extremely aggro player. I don't play Rob like campy and shit. I just like Rob because he's fun. He feels good. So I like edge guarding. I like being in people's faces, you know. Nah, I've played as Steve like once, but like he's just, my brain hurts playing him. Are you a Lulu player? In League of Legends, I used to be a Lulu main, yes. Well, she was one of my mains, but I don't like playing Lulu anymore. When I played League like 6-8 months ago with some other streamers, I tried Lulu and I'm like, this character just feels bad now. I don't know. There was something about it that didn't feel right. I'm a Hecarim player. I'm a Yoshi main, Cruz. Yoshi, Rob, Bowser, and Captain Falcon. Oh, he's a loafer. LOL. I'm dead. Damn it. I wanted him to get the explode, but should have threw another ball. Is Kirby still the most incredible degen? Oh, Kirby's fun. I like playing Kirby. Kirby was my first character I got into Elite Smash, actually. Pretty much by using down air into 2 up tilts into a nair, run up, forward smash. That was pretty much like my bread and butter, dude. Can we get a mid ball? Yeah, get a mid ball for banana. Not a surprising list of mains. Yeah, I'm a very aggro player, so like those are like the characters I played. I like playing Mario too, but I'm not good at Mario. Spawn is sick. Do you like playing Pikachu? I do like playing Pikachu. Pikachu's fun. I think Mewtwo and Pac-Man are like the characters. Like, I'm not good at them, but I like playing them because like I just think they're fun to like mess around with. So. I like playing Bowser. Yeah, Pac-Man's really funny to play aggro with. I love just throwing down the fire hydrant, charging a forward smash, and letting the fire hydrant push me forward to try and catch people off guard with that. There's just something so fun about that. I don't know what it is, but I find it very amusing. Do we escape lab? 1 minute, good luck. Community Smash Day would be a fun incentive. I used to run community Smash tournaments. I would get like 8 members of the community. Or was it 16? I think 8 was the first one, and then we got 16 the second time. And yeah, just ran a tournament with members of the community. I haven't done it in a long time, like, but it's been several years. We have an escape lab prediction open. Good luck. I love Mario, but my nephew always won with Link against me. I like playing Toon Link. Was it Toon Link? Yeah, I like playing Toon Link. Yeah. That was the Link I liked the most. I really like Samus Smash for Switch. I have a hard time finding a character I both really like and I'm pretty good at. I play a lot of Ganondorf. Ganondorf's fun, dude. It's so easy to just like play Ganondorf. Like, you can't not have fun playing Ganondorf. Like, he's so funny. All right, we had a left from Jim. Thank you for the 20 stream streak. My actual mains and ultimate are Wii Fit and the full suit of Mario and derivatives. My funny main is Hero. Oh yeah, Hero's hilarious. Doria! Yep. Are we going? Hey! Yeah. Yeah. With the sword. But getting edged feels bad. It's so easy because there's a terrible recovery. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to hit as hard as he does, he has to have, like, you know, drawbacks, right? So, Wii Fit Trainer's hilarious, man. I like playing Wii Fit, too. Yesterday, JoJo Beans beat all Melee events, all 51 using Guitar Hero guitar as his controller. Oh, really? Was that yesterday? Oh, that's awesome. Wait, I'm going to have to check out that VOD. That's awesome. Oh, yeah. I'm going to die. Yep. One of my side quests yesterday, chat, is I had to go buy deodorants. And one thing I like about buying like new shampoo or new deodorants is that you can always smell it since it's a new scent. So I'm like sitting here and I'm like, that smells good. That smells really good. My brother and I would joke about Ganondorf opponents at 10%. Kill range, yep. Yo, what's up, DX? How's it going? Yeah, it was one of those things where I didn't realize I was running out. So I just went and bought some instead of ordering on Amazon. I can't believe what Pi did to you last night. It's your fault what he did to me, man. I didn't realize you got the hammer before I did. Nah, it was funny, dude. It was funny. Salute the sun. Yeah. I love like doing the volleyball. The volleyball thing with Wii Fit's the best. All right, come on, let's find him on here. We have not even like challenged the first bug catchers since we've been back in the lab. Just keep dying while pivoting because we keep getting out of the lab with garbage like this. Bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da. Thing of beauty, that's beautiful. I still have a video on my phone of me smoking my buddy Travis in Smash 4, actually. Like, in Smash 4, I believe my main was Zero Suit Samus. And I have this clip of me just absolutely just cooking him. It was a thing of beauty for sure. So I know those moments of greatness. Don't have a lot of them, but I had one and I have it saved forever. You can't pick favorites in Super KAIZO? Yes, you can. My favorites change all the time. Your buddy Travis or Ryan? Travis. Bum 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 bum. It was when he only had Smash 4 because I didn't have a Wii U yet. So I think I have it literally recorded on my phone, like the old-fashioned way. There's only one buddy, and that's always Ryan. I haven't seen Buddy Ryan in a while. He stopped going to the gym with me. His wife and him found like a condo together. And ever since she moved back to Florida, they had to like live separately for a little bit because their lease ran out, and then they didn't have like a place lined up or something. So she like moved in with her parents in North Carolina, and he lived with his parents in Florida for a little bit. But ever since like they've been living back in the this condo together, he hasn't gone to the gym with me. I text him every week too, like, hey, I'm still going. So I used barking my dog in public yesterday. It's a hit. Dude, let's go, Cruz. Yes. Iowan wife. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no Iowan wife. There's no Iowan wife. What are you talking about? I understand that's happening, Mystic, but it's been like 2 months now. He hasn't gone to the gym with me. So, we played Fortnite together the other night, though. He doesn't need the gym when he has cardio. All right, Chad, chill out. Chill out, chat room. All right, this moveset's looking really bad, but I really need to just catch a workable Pokemon here. All right, there it is. Hit Fissure 3 times in a row. He only has a 25% chance of hitting Fissure and a 30% chance of hitting it. It was bad anyway. All right, back to the lab. He doesn't want to go since, hey man, how you been? He doesn't even know that guy quit. Because Ryan also thought that was really funny. Because he's the one that kind of started it. Every time we would leave the gym, he'd be like, sup man, how you been? And then I would always just smile like, shut up, dude. Yeah, he quit. He quit. He wasn't there this morning. He hasn't been there for 3 weeks, so I asked. I have a left ball from Yoda. Oh, Shedinja. Welcome to bonus stage. We're running an escape the lab, but only for 30 seconds because we're fighting a Shedinja. Good luck. We are a Weedle. We are a Weedle. Good luck. I'm not picking it up because of ironMON Connect. So. sleeping on the corner of my bed. He's been hanging out in the room again. But he just wants to sleep on the bed. He's been locked out of my room at night recently because he keeps wanting to go under the desk.
Soft bongo.
I keep locking him out. You can only be in here if I'm awake. And I'm in here. Savage J, thanks for the 14 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. Well, doubters, it looks like you are the winners today. Now, hold on. There is a very, very small chance. So, there's a very, very small chance that we can win this. We're not winning. Our win condition was something like thrash or pedal dance or something like that, and I heal off the damage. We are not leaving the lab on that one. Not leaving the lab, so I had a stream streak redemption from Yoda. They had a 40 stream streak to choose the left ball. So I chose the left ball. I have to choose at random. Alright, so we have a team right here from the tracker. Aw, man. Yeah, well, I had no way to start weather, but I mean, I guess he could have started it, but I got rock slide here. Maybe there's a world here. So I'm dead. Hi, bud. I don't know if you guys heard that. All right, we got a team right. Mission. Thanks for the 140 stream streak. Shed's pretty bad for this anyway. Yeah, he is bad, dude. Humps. Humps. No, I didn't know if I lose, I can just walk out of the lab. That's crazy tech. That's some innovation, really. That's some innovation, chat. Do we escape the lab? I'll give you 1 minute to predict. Good luck. Howdy. What? Do you want to give a quick hello to stream? Yeah, it's been a while. Chat thinks you abandoned them. Did you know that? Look this way. God, dude. He drools so much, man. Like, I have so much drool just on my hand now. Like, ugh. Just from that small amount of scratching. Bro dropped like 3 globs of drool on my hand while that was happening. He's just a tripod? That he is. That he is. He is a tripod of sorts. How awesome are cats? They're cute. They smell, though. Dude, yeah, that's the one. Like, I really like this chair, but yeah, Hannah Montana, that's... Yeah. One of the issues with this chair is the headrest doesn't go higher. Where's the Snorlax? It died to Shedinja. Nice. Alright, well. Stick a fake GoPro on his head for Halloween and make it literal. That would actually be really funny. Are you still thinking about Iron Mario today? No, so I was not. I'm not doing Iron Mario because we had that Snorlax run, Tiger. But it died already. So I think we're going to play Super Kaizo for a bit, and we're going to finish that Wolfie video. Oh, dude, I got some freaking I was talking about it earlier. I got some new Pokemon cards in the mail. So I want to show you guys those. I So I've randomly decided I'm gonna collect Misdreavus. Cause like Misdreavus is, I don't know, Misdreavus has a lot of cool cards. So I got this one, which is really, really pretty. I really like it a lot. This is from a very new set. Okay. They're not here yet. They're not here yet, State. They're not here yet. And then I got this one, which is from... it's kind of hard to tell what's going on, but it's a really, really cool art. Reverse holo. Does not come in regular holo. But this is from the rarest TCG set that exists. It's called Skyridge. So I bought this one early because I'm like, if I'm going to do this, I need to get this card before it goes up in price. Because the cards from that set will just always keep going up in price. And I have like 10 copies of this really ugly Misdreavus coming in. And I picked this up at the card show the other day. The first original Misdreavus card. So, yeah. Anyway. Thought those were pretty cool. Wanted to share those. Whoop. So yeah, I've decided I'm just going to collect all the Misdreavuses. I don't know why. It's a pretty easy Pokemon to collect. I think that's mostly why. And I like Misdreavus, so... It's a Pokemon that keeps growing on me, similar to a Zoomerl, or, sorry, regular Marill. But yeah. Snake Eyes, thank you for the 3-stream streak. And this is why I thought of it, because we're fighting Misdreavus. Is it because of Fluttermane? I do have a couple Fluttermane cards. I don't know if I'll collect every Fluttermane card, but I will get Fluttermane cards that I like, I think. Marill having huge power? I don't know, but it's funny. I like it, to be honest. The first one was e-reader era, right? Such a silly peripheral. Yeah, e-reader is was definitely interesting, that's for sure. Collecting all the remaining Ludicolo and Corviknight cards. Oh, Ludicolo's got some cool ones too. Hey, there's a favorite. I'll take that. The Trigger Trade one looks pretty good. Yeah, I gotta grab that one. Don't have that one yet, but it's a cute card. Ooh, this is a good spread. Very good spread. And we have Stab Pump. We definitely send this for sure. That Fluttermane promo is a nice buy. Yeah, I got to grab that one. I like that one too, Harvey. Do you have the early Wizard of the Coast promo? I'm getting that one. I have 10 copies of that one on the way, Malachi. Stab Pumper. Got him. E-readers why I was so good at the one Among Us minigame. What? Why 10? Because it is a really ugly card. I got 10 copies of it because it's super ugly and super cheap. I've shown it on stream before. I don't know. I was just like... So I bought 10 copies of it. It's like $3-4 a copy. And it's a Wizards of the Coast promo. Like it's an old-ass card. And it's only $3-4. I don't know how even people would obtain it. So I don't even know like how rare it is or anything. I don't think it's that rare. But it's just such an ugly card that I'm like, I have to own this. You know? Miss Recoil Flail Synergy? Yeah, I'm not going to be going for that. I'm going to do the, if I miss pump, they deal damage to me, and I then use Flail Synergy. That's what I'm going to go for. Here, I'll look it up real quick. TCG player. Miss Drevis promo. This card right here. I don't know what it is, man. This card just makes me laugh so much. This is like the 3rd time I've shown this card on stream. But it's just so ugly. It looks so silly. And it's a Wizards of the Coast promo. Wizards of the Coast promo. So I found a seller that had 10 copies of it. So I bought 10 of them. That's what I did. Can we have that as an emote? We should have that as an emote. What is that, right? It's just funny looking, man. I don't know, Miss Drevis has got a lot of cool arts. I need to pick up the... I did pick up the Morty's Miss Drevis, the Japanese exclusive one. Because that's another, like, older era card. But yeah. Some of the old era ones, I was like, I need to just pick these up now if I'm going to do this. Because I don't want them to go up in price. So when I saw there was a Skyridge one, I'm like, yep, I'm going to buy that immediately. Nah, I'm not going to do Miss Magius. I like Miss Drevis. I don't really like Miss Magius. But I will get some Fluttermanes that I like. Like, I have a Fluttermane in the binder next to those 3 Miss Drevis that I have. And since, like, Gyarados is, like, the main collection, so having, like, a silly side collection is kind of fun to do. It's a fun jellyfish. It's really good, actually. We just gotta land our Hydro Pumps. It does look like the bad guy from Incredibles, yeah. I don't know, it's just so funny. I'm not gonna collect shiny Magikarp. I don't collect Magikarps. Are you telling me that Flail would have been perfect here? Are you for real? I gotta hope for a 2-turn Petal Dance. Let me get the same roll here. Do you, Holsey? It's worth a lot of money now. Even the Celebrations one is worth like $50. Bum, bum, gotta play to your outs, man. We just gotta land this pump. Easy. Bum, 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 bum. That was a fun first fight. Who says Super Kaizo's hard? It's easy. Easiest game of my life right there. Noonie. Noonie, that clip of your jetpack blowing up in Lethal Company is still one of my favorite clips of all time from this channel, by the way. That was one of the funniest things that I think that's ever happened. I've been trying to find that clip. Oh, really? We found it literally the other day. I showed it on stream. Could probably find it for you. Let me wait for the ad break. I'll find it for you. I'm back in NA so I can watch stuff without a VPN finally. Yo, good for you, man. Are you heading back or are you staying here? What's the plan? Shed got dump truck? Yeah, Shedinja got dump truck. You're back in Maple Land for good. Oh, Canada. Well, gamer. Welcome home. What's up, Sab? Oh, good pickup here. Huge pickup. Stomp, flail, crush claw. I honestly think we should keep flail over crush claw. In case we're left at like 1 HP. And I'd rather have stomp for flinch chance, I think, and it can't miss. So I think I'm going to do that. I think there's more scenarios where flail saves us over crush claw. All right, man, that's cool. That's cool, man. I didn't want to play the game anyway, you know. Classic ironMON, dude. Dude, I hate this video game. This video game sucks. How did the alphabet challenge go? We beat it in about 9-ish hours, just under 9 hours. We got really lucky that Zatu was not in Kanto. Zatu was in the bug catching contest. Funnily enough, Zatu was in the bug catching contest. And I popped up. I literally screamed. I literally screamed when I saw him. Yeah, I think, like, if you kept Crush Claw, Big Yano, like, you're totally valid in that scenario, but I think with no heals, I'm more likely to get usage out of Flail there. In getting us to Brock was part of my logic, but yeah. Like, if somebody kept Crush Claw over Flail there, I wouldn't really, like, you know, wouldn't really bat an eye. It was just Zatsu, yeah. It was just Zatsu. Yeah. Thanks for everybody that watched that, by the way. That was actually really fun. We had a lot of, like, meme-y stuff happen, which was... fucking crazy ones fight the tracker, which means I'm team right. What time am I finishing the Wolfie video? Roughly an hour. That's usually how it goes, Iowa, yeah. Roughly an hour. But I think Sundays just moving forward are going to be like half days when I do stream on them. It's just healthy for me since I do like 8 to 9 hours, 5 days a week. So having a half day is pretty good. So. Do escape the lab, 1 minute, good luck. Yeah, when Champions comes out, I'm sure I'm going to be streaming every single day for a while. So, yeah. When Champions comes out, I'm sure I'll be streaming every day for a while. Do we escape the lab? 1 minute. Good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. I think Crobat should count as an X-Mon. There you go. Yeah, Focus Band and Sturdy, yeah. Oh, there's a Team Rocket Returns, Mischievous? Is there a reverse holo of this? Yes, there is. Ooh, okay. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Oh, boy. I get to fight my nemesis. In preparation for the first format. Oh, my God. This guy's gonna run Don Bozo. Chicks are cute. Do we have confirmation Dozo's in the first format? Do you guys set on a certain Pokemon to use in Champions? I want to definitely use Mega Frostlass. And what was the other one that I wanted to use? We know we just know a list of Pokemon that are confirmed to be in Champions at the moment. We don't know what the first format is. Escape Lab, no. Maybe Lug. We'll see. We'll see. So, Dozo players will scare off the casuals. Oh, can't have that. If I hit Bumley, I guess. Happy Sunday, Make-A-Wish kid. I think I patched my game wrong because my PC never has an item. Is your item sitting in the lab right here, Satch? Your item could be sitting in the lab. There's the quality of life patch in the ironMON Discord has it in the lab. You did not miss a safari run. No, our Snorlax died. Maybe I didn't mess up after all. Yeah, your ball is just probably on the floor of the lab. My patch is a little bit different from everybody else's because I'm quirked up white boy, and I like to be different. Twerked up, quirked up, whatever, man, whatever works. Oh my God, this thing is kind of nuts. Good nature, of course. I'm not like other ironMON players, it's true. It's Togekiss and Champions? Not that I've seen. Thank God. I'm definitely going to mess around with some of the new Megas, for sure. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Mega Halucha, that'll be something I probably mess around with. I like Halucha. I think we just send this, actually. Even though we have the nature and our stats and we can't hit a ghost, I think I want to try this anyway. Yo, thank you, Copper Jr. You too. What are those stars next to the heels? That's just the tracker letting the audience know this is roughly a 3 out of 5 star Pokemon. It's kind of like a, you know, it's just a way to kind of convey how good a Pokemon is to the audience. The ghost will simply have weather, yes. We're just ignoring a Crobat? Yeah, that's fine. Trying to get something going, dude. Is Halucha a high BST Pokemon? Yeah, it's got 480, 490? Or it might be 500 flat. It's like right around 500 BST, Halucha. It's also Route 1, which sucks. The instant Amoonguss meta? You mean every meta? Oh boy! The tunes were about to kick off, you're right. This thing has absurd physical bulk. Yeah, Mouse will be stronger even in Champions than it's ever was. So. You consider releasing content in this regard. Also heard of Champions to start prepping, which Pokemons to bring in. The lists of I posted a resource in my Discord, the resources channel, of like a list of all the Pokemon that we know that are confirmed to be in Champions at the moment. I think the best thing you can do to prepare for Champions right now, at this very moment, is just any Pokemon that has a Mega, I would put that in your Pokemon home. I think that it would be the best way to prepare for Pokemon Champions at this moment. We're going to be doing all kinds of content here to like help people get set up and build teams together. And all that. Why wouldn't Champions be Natty decks? They limit the formats. They don't like have every Pokemon available in the beginning. So. Do I need to rush through ZA between now and Champs? You don't have to rush through it, no. Just play how you see fit. I don't think it's going to be that hard to get caught up in Champions. I don't think it's going to be that difficult. Because of trading and stuff from the previous games, I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think play through ZA and all that. I think you're going to be all right. Yeah, we got lots of people willing to help people in the Discord. I'm going to be cleaning up the Pokemon section in the Discord as well to kind of like have sort of like a trade thread going and that kind of thing as well. So right now you can do it in VGC or Pokemon General Ban, Greg. But I'm going to be cleaning things up for that tonight. That way there's more of a dedicated area. I just set up home last night, Cherna. I'm going to be, throughout the week, putting some stuff into home. And then I will also be using my own Discord to see if people have certain Pokemon that I don't have, etc. Do we escape the lab? Women, good luck. Do we escape lab? Dang, we got so many people believing on lab escape today. I feel like it's been like 50-50 every single time. Ugh. We're going to be on the champions train. I can't really tell you if there's going to be a split yet until I actually get my hands on the game. I need to get my hands on the game, and then I'll know more information, Kobe Bell. I don't really know how that's going to look yet until I actually have the game. How many people have completed Super Kaizo? Once in Fire Leaf Green, once in Heart Gold to Silver. Look at this streamer streaming. That's what I'm doing, man. That's what I'm doing. I'm actually really excited to watch the rest of the Wolfie video. LB Dubs beat it in Heart Gold to Silver. Raimi won in Fire Leaf Green. Let's go, believers! We're in the final 100, Jedi. We finally escaped the lab. All right, let me run my ads. I'll see you in 3 if you get hit with the ads, and we'll be right back. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate you. If you're over on YouTube, if you could drop a like, I'd greatly appreciate that. I know I'm like running, like I'm kind of running a little quick today, but I want to get something started. Trying to get something started before we go switch to the video. Would like to see Brock. Oh, Nooney's jetpack clip? Oh, yeah. Good idea. Nooney, are you still here? Distract the bullet with your body. Yes, of course. Distracting the bullet with my body. That's the play. This clip is so good. Oh, this clip is so good, man. There you go, Mike. That clip is so good. The game has like sound, like proximity sound and stuff, so like the dog can hear me, so that's why I'm like trying to keep quiet. I'm like choking on my own laughter. I don't know what you're talking about, Wolves. The way we run ads on YouTube is I just run them when I run ads on Twitch, and they're usually about 30 seconds long, and you can skip them on YouTube, so. You gotta run those cool boot tops? I only have air cutter, though. Just gotta switch OLED for 180 bucks so I can play Pokemon Champions. Was a good deal, I think. For 180? Yeah. I think you did alright. I think you did alright, hilariously D. That's an insane clip. Oh my god, it's so good. That's Noonie. That's Noonie with the jetpack. So Champions only Switch 2? No, it's both switches. Just wondering if Dude gets extra ad income when we stick around on ads. Yeah. Absolutely. I get ad revenue if you stick around on ads. Absolutely. If you watch the ads, that's how I get ad revenue in the first place. If you don't watch the ads, I don't get the revenue. If you skip the ad, to my understanding, I still get the full revenue. Like, but leaving during the ad, I don't get the revenue. On YouTube, that is. I think if you hit skip, I get the full revenue, though. Ad blocker, YouTube Plus. I mean, I don't know about ad blocker, but YouTube Premium, I still get ad revenue. Yes. Also, if you're interested in the Professor Layton playthrough, we're going to be getting that done this week. I think we're going to start that on Tuesday. Spark. Okay. I don't think I want this. Some good YouTube shorts out of Professor Layton, I'm sure. You believe in the future moves with this Pokemon, do you? I mean, as long as you have 2 different games, you should be able to just trade between the 2, I would think, Sherna. 60 power, 120 power. This thing has okay attack, but not good enough, that's for sure. Someone's done, like, like a Pokemon Platinum, all like a way you can guarantee beat the game if with a select amount of inputs or something, Phoenix Rub. Someone's done that before, which is kind of cool. It's really interesting YouTube video. I think I'm just gonna send this. Now they did Pokemon Platinum, but like it was like 4 billion seeds of platinum, but if you did a specific set of inputs the whole way through, you'll beat the game. Not a task, no. It was more of like a I solved it. Like no matter what, you could know nothing, but you just put in these inputs, you'll beat platinum. So, and that accounts for like encounters and everything. So, yeah, every possible seed in platinum. Yeah, was it learning a move? Let's find out. We were not learning a move, at least soon. No, that's not what Ace is, no. Chegg! Ace is a speedrunning thing. Arbitrary code execution is what Ace stands for. This is just, you're playing Platinum. But if you play it, and you follow these steps, you will end up beating it eventually. Like if you were blind. No, it's not coding at all. Is that not just RNG manipulation? Watch the video. No, it's saying if you were to play Platinum, blind and deaf essentially, and you did these inputs, you would eventually beat the game. Like, it would take you like 27 billion hours or something, but there's a way to beat Platinum no matter what, after, with a step-by-step process, essentially. Like, yeah. It accounts for, like, random encounters on every square and everything. It's like the exact opposite of RNG manipulation. Yeah, it's like the exact opposite.
Chat.
It accounts for all crits, misses, every RNG element. Yes, exactly.
Salt spin.
Yeah, there's a Fire Relief Green video like that as well. Yep. There's one for Platinum and Fire Relief Green, yeah. Yo, Pesci, thanks for the Prime and the 5 months. Yeah, it accounts for misses, random encounters, all that stuff, man. Like, there's certain areas where you just, like, grind to get your speed up for certain things and all that, so. Is there one for Super KAIZO ironMON? Unfortunately, no. I would have followed it by now. Don't want to deal with that shroomish, so we'll go up here. Alright, Megan, show up at level 8, please. Friend, show up at 8. We like Megan. I have played Yoshi's Island. I played it as a kid. It's a really fun game. Yoshi's Island was one of the most popular games on Twitch at one point. Did you know that? The speedrunning community for it was like very, very active for a while. Yeah, there was a lot of runners, but Trihex was one of them, yeah. What's my biggest addiction currently? Honestly, it's Slay the Spire. I have every character on Ascension 5 now. No, this is from Super Nintendo. This is Hilltop Chase from Kirby Superstar. Yeah, but I need to put Slay the Spire down. It's stopping me from like taking care of responsibilities. But I have every character to A5, so I think I'm gonna take a break. The ADM is faster than us, though. Playing beta or main? I'm playing the main string right now. Congratulations on the first A10 win. That's awesome. I've gotten everything to A10, but only beating with silent. Yo. Time Twister, GG's. That's really impressive. The face mirror boss dude. Yeah, I've heard he's like a lot more real in the beta branch. You like Megan Fox? Megan Fox was great in Transformers. She did a great job. I don't really know if I've seen any other movie that she's in. I know she's in other movies, but I don't know if I've ever actually seen her in any other movies. Was the Megan any good? I was just trying to get it for more speed is what I was trying to get it for. It was okay. So we pouring on here. Dragon Claw, E-Sense. That would have been kind of cool. You know what I mean? I miss Lindsay Lohan. Now, I've seen a lot of Lindsay Lohan movies. Mean Girls, the GOAT, dude. Mean Girls is like one of those movies that has like transcended, like, it's like, you know, a classic, you know, it's transcended. It's like time frame too. Even like people younger than, you know, myself, for instance, like a lot younger, like know Mean Girls. Jennifer's Body. Yeah, that was one that she was in. Never watched it, but I'm literally wearing a Camp Walden Parent Trap hoodie right now. Are you really, Minnesota? That's funny. I'll watch Mean Girls having a beer with the guys. Yeah, it's one of those movies that is just kind of, like I said, transcended its time. It's, yeah. Your queer awakening. Imagine a loafer getting out of lab. It might. I think there's a real possibility here. There's a very real possibility we could with hypnosis. We just need some good sleep rolls. Nice, really good sleep rolls here. And he's spamming in prison like an idiot. It's going way better than I could have predicted, that's for sure. Da, 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 da. And then like joking about her like pushing whatever her name was in front of the bus and all that. Well, we got a lab. Look at that. Gaming. Swallow? That move sucks. Regina George, that was her name. It doesn't suck, it swallows. I see. Well, let me find a good mon, dude. Hey, you're finally woke. You finally found the Kingdra. Kingdra it is. Easy. All right, it's got no attack, but it's going to be a goated special attacker. It's fine. It's going to be a goated special attacker, chat. Guaranteed. Goated special attacker. Tank meta incoming. Oh. Whoops. No. Come on, man. Tank meta. No. It is tank meta. Come on, man. This thing sucks. It's so bad, dude. We run this? Do we? Oh, man. Goated, more like goat. So we got some bugs over here. 3 bugs. Let's look for a rare here, I guess. Psyduck, okay. Bum, 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 This one's faster than me? Yeah, that's cool. Whatever. Wait, Psyduck might be awesome? How so? Yeah, this Pokemon will be a nightmare to deal with for sure, especially if it gets like a status move. Yo, thanks, Kev. We are kicking ass today. It sucks our Snorlax died so quickly. I really didn't feel like labbing too much, I'll be honest. But Shedinja happens. Shedinja happens, I suppose. Shedinja happens. We didn't clip it, so there's always the Spire. We're watching the Wolfie video in a little bit. Oh, it bit me. Oh no, I missed. Oh no, it bit me. Got him. Flinch him. Alright, jabronis, you got it. These are the 110 Sheep Shriek. I mean, I gotta think Charizard is a top 10. I think right now my prediction for the #1 Pokemon is Kyogre. I think that's my prediction for the #1 Pokemon. Kyogre has been just an absurdly dominant Pokemon all the way up until Scarlet and Violet, and even so, it's still relevant. So don't tell me, because we're gonna react to it. But my prediction for the #1 Pokemon is Kyogre, I think. So Raging Bolt #1. I don't think he's been around long enough, but I think he'll definitely be top 50. I like Groudon. Groudon will also be very high up, so. Fight the Tracker. Alright, so Team Mid. You're also excited? Alright. Yeah. I finally started practicing for Orlando last night, and I'm running an Ice Rider Kyogre team. And I think I might say screw it and run a white Kyurem team and just spam Blizzard. Because that would be more fun. Competitive relevance, how iconic they are, and just overall good design. Since us ironMON only want to have no idea what Pokemon are good in real games. Yeah, it kind of works out that way, huh, Mystic? Yeah. Blizzard is a good move. Should have sketched Dragon Rage. Yeah, it's true. No, Gengar has not been. Yeah, yeah. Orlando's dual legendary. Yeah, I haven't played this format like at all actually. Because I stopped streaming VGC when dual restricted format rolled around. That's like essentially when I stopped streaming it. So I'm going in with like, you know, next to no experience with it. When you stream champions and don't use Blissey, Snorlax, Typhlosion, I'll be very confused. Yeah, they're all like not that. Like Hisui and Typhlosion's pretty fine. He's a pretty solid Pokemon actually. Competitive Pokemon is not that hard to get into. The learning curve for Pokemon is actually pretty easy. I mean, it's just glorified rock, paper, scissors. So, here's the learning curve for competitive Pokemon. So this is, you know, the amount of time, and this is your skill. Right? So it pretty much goes like this. And then like this. right? Most people are in this area. And this is where, like, the elite players are. It's a very slow burn once you get to a... This is what I would consider a good level of Pokemon. But you improve very fast because it's a very simple game. Yeah, you might dip a little bit at some point, but yeah, this is where, like, you know, like, these are pro players up, like, here. But most people, like, sit right here. You know, I would consider myself probably, like, right here. You know what I mean? I'm not going to say, like... I'm not going to sit here and say, like, oh, I'm, like, here. But, you know, I don't have, like, any, like... I don't have any major tournament results, but I've beaten pro players, so I think I sit right here. I'm good enough to keep up, but I don't have the consistency yet. But, yeah. It's really easy to improve in Pokemon and get good quickly, but becoming an elite player is the hard part. And that's just up to you on how serious you want to take it. Itachi, thanks for the 165 streak. Appreciate that. Thank you. Did that graph reach the safari? Huh? That's how competitive games usually are. Yep. Yeah, I would say that's pretty similar. I think the game that would probably, like, the games that are different than that learning curve are fighting games. Fighting games, I would say you probably suck a lot for a long time. And then you get a random burst of big improvement towards the middle. And then you start sucking again when you get to the better players. Nice. The Truant turn is the recharge turn, so it would be the same. Look at that, believers. We got out with Truant again. Look at that. Getting from decently good to top pros was really a matter of dedication rather than skill or intelligence. Me, for example, I probably could have contended GPs if I wanted to, but consciously didn't want to put in that effort. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of like why I put myself where I was on that graph, Mystic. You know, there was just a point where I'm just like, this is a lot of time, you know, to like really like get to that level where you're like having like tournament finishes and stuff. And because, like, even the best of the best players don't place on tournaments every single time. And I'm sure Magic people know that very specifically. Some do, and it's very impressive if you can get, like, back-to-back, like, finishes. But, like, top finishes. But my best finish is, like, you know, a top 128 in, like, a 1200 tournament, which is good. But I still don't have, like, a... like what I would consider like a really respectable finish yet. Oh, we're grabbing this. It's level 8. Da 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 da. Come on, man. Round 3 always gets me, man. Round 3 is cursed for me. I always start 2-0, and then, like, round 3 always gets me. Like, every tournament I start 2-1. And at NAIC, I thought it was going to be different. But freaking Mother Fricker crit my Flutter Mane. And I was so pissed. I was so mad. Ugh, I was so mad. Because I was so ready to start 3-0 at NAIC. And then the Mother Fricker crit my Flutter Mane. Better lucky than good, yeah. At the end of the day, better lucky than good. I still almost won, too. I still almost won the game, too. It literally came down to a damage roll on my Flare Blitz from my Arcanine. So, and then the guy that beat me, too, guess what? Literally lost every game after me. And meanwhile, I'm literally in the trenches fighting Gabriel Agati in round 4. We're the last literal table. Because our match is going 3 games and going to timer. And I beat him because my freaking Iron Bundle woke up one turn before max sleep. Most stressful game of my entire life. I'm fighting literally a pro player. And the guy that beat me last round because he crit my Flutter Mane and won the damage roll on my damn Arcanine literally lost every game after. I was so pissed. I was so mad. I literally left the event hall and I had to cool down, dude. Because I wanted it. That was the tournament I think I wanted it the most. You know what I mean? Like, I've never, like, wanted to win more than that tournament. So I literally had to leave the event hall and, like, cool down for a little bit. And thank God I did, because I think that allowed me to beat Gabriel. So, isn't Agati a champion? Yeah. I literally, like, he was literally 2-1 like me, and I pulled him round 4 at NAIC, my best finish ever. And I freaking, and our game was like we had a crowd forming around us because of how long our game was going. This is the game we play. Yeah, this is the game we play. I was locked in for that tournament. I played extremely well. And then I lost the mirror match to make day 2 because I was running Terra Blast instead of low kick on my King Gambit. And in the mirror match, you just lose. So, yeah. But it is what it is. It's fine. Didn't get out with the 0-star Truant earlier. That's all right, though. All right, we're going to go for Altaria, I think. Yeah, it's like, it's the last tournament before Worlds, so it's like July. So, how do I decide as a beginner what team I want to run? I would just pick a Pokemon you like. Even if it's not good, just pick a Pokemon you like, genuinely. The best way to get better at the game is to not, like, just take other people's teams and play with it. I think it's actually just building a team on your own. Because you're going to be playing people also doing the same thing. Because you're going to lose, but, like, that's fine. And then you're going to slowly improve because you're going to figure out the strengths of those Pokemon and all that. Like, my first team was pretty bad, like, in Scarlet and Violet. It was actually a pretty bad team, but I was able to get it to top 100 on the ladder. You know what I mean? Because I understood how to play the team. So, who's your #1 locked-in Pokemon? Even with Mawile? Mawile has a Mega. Mawile's good. Trust me. Alright, we're grabbing Altaria here. The disappointment is back. Dude, this game has been serving me pretty awful Pokemon Optic. Let's be honest here. They finally gave me a Kingdra, and it was like a horrible Kingdra. So don't be disappointed in me. Be disappointed in me at the randomizer. No, they never cap BST, but they restrict what Pokemons are allowed. Yeah. Yeah, I used Arboliva at the beginning of Scarlet and Violet. It's pretty useful. That's an interesting favorite Pokemon. Yep, Strength Sap, Leech Seed. It sets up grassy terrain. It's actually a really solid Pokemon. Its weaknesses just suck. Its typing is just pretty bad, realistically. Okay, its special attack doesn't seem very good. I'm running Zard. I'm sure I will run Zard at some point, yes. This game is serving me dog crap optic. It's serving me bad Pokemon, man. Just here to tell you your name is 10 out of 10. Thank you, Mr. Tilted Dolphin. I don't know why Automod held that message, but thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up, Basic Bruce? Yeah, this is just a GG Go Next. Game's just serving me bad mons right now. And anytime I feel like, I mean, even the Blaziken, even though we never caught it, it had horrible moves when we did see it. Yeah. Do it, the best gamer. Absolutely. Ooh. It's going to be really fun. It's going to be really fun to like build stuff with chat and see what chat comes up with. 100%. Yo, Lord Baronol, thanks for the prime and the 8 months. Appreciate it. That we don't, there's not like a thing in Showdown yet for champions yet. We don't know what all the Pokemon are in the format. Basic Bruce, thanks for the 5-pack of gifted subs. I really appreciate that, gamer. Thank you very much. Think there'll be an advantage for people bringing in Pokemon from home? They will definitely get them ahead, yes. 100%. Shogundi, what's good? Basic Bruce, if you want to change your favorite, let me know. Thank you so much for that 5-pack. Seriously appreciate that. Thank you. Ready to run my card Phoebus team to steamroll? Well, pick a Pokemon you like that's, I don't know, maybe not, you know, 190 BST, I guess. Yeah, Primeape and Annihilate both are really good, yeah. Guess I'll choose one of the favorites in Steelix. Steelix is a really good choice. Good job. I like Steelix. How much has your channel grown since Scarlet Violet dropped? A lot. A lot. I mean, there's a website called Twitch Tracker, and you can kind of see when Scarlet and Violet comes out on it, and you can kind of see like a big boost in followers and viewership when it first came out. And then all that and whatever. Alright, another bad Pokemon escaping. Cool. Can't wait to die in the wild. Barnabas, thank you for the 5-pack. Let me know if you want to change your favorite. Appreciate you so much. Take that 5-pack. But the final streak is unbelievable. That is pretty crazy. Yo, Massey with the Prime and the first time sub. Thank you, gamer. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We need some Dolphin Dumpers in chat for the first time sub chat room. Thank you very much. Current favorites are this. Snorlax is the next one that gets replaced. Let's go with Typhlosion. Good choice. I like Typhlosion. I feel like it's been a while since Typhlosion's been on the favorites too. On the same note of that has, you know, everybody has the same pool of Pokemon to choose from. I like Typhlosion overall. I like the Hisuian form a lot more, to be honest. I think it looks a lot cooler. It's got a lot more personality. I wonder how many times Champion will get downloaded between Switch 1, 2, mobile. Will probably be a ton. Oh yeah, for sure. Have any regional variants gotten megas? No, I don't think so. Yeah, Skittle Sour, we're gaming all right, that's for sure. I don't think they should either. I'm kind of okay with it, to be honest. Well, Greg, thank you for the 3-stream streak. Appreciate that. Thank you. Nah, we just died to Shedinja, Brian. Unfortunately, died a little too quickly. Who's better, one Rabombi or Ultra Necrozma? Ultra Necrozma is the better Pokemon, but I like Rabombi more. It's between, Dynamax is something all Pokemon can do. Mega is like something only some Pokemon can do. Yeah, I want to grab this Steelix level 8. Eight hours left on this sub deal. I better capitalize. Oh yeah, there is a sub deal thing going on. You know, Twitch didn't give us like any notifications of that happening, dude. Yo, Himmy, thank you for the 5-pack of gifted subs. Thanks, boss man. Kind of a steal. Yo, if you want to change a favorite, let me know, bro. Do you have a favorite? I would change it at the start of next stream because Gengar was added today, but you would be changing Gengar. Unless you want to keep it Gengar. Yeah, Super Metroid music's really good at. Like, I've never played it, but this song owns. Holds up? Yeah, it looks like it holds up, to be honest. Alright, sounds good, Himmy. I'll keep Gengar, though, for sure. These are the 5-pack, dude. I'll call you as soon as we're done with stream. We're going to be watching the Wolfie video in a little bit. It's on NSO? Yeah, I know it is. I know. I just need to play it. Types on remembering type effectiveness. Luckily, in the new games, it just tells you, but... Tips on remembering. I don't know if there's like a easy way to remember, to be honest. It might be like worth just coming up with your own silly ways to remember things. Like bugs eat plants in real life, so bugs super effective against grass or something. I don't know. A lot of them have like real life applications, so. Why is fighting bad against flying? Have you ever tried to punch a bird? Yeah. See, that's... Can you show up at 8, Steelix? Yeah, like poison in the ground is a tough one to remember, because ground like resists poison. That is a tricky one. Oh, of course. Psychic is weak to 3 types people are afraid of. That's a memorable one. Yeah. Cadabras of like Psychic's weak to dark, bug, and ghosts, and those are all like fears. Yeah. Rip you, dude. Rip Nate. Of course. Everything but the Steelix, right? Oh, and now you have Poison Tail. And now I'm poisoned! Oh, alright. Well, YOLO ball. Alright, well. GG. Alright, chat. Short Super Kaizo session today. Because today is only... it's going to be a shorter stream. It's going to be about 5 hours. So we're going to swap over to the Wolfie video. We're going to finish reacting to the Wolfie vid. So I'm sorry that it's a short Super Kaizo session today, but I was hoping it was just going to be Snorlax getting to the Safari. And then we could just watch the video. But, unfortunately, we're going to be swapping over to this. Bad seeds today. Very bad seeds today. That's okay. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to be starting Professor Layton on Tuesday as well. So, yeah. I'll be switching over to that. Let me switch the title, run ads, and we'll get comfy. See you in 3 v the ads. We'll be right back. I think it'll be better in singles than it will be in doubles, Pluto. I think it will be relevant. I think it will be relevant in singles more so than doubles, but I think it's a fun enough Pokemon that I'm excited to see what it has to offer. You know? I'm excited to see what it has to offer. God, Wolfie, I'm so sorry. This is a hell of a freeze frame. I'm so sorry, Wolfie. This is a hell of a freeze frame. My goodness. I'm so sorry, bud. All right. Okay. React to Wolfie vid. 100 to 1. What? Chat on phone? What? That frame capture? Yeah, sorry, bud. I didn't, you know, that's just, rather unfortunate that I paused it here. I didn't mean it, but, yeah, but I have a huge dilemma. Do I watch my TV and from the couch where I'm comfier, or on my PC where I can chat more effectively? Probably from the computer, so you can chat more effectively, I guess. So I think that's what I would go with. All right, YouTube chat, I'm going to try and move you here. There we go. Where are we on ads? 50 seconds. 50 seconds. We'll get started. So this is the top 100. I have a couple predictions here. I think Kyogre is the number 1. That would be my guess. Kyogre is number 1. And Tyranitar would be top 50. Charizard's top 10. Rayquaza top 10. Raging Bolt top 50. Honestly, Fluttermane top 10. I could see Fluttermane top 10. Pikachu is top 50 because of its how iconic it is. Dude, Pikachu at 25. That is a very awkward pause moment. Yeah, I literally said, I'm sorry, Wolfie. But all right, here we go. Let's do it.
I've estimated are, to the best of my abilities, the best ones ever made. These Pokemon put the rest to shame. But before we start talking about them, I thought it could be fun to talk about some of the statistics for the top 100 on the list as a whole. Generation 5, for example, performs by far the worst out of the top 100. It is true
I
that
love
6
Gen
is the
5.
fewest Pokemon represented, but again, remember that regional dex is really small. And so actually, percentage-wise, it's not doing as bad as
Xerneas is going to
5.
be
3
really
of the
high.
generations actually have fewer than 10
Mewtwo was
representatives
not
in
a
the
top 100. It's already
100.
been said.
Generation 2, 5, and 6. Generation 5 only gets 7 Pokemon in the top 100, which is especially surprising when you consider that Generation 5 has the single biggest Pokedex on our list.
That's power creep,
Having
Amane.
closer to 4 than 5%
Yeah, Skarmory got
representation in the top
ranked
100 is
just
really
outside
bad,
top 100.
and I don't know
It was like
exactly why this
114 or
is,
something.
but I do think Gen 5 is kind of in this uncanny valley where a lot of the Pokemon are not as like iconic and memorable as the ones from earlier generations, but they also tend to not be quite as strong as the Pokemon that have benefited more from power creep in later generations. And also they just generally received a little less love. In terms
Yeah,
of, like,
'cause it was
regional
like a soft
forms or Mega
reboot.
Evolutions or, you know, Gigantamax forms.
Corviknight
Generation
was
5
like
does tend to be
101 or
kind of the
something.
black sheep
Corviknight was
of the
literally
Pokemon
just outside top
franchise.
100.
Now it is worth noting that Legends ZA introduced a ton of
Corviknight
Mega
barely
Evolutions to these
outranks
Pokemon,
Skarm.
so I'm hoping that going forward they will see a little bit more love. But as of the time I'm recording this, that's the way things stand. Also interesting to note is our top performers. Now we all know which generation we would expect to be the most represented in the overall top 100 list, and that's Generation 1. And Generation 1 does perform quite well. But actually, Generation 1 is only the second most represented in the top 100. The best performing generation overall is Generation 9.
Power
this is in large
creep.
part due to power creep. Almost all of the Generation
Yeah,
9
look at
Pokemon
her. There
are
she
viable,
is.
and many of them are
Fluttermane,
very,
dude.
very, very good. Even though the Generation 1
Politoed,
Pokemon do
yes,
across the
Kingdra,
board
no,
tend
I
to perform
think.
better in terms of how iconic they are because they're the first generation. At this point in the
Empoleon's
list, all
done,
the Pokemon remaining are so good in terms
but
of
not
design
Lunala
and
and
in
Dragon
terms of
Ball.
how iconic they are, that being really good competitively actually is making up a big difference here at the top. Generation 9, by the way, has the most Pokemon represented, but it has a significantly smaller Pokedex than Generation 1. Now, we didn't want to talk about stats when we got to the top 200.
I'm
because,
having
just,
him
this is
attack
already
a
long
card
video,
I
and we
put
didn't
on the field myself.
Adam!
Now, Stone Soldier, attack the moon!
Thanks for the 33 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
overwhelm you, but there is something interesting
Nah,
that Zane just
Infernape
pointed out to me
is
that,
a mixed
Zach, Zane, you can just tell
attacker,
him.
which
So yeah, I've been doing most of the
struggles
stat
usually in
collection
VGC.
here, and I feel obligated to mention this because Generation 5 is one of my favorite generations of all time. Generation
Shedinja's
5
in the top
was
100,
doing pretty
yeah.
well in the bottom half versus top half stats. And what's actually interesting is that in top 200, it was doing okay also. It was still the second worst performing generation, but in terms of the actual mons there, it had a pretty high amount of
The
mons,
ranking
22,
metrics
which
are
is
how
right in the
iconic
range of
they
other
are,
things there.
overall
But when we get to
design,
top
and how
100,
good they
there's
are.
this huge fall off, and I think that that's because there are all of these Pokemon that we think of as really cool from Gen 5, but that just haven't, like Wolf said, got the love. Things like, you know, Terrakion.
Yeah,
and
most of the
Ferrothorn
Gen
and
5
Yanshao.
representations
I
up
do
here
think
are
it's
going to be the
interesting that they
Genies
all,
and
like, just
Volcarona.
couldn't quite make it that
Literally.
extra mile.
Like, because
That's a
their
lot of
box
these Pokemon that
legends aren't even
performed
that
really
good
well
either.
back then, or are really cool.
Like,
and yeah, when are we getting
Zekrom
Gen 5
and
remakes
Reshiram
next
are
week?
actually,
I guess
like,
that's what I'm saying.
really bad.
here.
I really
It
like your
sucks.
stats, Zane, but I did notice that you called Ferrothorn Ferrothorn, and therefore your entire opinion is invalid. 100 Pokemon still remain.
Here we
100
go. Top
Pokemon better
100,
than all the
chat.
rest. 100 Pokemon that have stood the test of time, that have persevered in the face of adversity. 100 Pokemon that have the grit, the gumption, the memorability, and the
grit.
competitive results to back
The
up their
gumption.
placement as the 100 best Pokemon of all time. each of them painstakingly evaluated on multiple criteria, so they could each be placed exactly where they belong, with precision that would impress a surgeon. And so it is my honor to introduce you to the 100th best Pokemon. The Pokemon that, when all the dust had settled, landed firmly
Shedinja
atop
will
one of
probably
the
be
most
top
illustrious
52, to be
categories in
honest.
all of gaming. The 100th best Pokemon is Pikachu.
Oh, wow.
I swear we did not win this. Pikachu obviously gets maximum scores for both.
Okay, so this is funny because this is probably the weakest Pokemon in the top 100, but it's obviously the most iconic, right? So
Iconicity and design. What you might be surprised to know is that it actually has a pretty decent competitive history, thanks to
Yeah.
its signature item, the Light
I
Ball,
don't hate
and its
this either.
signature Gigantamax form. Pikachu may be the biggest benefactor of nepotism in the entire franchise, but make no mistake, it has
Nepotism.
earned its place on this list with its own hard work.
I don't hate this choice.
Number 99 is Tatsugiri, a Pokemon that is perhaps a little bit too viable with an incredible design. Number 98 goes to our highest placing
Really?
regional form, Hisuian Arcanine.
I feel like Tatsugiri could have been lower because it's a hard one to rank because of its like combo with Dondozo. I feel like they probably like Dondozo has to be higher because Solo Dozo is a lot better than Solo Tatsu. But Hisuian Arcanine right here. There was a while in Scarlet and Violet actually. After the very first season of Scarlet and Violet, the second season started, and there were I think 5 straight regionals. Now this could be 1 or 2 off. I think it's only one. If I'm wrong, it's like 1 off. There was 5 straight regionals. The winning team had a Hisuian Arcanine. This Pokemon is good, even though it's Fire Rock. This Pokemon is very good.
Arcanine was already a great Pokemon, but I think they did a good job of redesigning it in a way that feels both memorable and is a unique way to play it compared to the base form. They also
Really,
managed to
Cruz,
take
that's
Makaro's
awesome.
typing and make it usable, which I think deserves major
Yeah,
props.
absolutely.
Number 97 is Sneasler.
Ah!
I do not like Sneasler, but I cannot deny that she is a girl boss.
She is a girl boss, and it was on my draft league team that ended up winning. I gotta say, it's quite the Pokemon. Dire Claw is a menace, and everyone hates Dire Claw. So.
And she deserves her place here in the top 100 as much as I don't want to admit it.
Yep.
Number 96 is Greninja.
Really?
Greninja is an interesting case because I think it's one of the most memorable and famous and well-loved Pokemon of all time, and that's the reason why it deserves its spot in the top 100. It
Yeah.
can't be put much higher
'Cause
up
otherwise-
because Greninja's competitive viability is a lot lower than you
Yeah,
might expect.
it's not very
given how
viable.
cool it looks. But there were times where Greninja was good. It never got to be great, but maybe Mega Greninja will change that.
True.
Number 95 is Jirachi. Now, mythical
Superman thinks
Pokemon are not
125 stream
competitively legal, but if Jirachi was legal, it would be quite good. Jirachi, I think, is especially
Could have been
memorable.
lower. I
Anyone
hate
watched
Jirachi.
That Jirachi movie as a kid. I love that movie as a kid. And Jirachi has a great design. It's
No, it
certainly
doesn't.
one of the 100 best Pokemon.
It's disgusting.
94 goes to Dondozo.
There he
If this
is.
was purely based on my emotions, Dondozo would be in the 1100s. It would be after the Pokedex ends. However,
Everyone hates. So if you play comp, you will hate this Pokemon. That's just the facts. Like, it is so obnoxious to play around. It is just you will hate Dozo. But I will say Solo Dozo is pretty fun to play.
it is very memorable, it's very good, and the design is really cool. Dondozo introducing a super mech combination style mechanic to the Pokemon franchise, I do think is neat. And it does
Yeah, it is really neat. I think it's cool that they tried this, but I think in practice it sucks. And I think that's just the reality.
also outplaces Tatsugiri because even though I do like the 3 different colored Tatsugiris and their unique interactions with Order Up, Dondozo can function without Tatsugiri in a way that Tatsugiri could never dream of.
Yeah.
Even though Tatsugiri is the commander, it seems like it's Dondozo who's calling the shots.
Yep.
Number 93 is
Ooh, Tapu
Lele.
Lele.
Hulu is the only Tapu not inside the top 100.
Which
And I
makes
honestly think
sense.
The Tapus as
The-
a whole
all the
really nailed
Tapus are
concept of a
really
legendary
good.
Quartet. All of the Tapu
Yeah.
Pokemon are memorable because they introduced terrains to the series in a way
Yep.
that was actually accessible.
They're all
rather than
really good,
clicking
too.
grassy terrain with your Go-Goat. And I think it's really a testament to how broken the Tapus were that Lele, who can destroy your entire team with a psychic move,
Yep.
places only at rank 96. We'll have to see
If
where
this
the other
Pokemon
Tapus
clicks
end up.
Psychic, you
92
die.
is Darkrai. Darkrai is another mythical Pokemon, meaning that it's almost never legal in official competitive
Yep.
tournaments. However, its design is great, and its signature move
It's
has
cool.
certainly had an impact on the competitive scene. 91
true.
goes to a Generation 9 evolution of a Generation 1 Pokemon. It's Annihilate.
Oh.
I think that they really
Man, dude, I tell you what, man. The amount of standoffs I've had with Annihilate in Scarlet and Violet is a lot. If you were around during Scarlet and Violet on my stream, the amount of times we had to face off against this thing was very, very high. This This Pokemon is a menace, man. It has this attack called Rage Fist, and Rage Fist goes up in 50 power every time you deal damage to it. No matter how strong or how weak the move is. And it just has infinite scaling on it. So if you hit him even once, he has 150 power ghost type move with stab. So, yeah. Very cool.
Nailed an
yes,
from a design
Drake,
perspective,
yes.
and I also love
That's
its
the plan.
signature move Rage Fist because it introduces a really new way to play Pokemon that we haven't ever had to manage before.
Yep.
They also did a good job in making sure that it had multiple viable sets that it could use and wasn't just forced to be a setup Rage Fist Pokemon.
People use beat up
Overall,
with
I think
it,
it's a
like
great
Kiki.
design, and they really nailed
It
it.
is
from
a really good
competitive
design, though.
standpoint. Number 90 goes to a Pokemon that in some ways we've seen before on this list. because
Shout
it
outs
has
to Aaron,
multiple
Cybertron,
forms.
Zang.
The second highest placing among them, though, is Rotom Heat. The design is so funny. I love the idea.
Shout
of, like,
outs
a
to Aaron,
possessed easy bake
Cybertron,
oven.
Zang.
And Rotom Heat for a while was a very good competitive Pokemon. 89 is another evolution of a Pokemon that's been around for a while. A Pokemon whose pre-evolution saw success before it even was a pre-evolution.
Yep.
The 89th best Pokemon on the list is King Gambit.
So this was on that NAIC team I was talking about earlier. The lead with that team, it was just, we called it Good Mons is what we called it. That was the team name. It was Chinpao, Dragonite, Arcanine, King Gambit, Fluttermane, and Iron Bundle. And the lowest BST Pokemon on that team is this guy at 550. That's why we just called it Good Mons. We called it Good Mons, the team. This guy has 550 BST. He was the lowest BST Pokemon on that team. And the actual go-to lead on that team was Fluttermane, King Gambit, because we ran Assurance on King Gambit, which doubles in power if the Pokemon has already been hit. So you would just have Fluttermane out, and you could Icy Wind, Shadow Ball, Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, whatever you wanted to do. And if you hit Assurance into something, it was going to die, because it would double in power, and then King Gambit gets stab on it, and so on and so. And it's getting chipped by a Fluttermane. So very cool. Very cool, Mon. Have a lot of good memories with this guy.
King Gambit has an incredible design. I love that it completes the chess imagery and naming system from the pre-evolutions.
Yep.
And it is a very good competitive Pokemon that has a cool signature move, a really sick signature ability, and ends up feeling consistently like a very good Pokemon without overstepping into broken territory. Number 88 goes to another classic Generation 1
Articuno!
Pokemon, and this time it's a legendary. That's
amazing.
Articuno. Articuno for a long time was thought of as one of the worst legendary Pokemon competitively, though I think everybody agreed that the design was incredible.
Yep.
However, during Scarlet and Violet's lifespan, it actually won a tournament, and a major tournament at that. With its newfound competitive success and its incredible design, it absolutely deserves to be here in the top
I agree
100.
with this.
Number 87, Regieleki. I love the Reggies.
I like the Reggies too, but frick Regieleki. Thank God it sucked in Scarlet and Violet, because this thing was so brutal in Sword and Shield, man. This Pokemon was a nightmare. They had to nerf its ability. So this thing's ability, because of its speed stat, was just so overly broken. They decided to nerf this thing's ability, but not Regidrago's, even though they have the same ability for their specific type. But because this thing is 200 speed, it had to be nerfed.
I love the Reggies back in Generation 5. I brought Registeel to Worlds. That was not a good decision, but I did do it. When I heard they were making new Reggies, I was both excited and worried, because like there's pretty big shoes to fill. Prior to Generation 8, none of the Reggies had ever been considered any good, and so I kind of figured, well, if they're making new ones, they're probably also going to be bad. And so I was quite
that's
surprised
cool that they
Regieleki was
highlight in the
actually quite
background.
good.
Did you see
But I was more
the
surprised by
Pokemon
though
that
is
have
how
been
fun the design
done?
is.
That's
I mean,
cool.
it's
That's a
basically
really
this,
good
like,
editing thing.
overflowing light bulb. And despite not being a Pokemon that like has a super expressive face, it's actually quite cute. The way that it bounces around in battle, I find really endearing.
Yeah, that's
I
great
think
and all, but
Regieleki
it's a
hits this
nightmare.
nice sweet spot of having a really fun design that is inspired.
You see how they have the thing in the background, how it's like light, like all the Pokemon are like lit up? That's a really, really cool touch. Like, that's something the editing team didn't have to do, but they did it.
By the original trio that it's based on, or I guess adding on to, while still having
That's
its
amazing
own unique
effort
and
there.
distinct feeling. Number 86, Mousehold. First of all, the name. I mean, how could a Pokemon that's a household of mouse not end up in the top 100? That's how you know this list is serious, okay? Anyway, Maushold is awesome. I love Maushold. This has got to be one of the best Generation 9 Pokemon, certainly. Mousehold's a cool Pokemon from a competitive standpoint because it has 2 roles that it can fill. The first uses its signature move Population Bomb to just destroy opponents. And the
So
second
I
plays
am not a fan of
supportive
Wolfie
role.
anymore.
I think Mousehold's Generation 9 introduces Pokemon that are fun and
No,
don't
it's
take
okay.
themselves too
I hate
seriously
this
while still having
Pokemon.
good and memorable designs.
People know.
Number
People
85
know.
is-
Oh my God! My 2 most hated Pokemon are back to back. Oh my God. Okay, that is hilarious. My 2 most hated Pokemon are literally back to back. I hate Maushold and I hate Togekiss for pretty much the same reasons. Because they have this obnoxious ability to be extremely offensive, or they can be extremely defensive. And they're insanely good at both of their roles. And guess what? You have to guess. Like, it's just so stupid. And guess what? They also both get follow me. Look at it over here. I'm stupid. These Pokemon are awful. They should be removed from the game, and they're a crutch. If you use them, you're not good.
Is Togekiss.
That's
If
not
I
it.
told you that Togekiss was at one point the single best Pokemon in the game, you might find it hard to believe, but it's true. During the first formats of Sword and Shield, Togekiss was not only good, it was extremely centralizing. Even
Yes.
back when Togekiss was running the game, it had a couple different sets it could use.
Yes.
One involved combining the
Not a
ability Super
couple,
Luck with the
try
Hellraiden
10.
Scope Lens, which meant all of its attacks had a 50% chance to critical hit.
Yes.
So players would Dynamax Togekiss and then just hope that it crit everything, which it would do 50% of the time.
Which is
It also could play a
horrible.
supportive role outside of Dynamax, using moves like Follow Me and Yawn and Helping Hand to
Hates
disrupt
mobile
your opponents
roles.
or boost your teammates. As with pretty much every Pokemon of the top 100, Togekiss has a great design.
And?
But I think that Togekiss is especially
An open
memorable
team sheet is
because,
not
like,
that bad.
Togepi was so
But on
memorable
ladder,
for those of us who
it's
grew up
extremely-
with the
I
anime.
hate
And while
Follow
I like
Me.
Togetic, I do think it's
I
a
hate-
little bit disappointing, at least from a competitive angle. And so having Togekiss be introduced and have it be actually one of the best evolutions
Open
introduced in
team
that
sheet
Generation
now.
4 like period, I personally think is really cool.
But yeah,
Number 84
Follow Me is the biggest-
Nihilego. Nihilego is one of the best.
Follow Me is the biggest offender here. Like, that's the big combining double sin of these Pokemon. This is Nihilego. This is rock poison. I know it doesn't look like it. It looks like a jellyfish, and it's pretty cool. Competitively, actually.
Ultra Beast. It gets extra points because the scene where it takes over
What
Lucimene's
does Follow Me do? Well, in a double battle, if you use Follow Me, all attacks will go into that Pokemon, which I know doesn't sound like it would be that good, but it's the most broken move in the game.
I think is pretty memorable and therefore makes it more iconic. And I think also the idea of this poison rock jellyfish is really cool. Nihilego was also one of the best competitive Pokemon in Sun and Moon and even had a little bit of success in Sword and Shield. I think it would have been pretty good in Scarlet and Violet if it had been in the game as well.
Yeah.
It functions as this fast and offensive special attacker who takes advantage of the fact that it has like pretty good special bulk to actually be pretty annoying. And it uses its ability Beast Boost quite well, where every time it gets a KO, it can get either a special attack or a speed boost, depending on how you've trained it. It's a cool and fun Pokemon to use. It plays a pretty big role in the main story of the Sun and Moon games and maybe the anime. I didn't watch it. And I think its status as an Ultra Beast elevates it even further. Also, Zaina just reminded me that Lily's design is actually based on Nihilego. Like, there's a parallel because Lucamine is so obsessed with this Pokemon and is not obsessed with her daughter. I think that's pretty cool. Number 83 is Gardevoir. I don't think that anybody's going to argue with me that Gardevoir is both memorable and iconic.
For good and bad reasons. It has a Mega. It's always relevant in the TCG. Yeah.
But what I think is interesting about Gardevoir is that it's actually filled a couple different roles in competitive Pokemon. If you look at Gardevoir's stats, it doesn't seem like a super good Pokemon, but it actually won the World Championships when holding a Choice Scarf. Mega Gardevoir is also seen a fair
that's
bit of
right, it
success, even winning the US National Championships. back
Wait,
in
that was the
holding a Choice
Pachirisu
Scarf.
team. Yeah, that's literally the Pachirisu team. Yeah. It's literally the Pachirisu team. With Mega Gary, by the way. We'll have to run some Mega Gyarados when we,
Isn't this a Gardevoir stream?
What's up, Slim? Thanks for the 31 months, dude.
Mega Gardevoir has also seen a fair bit of success, even winning the US National Championships back in 2015. Gardevoir benefited a lot from the addition of the Fairy typing, and I think it's really great that they also let it keep the
Really,
Psychic typing,
Egos?
because even
I
though there
missed
are
that.
other Psychic and
I didn't
Fairy
watch all the
types,
games from
still
yesterday.
lets
I watched
Gardevoir keep a
the.
somewhat
I
unique
watched
identity.
top 4.
Number 82
finals.
is Swampert.
Wow.
It's been a little bit since we had a starter Pokemon, but there are a fair few of them in here. Swampert is just the best, right? Mudkip
Swampert's
is probably
sick.
the most popular Generation 3 starter. That's a tough one because all 3 of them are so beloved, but I think Mudkip is probably the most popular.
Yeah, I
Swampert
would
being
agree.
its final form is pretty cool. And even though I think Swampert is a lot stronger in a playthrough than it is in competitive Pokemon, it has a couple results. In fact, it actually got top 8 at the World Championships back in
It has a
2012.
mega, too.
It's not a Pokemon that I think is mostly known for being a competitive threat, but I think the fact that it's so memorable and it still can keep up competitively is pretty cool. Number 81 is
good.
Tornadus
Wow.
Incarnate Form.
This seems actually low, to be honest. This feels kind of low. And it's not because, like, I like this Pokemon. This Pokemon is just always relevant when it's legal, honestly. This is a extremely relevant Pokemon. It's very ugly. No one likes it, but it is a very, very relevant Pokemon no matter what when it's allowed. But hey, I don't hate this. I think 81 is fair. The design must really hurt here, but I would have guessed top 50 for sure.
This is one of the best competitive Pokemon of all time, period.
Yep.
Tornadus is the original Prankster Tailwind setter, and
Yep.
Prankster Tailwind is one of the best forms of speed control in all of competitive play. Tornadus is also interesting because it's filled a bunch of different roles over the years. Tornadus, when it was first introduced, was actually a physical attacker, using the move
Oh,
Acrobatics
yeah,
in
that's
combination
true.
with the Flying Gem. And actually, when Tornadus won Worlds, it didn't even have the Prankster ability. It used its hidden ability to Defiant.
Oh,
Over
yeah,
the past decade, though,
Defiant,
Tornadus has changed a lot. And is now good generally, but especially good when it's paired with Kyogre. Kyogre makes all of its inaccurate flying moves 100% accurate, and that is a pretty nice buff for a Pokemon that is actually quite strong, given that it mainly fills a supportive role. Number 80 is Farigiraf. Farigiraf is my favorite Pokemon introduced in Scarlet and Violet.
Good choice. This is a good choice to be your favorite from Scarlet and Violet. Like, this Pokemon is such a good design. This is a good designed Pokemon. It's good for competitive, for the health of the game, IMO. I think this is, I don't know. This is a really, really good, cool Pokemon. And I've always been a big Girafarig fan, so when I saw this evolution, I was really happy for it.
It's just so cool. Its signature ability, Armor Tail, is just a lot of fun to play with because it lets you shut down your opponent's priority moves without needing to commit to using Psychic
Yeah,
Terrain.
short of stream today.
It can function both as a defensive Trick Room setter or as an offensive Trick Room sweeper. That's my personal favorite set. And I think it's a Pokemon that's really skill expressive. In the first 2 years of Scarlet and Violet, Farigiraf got second at the World Championships and then won. I also feel like I like Farigiraf extra because Girafarig is a Pokemon that was so forgotten for so long and also is just so bad.
Yeah.
Like nobody was ever considering using Girafarig, right? And so to give it an evolution and have that evolution end up in this really nice sweet spot of being really good.
This clip from the anime is crazy.
And so to give it an
Look at
evolution
this.
and have that evolution end up in
Like,
this really
they're
nice
just
sweet
running
spot
with this
of
thing.
being really good, sometimes even great, but not being overpowered and still feeling true to the original Pokemon, I just think it's awesome.
Yeah, it's
Number
cool.
79, Clefairy. You might not
Thank God, like, all the follow me users are getting done because I hate playing against this thing too. I like Clefairy, but I hate playing against it. Frick follow me. Frick friend guard.
expect to see an
Hate it for the same reasons I hate
Clefairy
Togekiss
is
and
actually
Maushold.
better than Clefable in competitive play. This is in large part because Clefairy has the ability Friend Guard, which Clefable loses, and Friend Guard is really great in the official competitive format. Clefairy is a really fun Pokemon. It's also the Pokemon that I personally associate with like stone evolutions just as a whole. I guess that and the Eevees
Ah, the
probably,
Moonstone,
because
yeah.
that was the first Pokemon I think I ever evolved using a Moonstone.
Wait,
which might have been the
Clefable
first
hasn't been
Pokemon I
said
ever
yet,
evolved with
though.
the Stone period. It's a fun Pokemon. It's super cute, super memorable, very iconic, and
Yep.
the fact that it also gets to be good competitively is just the cherry on top.
Yep.
Number 78.
Heatran.
I love Heatran. Is he a frog? I think he might be a frog.
No, he's a
Some
horse.
legendary Pokemon just feel like weirdos, but I think Heatran really feels very legendary. I just made a lot of people
Heatran's a
mad.
horse.
Like, okay, here's what I'll say about Heatran. Heatran is who Volcanion thinks he is, but he's not. Heatran's Heatran. Heatran's a cool Pokemon competitively. There were years where it was one of the best. Now I would say
Yeah.
it's only okay some of the time, but it is still pretty cool. Fire and Steel typing is sick.
Do you guys think those are horns? You guys, would you guys consider like those horns on the side of his head, or is that like, just like a funny hat? Yeah, he's got hooves. Clearly, they're handles for riding. Those are handlebars. Okay. Yeah, Heatran. I mean, I think Heatran's cool. Most of my experience against Heatran is like with in singles. It's a menace in singles. Air balloon, no weaknesses, all that kind of stuff. But yeah.
Immunity to fire type moves is really cool. Heatran can work both in and out of Trick Room. It can work with Sun. It doesn't need Sun to
They're
be
not
up.
horns,
It's a
they're
pretty
horses.
flexible
Those are
Pokemon.
wings?
Also, it's a frog.
Oh.
And I guess what
It's
I'm
a
learning is that I
horse.
like frogs. Number 77,
Ugh.
Ursaluna Blood Moon.
For this Pokemon to be this high and it's just introduced, that's how you know power creep is real. This thing is absurd. This is Blood Moon Ursaluna, evolves from Ursaring. And it is like, I mean, this thing is crazy. What is it? Base 140 special
That's
attack,
just very
145
poor.
special attack. It gets a signature move called Blood Moon, and it's 140 power. Guess what and it's 100 accuracy. Guess what the drawback is? He can't use it next turn. What do? You just hit protect. Who cares?
This Pokemon is strange. Competitively speaking, it's very powerful. It's been good when legendary Pokemon are banned. It's been very good when legendary Pokemon are legal. What I think is most interesting about Ursaluna Blood Moon is that it exists.
Yeah.
I feel like in recent Pokemon games, they really are trying to give love to Pokemon that are older and have kind of been forgotten by time. But Ursaluna Blood Moon is a play on Ursaluna, who was only just introduced in Legends Arceus.
Very
that being said, I'm
strange.
glad that it exists, even though it sucks to play against. Because the idea of this zombie bear that walks on two legs is very unique.
It's
and very
terrifying
memorable.
is what
And
it
I think it's
is.
a
Look at
job
that.
of taking the moon like iconography that exists in the Teddy Ursa and Ursaring and Ursaluna line and kind of giving it this more spooky Halloween theme. And I think that it's a Pokemon that even if you only see it once or twice, you are likely to remember. And I'm sure
I can't
people
believe
only
this
grow
Pokemon
fonder
is real,
towards it the
dude.
longer it remains out. I'm future-proofing this list, okay? I'm predicting that people are going to continue to like Ursaluna Blood Moon. Number 76, Terapagos. This Pokemon deserves to be in the top 100 because of how many plushies it has sold. Terapagos has 3 forms.
It could have been
There's the form that
lower.
makes doubles players mad. There's the form that makes
It
singles
could
players
have
mad.
been
And there's the form that
lower.
sells plushies.
This thing
Well,
is
it
not
doesn't really
even
have
that
3 forms
good, man.
functionally
I've
because you can never use
tried
the plushie
playing this
form, but the fact
Pokemon.
that
It
there's 2 forms,
sucks.
different abilities, and that
I
you
think
actually
people
have
that
a
think this
trade-off
Pokemon
as to
good
when
are
you
coping.
terrestrialize
Looking at
it
you,
is
Cruz.
genuinely very interesting.
Hydro, thanks for the
I
33
think
months.
Terapagos does a good job of introducing a mechanic that is powerful, but having things about the Pokemon remain balanced.
Bro, Turtle's
that
number 1 on the
keeps it
ladder right now? You're a
relatively
liar.
in check. Like if you think about it, they made a Pokemon with a super strong signature move that you cannot resist no matter what you do that hits both of your opponents, and they gave it to a Pokemon with quite good stats across the board, and yet they designed it to be just not strong enough for it to actually take over the game, and it actually ended up as not one of the strongest restricted Pokemon. So competitively speaking, I think Terapagos is quite good. I also think from a design angle, it's very easy to hate on newer legendary Pokemon. I think people are in some ways predisposed to dislike newer Pokemon in general because they don't have that nostalgia
Because
factor.
they already
And
have
I
a
think the
favorite,
fact that Terapagos is so universally liked is a real testament to how good a job they did with the design. Also, I have to say that I love the reference to turtles all the way down. It's like one of my favorite phrases, and so to see it represented in a Pokemon is just great. Okay, here we go. This is a big one. Number 75 is Pachirisu.
Honestly, I didn't even realize Pachirisu hadn't been done yet. And this is literally only because it's won a world championship. And this is the poster child of you can win with bad Pokemon, you know what I mean? Yeah, you know the story.
Pachirisu is great. It's a world champion. Did you know? Hey,
Yeah.
Did
Did
you
you know
Pachirisu can even
it
take
won
down super
worlds?
strong
Oh my
dragon
God.
Pokemon like
Isn't that
Salamence
crazy?
And Tyranitar. He's a dragon type, right?
Yo, Stig, thanks for the
Pachirisu
prime of the
beat
4
all these
months.
strong Pokemon. Wow, that's so cool. It is cool. It is cool. I'm not dogging on Pachirisu here, and it's 75th overall, 75th best Pokemon of all time.
Yep.
One thing
It's
I will say
cool.
about Pachirisu is that a lot of the Pikachu clones are not good, and Pachirisu, I don't think it's like so good in a vacuum, but I think it's awesome that it did have this one moment, this one tournament where it was able to literally become the world champion because of the unique things that it could offer. It's cute, it's memorable. I mean, it's very memorable. It's certainly iconic.
Certainly
And it's a world
iconic.
champion, so it
Sage
gets
and
some
Park,
competitive
baby.
points as well. Good job, Pachirisu. Number 74 is Lucario. How many of you have that big Lucario plushie? You know the one I'm talking about? It's like 6 feet tall. Don't answer that. I asked the question and
I was gonna say, like, this is a trap. Don't actually put that in the comments if you have it, because Wolfie's gonna put you on a list or something. Pull that one back.
decided that I do not want to know. Lucario is like a capital P Pokemon. You know what I mean? People love this thing. Lucario is literally the aura Pokemon. And okay, granted,
I'll be honest, I've never really been a fan of
Lucario.
Lucario. I know a lot of people really like this
Aura's
Pokemon.
pretty cool.
I've never
It's in
been a
Smash
real big
Brothers,
fan
it's
of it.
featured in a movie, and it actually is okay competitively.
It's all right.
It's not necessarily the best Pokemon often, but it is normally usable. And the fact that
in my personal list, I definitely would have ranked this a
only
lot
works in
lower.
its favor. I bet eventually it gets new forms as well because it is just that popular. Okay, number 73 is
Scizor.
Scizor.
Iconic.
Scizor. I think that's what he sounds like in Smash, but I'm kind of forgetting.
Yep.
Scizor in many ways redeems all bug
This
type
thing
Pokemon.
is sick, man.
It's okay that all these
Scizor
garbage
is so
bug types
sick.
exist
Choice
because we
Band and
have
Bullet
Scizor.
Punch and
Fun fact, I
singles,
actually won the US
man.
National
You can't get away
Championships
from this
alongside Aaron
Pokemon.
Zhang in the same year. We sat back to back and played the finals of US Nationals, and we both won with the same or similar teams built around Swords Dance Scizor. So I have a soft spot for Scizor. I mean,
Scizor's
there's
cool.
This red armored coated bug. I think that's great.
Yeah, he's
I love that
in
Scizor feels like a
Pokken
true
tournament.
evolution of Scyther.
He's
And I
dope.
think the fact that you trade it while holding the metal coat item in order to literally coat your bug in metal I think that's really great, and it's a detail that I really love.
Yeah,
the
they're
first
both
time that I
super
saw it.
peak.
Scissor's not the strongest competitive Pokemon anymore.
Scyther was just
but
outside
there was
top
a time where
100.
it was one of the best Pokemon.
Scyther got a really
and
high
thanks to
ranking
its
too.
Mega Evolution, it does occasionally see play. Like it actually won an international championship back in 2018. It's a Pokemon that I think has enough going for it that it can always be good.
Yep.
And even if it is never dominant again, I think it has proved itself over the course of competitive Pokemon's history that it very much deserves its spot near the top of the list.
I can agree with this. It's cool.
Caesar. Number 72 is
Suicune.
That's another Pokemon from a movie. You'll watch the Celebi movie. I really like that one. I don't know if it's actually good.
It's a good
really
movie.
Like I think that Suicune
It's a
is
good
the best
movie.
of the
They have
legendary
dark,
dogs. That's my
evil
opinion. Don't get mad at
balls.
me. That's my opinion. I think Suicune is the best. I mean, it's probably the
Suicune
best
is
competitively
relevant.
speaking, although Entei has recently seen a resurgence.
Entei
But in
is
terms of
better
design,
at
I
the
think that
moment.
Suicune, it just has this like sleekness and this grace and this like,
Suicune and
beauty to it that I
Entei
actually don't think that many Pokemon have.
We'll
Lots of
probably
Pokemon are
keep
cool
trading
or
on who's
cute,
more
But I
relevant.
think like elegant is not a word I would describe many Pokemon as, except for like Trubbish. But Suicune is elegant, although it is
It's
a real
elegant,
bastard
it's
to
cool,
play against.
it's got a
This
great
Pokemon
battle
is so
cry.
unbelievably tanky. It sits in the field and it scalds you for forever and it burns all your Pokemon and it sets up Tailwind. Maybe it's not as elegant as I thought. Number 71 is Ogerpon Cornerstone Mask. The masks are ranked separately.
The masks are ranked separately? So every single mask is going to be in the top 100. Wow. That's crazy because this is the first one we've seen. Wowee. I do agree with it being ranked separately, by the way. I'm actually not that shocked about that. But that means it does get 4 slots in the top 100 because this is the first one we've seen. There's 4. And the grass one should be here before this one. This one is way better, first of all. Yeah.
We don't know who's behind them. It could be any Pokemon. Ogerpon is probably the most beloved legendary introduced in Generation 9. I feel like most of the time people have a strong attachment to a Pokemon.
I mean,
because
it's
of stuff,
cute
like,
and people
outside of the
like it,
game,
but
like the
I do
anime,
think the
or maybe,
grass
I don't know,
mask
like
should
card
be
game where they have
the
some
least
special experience.
good
But the
one.
story that you experience with Ogerpon, where she's basically getting bullied by these 3 poison type jerks, I think really resonated with a lot of people.
That pretty much is the
and seeing her
story.
beat them up with her hammer was pretty good. Cornerstone is ranked the lowest out of all the Ogerpon masks, and I wouldn't say it's because it's necessarily competitively the worst. Teal Mask is probably the worst.
Yeah.
I would put Cornerstone at second from the bottom, although they're all good. They've all
They're
seen
all
success
good.
before.
Yeah.
But I do think that out of all of them, Cornerstone has the worst design, although it is close. So the other Ogerpons are not far
That's
away.
fair.
Number 70 is Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh gets bonus points because of how iconic it is and how memorable it is. It appears in the first episode of the Pokemon anime, and that's before we even knew.
And
like, what
Ho-Oh
Ho-Oh
has never been relevant before. Just want to throw this out there. Ho-Oh has effectively never been relevant until, like, Sword and Shield, barely, and then Scarlet and Violet. Somehow, it was never relevant and really bad. And then, all of a sudden, in these later games, it is now relevant, somewhat relevant, in these games. After power creep has happened. So, that just goes to show, like, the typing of a Pokemon could be extremely relevant in the future. So
was like Ho-Oh wasn't even in the first 151 Pokemon.
yeah,
right?
Ho-Oh's
Now,
in episode 1 of the
competitively
anime.
speaking,
Yeah.
Ho-Oh's a restricted Pokemon, which means whenever it's legal, many other powerful Pokemon are legal as
Yeah.
well, and it sometimes has trouble keeping
never
up.
good in
That being
TCG,
said, the
yes.
most recent time Ho-Oh was legal, it actually had a pretty good performance.
But
In
it
part
was-
thanks to
there
some
was
new
never a
tools, like
deck-
easier
well,
access to its hidden.
Okay, so I can only speak for when I played. In Sun and Moon, you only played a one of it in your Volcanion deck. You never played a deck. Oh wait, no, there was the Kiawe Ho-Oh deck. Yeah, it was okay in the TCG, I guess is what I would say.
Ability Regenerator and the new item Clear Amulet. While it's not the
Lugia
most
was
popular
outside
Pokemon,
top
it
100.
is certainly good
It's like
enough to
120.
land at a spot in the top 100. Number 69 is another restricted Pokemon.
69!
Palkia. I did not know what they were feeding the developers when they made Generation 4,
Nice!
but they should have kept
Horse!
feeding them whatever it was.
That's a
If
horse!
I told you that there was a video game and it had been coming out for 9 generations,
Palkia's a
you would
horse.
probably guess that by Generation 3 or Generation 4, the characters within it would lose some of their iconicity, right? That the developers would run out of ideas or they would feel less memorable. But when I look at Palkia, I see one of the most iconic and memorable Pokemon ever made. It's interesting because Palkia in a way does feel
Palkia's battle cry is literally just a dude screaming. It's literally ah, kind of like
design-wise
Guzzlord.
distinct from any of the previous legendaries. It feels more monstrous. It feels more primal in a way, and yet it is still undeniably very cool.
It's so
also
cool.
had some good success in
Palkia and
competitive
Dialga
formats,
are
at times being one of the best restricted
honestly
Pokemon, mostly being used as a Trick Room sweeper. And
some of the
attacker.
coolest
Palkia is
legendaries
partially
they've ever
memorable
made.
because it matches up so well into Kyogre.
It's a
because
shame
it's
they
actually
weren't
one of
really
the few
relevant
Pokemon
in
that can take
Scarlet
multiple
and
water
Violet.
hits, which is not true of most restricted Pokemon.
In Swords
It's
and
also worth
Shield,
noting that
Palkia was
became a
better
horse
than
recently, but
Dialga,
it's
but-
not a very good horse, so it's normally better in its more phallic form. Number 68 is Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan is the single best Mega Evolution, period.
This is true. Kangaskhan, if you are not familiar with Kangaskhan, the Mega, when it got introduced, gets this really silly ability called Parental Bond, which essentially lets it attack twice in one turn. The second hit is 50% of the power. I believe it's 50% of the turn 1 power. With access to priority and it getting a Mega, gave it a ton more stats. So you can understand why that would be a problem.
At least that's true prior to ZA's Mega Evolutions, which I haven't played with yet, so I can't speak to. Kangaskhan is mostly up here because of its competitive prowess.
Yes.
Of course, being one of the original 151 Pokemon, it is memorable.
Iconic.
And it is iconic. And I do like the design as well. I also
It's
like the design
cool.
of the
It's a
Mega
cool
Evolution.
mon.
I think the fact
Giovanni
that,
had
that
it.
the baby comes out of the pouch is really funny.
Yeah,
but
it
the
is
fact
really
that they kept
funny.
it simple, I think actually really enhances how good the design is. Anyway, Kangaskhan is turbo broken. When it first released, this mon was not balanced. And I think it's telling that in Generation 7, they actually gave Mega Kangaskhan a couple pretty major nerfs, and it still remained as one of the best Mega Evolutions. Number 67,
Shedinja.
I actually don't think I need to explain Shedinja. I think people
You
understand
guys
why
know all
Shedinja's
about
here. It's been good
Shedinja.
competitively. I think it's one
Shedinja
of the
6'7".
most memorable and most iconic
6'7"
Pokemon
for
of all time,
Shedinja.
specifically because of Wonder Guard and the 1 HP interaction. I said I wasn't going to explain it, so
We
I'm not.
just
Moving
lost an
on.
ironMON
Number
run to this
66,
guy.
Raichu.
And also, just to go a little more in depth for Shedinja, like he's a win condition. You can essentially play like 3 versus 4 and just eliminate the Pokemon that have super effective moves against Shedinja. You send out Shedinja, you just win the game. So he's literally a win condition built into your team.
Pikachu's evolution had to be on here, right? And it's worth noting that I'm filming this before I've seen Mega Raichu X and Mega Raichu Y, so Raichu could, in theory, even climb even higher. That being said, it's the Raichu, it's the best. I would say it's not as iconic or memorable as Pikachu, but to pretend like that means that it's not iconic
I'm sorry
or
that I
memorable would
did
be
the 6'7"
a real
thing.
stretch, I would say.
Very aggressively.
Raichu's also a
I'm
world
sorry.
champion, and actually it was on my world championship winning team, so I have a soft spot for Raichu. But even personal biases aside, it clearly deserves its spot here. If you know only 10 Pokemon, one of them could be Raichu.
Do not
And the fact
apologize.
that it actually is good competitively and has been good, not just in the year that I won
I've
the
lost
World,
to
but
a
in couple
Raichu
other
before
formats
at
as well,
NAIC,
only
so-
boosted even higher. Number
Lightning Rod is a good
65,
ability.
Latias. Did Ash kiss Latias? I'm pretty sure that he did. How does this affect Latias' legacy?
What?
I don't know. How does this
What do you
affect
mean?
Ash Ketchum's legacy? I also don't know.
That
When I
was a
kid,
woman.
This was like a top 3 favorite Pokemon for me. This is another
Latias is
Pokemon that
cool.
I would describe as elegant. It's a very sleek design. It feels like everything fits nicely.
It's cool.
Competitively speaking, Latias has also been good at times. It even got second at
Would
the
you
World
not kiss
Championships
Latias?
back
I
in
would.
2018. I will say this doesn't really affect Latias' score on this list, but the Mega Evolution, personally, I found to be a big letdown. The fact that it basically
Yeah.
looks the same as Latios,
It
I think
looks
is
exactly the
not
same as
super chic.
Latios.
Bad job. When they make Mega Latias Z, it better be better. Number 64 is not cute or sleek or chic, but it is Thunderous incarnate form.
They literally had to nerf Swagger and Thunderwave because of this Pokemon. He definitely deserves top 100 because of how annoying he was in competitive. They literally had to nerf moves because of this thing. But he is ugly as frick.
This Pokemon is a demon. It terrorized competitive play so badly that it
Yeah.
forced multiple mechanics to change. In fact,
Yep.
I think Thundurus is the Pokemon responsible for affecting the single most changes and nerfs to competitive Pokemon in history, and I don't know what number 2 is. It won't be close. This Pokemon was legitimately a terror. It abused so many broken things within the
Actually,
game,
so
that it made
annoying,
playing the game
dude.
genuinely so frustrating at times that many players quit. Thundurus is also memorable because it's a legendary Pokemon, but I think it's mostly memorable because of what it did to competitive players.
Yep.
Now, one neat thing about Thundurus is that although it was
So
nerfed
obnoxious.
pretty severely and it no longer is able to play this like horrible disruption role that it used to, it did actually win the World Championships post all of the nerfs in 2022 because it was quite a good Dynamax attacker when paired with Zacian. It makes me confident that we'll see Thundurus again in the future.
Yeah,
Number
he'll be
63
around.
is
Ooh,
Aegislash.
I
This
forgot
is a
about
Pokemon that I was
Aegislash.
sure was gonna get a
Aegislash is
Mega
cool.
Evolution in Legends ZA, and I was actually quite surprised that it didn't. Aegislash has this amazing mechanic where it switches between its sword and its shield form based on whether or not it's attacking or using the move King's Shield. Because of this, you would expect it to be introduced in Pokemon Sword and Shield, but it actually was introduced in X and Y.
Yeah.
This mechanic is really fun to play with because it introduces like new strategic choices in terms of
It was
like,
actually
when you
really,
attack and how
really
fast
strong
make your
too.
Aegis
You can
Slash.
make it
Aegis
physical
Slash in a
or
way is
special.
kind of like
which is kinda
not
cool.
evil Goldango. It's not good Goldango. It's like neutral Goldango.
Yeah.
Anyway, Aegis Slash was so good after its debut
Oh,
generation
God,
that it received a
Goldango
pretty
hasn't been
substantial
done
nerf,
yet.
but it's still
That's
a good enough
crazy.
Pokemon that it will be used again in the future.
It
I'm
will
pretty
be.
confident. Number 62, Yveltal. Yveltal is the literal embodiment of death and destruction.
Yeah, this Pokemon is, it's funny, you wouldn't think this, but I'm pretty sure Yveltal's more of a tank than he is like a an attacker. He's very much more of a tank Pokemon, which is really interesting. And he has a signature move that heals you, called Oblivion Wing. Oh yeah, this thing was really good into Shadow Rider. This Pokemon was the single best counter to Calyrex Shadow Rider that we had in Sword and Shield, and it's not in Scarlet and Violet. So, I wonder why Shadow Rider is the best legend. Interesting.
Something I think is funny about Yveltal is that in Pokemon X and Y, if you're playing Pokemon Y, then yeah, like the villain Lysander threatens to destroy the world by using Yveltal's power and like, I don't know, wipe out all life. But in Pokemon X, it's like he threatens to make everything immortal, I'm pretty sure, and make it so nothing can die, which is just very, very, very polar opposite vibes. Anyway, I've actually used Yveltal a fair bit, and it's an interesting Pokemon. It's incredibly tanky and has an interesting move pool where it can both do damage and support your team.
Yeah, but at
The
least
main
it
thing
could
holding
resist
Yveltal
the
back
Astral
is the fact that
Barrages
it's
for free,
always
you know?
legal when Xerneas is legal, and it has an absolutely abysmal matchup against Xerneas. But despite that, it's actually had some competitive success over the years.
Yeah, so I understand why. So I just to circle back to what I was talking about with Calyrex Shadow Rider. Like, I'm sure, at least for the Pokemon Company, they cannot include Yveltal without Xerneas. And if they included Xerneas with Terra, nobody would be playing Pokemon right now. Everyone would probably just hate their lives and never touch the game. So Xerneas is a problem, and that's why Yveltal's probably not included. Because Xerneas with Terra would be a nightmare. So
one thing that's neat about Yveltal is its ability Dark Aura.
And we'll
powers
explain-
up
we'll
all
talk
other
more on
Dark-type
Xerneas
moves
when
on
we
the
get
field,
there.
and so you can pair it with other Dark-type Pokemon such as Incineroar or Tyranitar to give them an extra damage boost that they wouldn't get otherwise. And I've just realized that you can also pair it with Chi-Yu and Chen-Pao, and all of a sudden I'm not so excited about Yveltal in future games anymore. Number 61 is Gengar.
Hey,
Another
almost
Generation 1
top 50
Pokemon.
for
If this thing was not in the
Gengar.
top 100, you know that we would have messed up. Gengar is another Pokemon that was on my World
Gengar's
Championship
sick.
team in its Mega Evolution form. As the only Ghost-type Pokemon in Generation 1,
Dude,
Gengar
that
does a lot of heavy
Pokemon,
lifting.
that
The
entry
design
right
makes it
there
both
is
playful
so
and a little
sick.
scary, and I would guess that it's one of the
I think that might be the sickest like anime entrances of any Pokemon ever. Look at this.
Gengar does a lot of heavy lifting.
Look at
the design
that.
makes it both playful
That's
and a little
so
scary.
sick,
and I would guess
dude.
that it's one of the most popular Pokemon ever made. Competitively,
Good
Gengar
animation
actually has
right
had a
there.
lot of success over the years. Obviously, in its Mega form, you can do some pretty evil things, but even without its Mega, it has a lot of different interesting roles that it can fill. My friend Marcus had a ton of success using a Gengar that was both offensive and a little supportive at the same time, back in both 2014 and 2015. Gengar has suffered a little from power creep, as many Pokemon have in recent generations, but I think with its Mega Evolution returning, it'll once again rise to prominence.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Number 60 is the Pokemon with the lowest base stat total in the top 100. Any
Smeargle.
guesses?
Smeargle.
It's
Smeargle.
Ditto.
Oh!
Ditto's awesome. I actually have an Executor plushie. Wait, let me get it for you. One sec.
This makes
This
sense.
is my. Can you see this? Wait. I gotta try. Look, the green screen is messing it up, but this is my Ditto Executor plushie.
That's
it
cute.
has a little face.
I don't have that.
I'll keep him on my desk for now. Good job, Ditto Executor. You've earned it. Anyway, who's gonna tell me that Ditto's not iconic? Who's gonna tell me Ditto's not memorable? Who's gonna tell me Ditto doesn't have a
Ditto's
great
super
design? It is
iconic
this
and
blob of
memorable.
goo that turns
It has
into whatever
relevance
it sees,
in
and it keeps its derpy face in the
restricted
anime. Like that's
formats.
the anime episode that I really remember is the one where Ditto's like transforming into all these things and it keeps its silly little face. I think the best thing about Ditto is that it actually has been used competitively. It's normally a bit of a gamble because like when you run Ditto, you don't know where you're gonna get. And sometimes that'll help you and sometimes that'll really hold you back. But it has been used, especially when
It's
really
an egg
powerful,
supplier
restricted
too,
legendary
yeah.
Pokemon are around. I'm glad that Ditto exists, and also it's been very useful over the years to help get competitive Pokemon in game. I love Ditto. Great job earning nearly top 50 on the list. Okay, the next two Pokemon on our list are actually the two favorite Pokemon of our video editor, Geo here. So here we go. Number 59 is Eevee. Maybe
Eevee. I forgot Eevee hadn't been done yet, actually. This makes sense. I mean, Eevee's super iconic, so, and it actually has competitive results.
Geo just did a really
We'll get
cool
into that.
intro for Eevee. I don't know. Eevee is in a way like the unofficial series mascot, in addition to Pikachu, right? It's
Yeah.
like Pikachu and Eevee. I mean, that's why they made Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. There's a reason they didn't do Let's Go Mr. Mime, right? Anyway, obviously the main reason that Eevee is here is because it is iconic and memorable, and like again, basically the series mascot.
Yep.
But also it had some competitive success. Fun fact. Eevee was given a signature Z move that we can't show you or else we'll get copyright claimed. But his signature
Really?
Z move gave it a +2 boost in all of its.
Wait, what? You can't show the signature Evo boost move? What? Or else you get copyright claim? That's crazy. What? A mental note for that, I guess. What the hell? That's crazy. It gets an ability, it gets a signature move called Eevee Evo boost, and it boosts like all of its, it gets essentially a double Omni boost in Sun and Moon.
Stats, which it would then baton pass to a more
And then you
traditionally
baton
considered
pass
good
it.
competitive Pokemon
Yeah.
and try and win the game. This strategy actually won a regional back in 2018 and was a main threat that Geo actually used quite a bit back in the day, and it allowed Eevee, which is a Pokemon that doesn't normally have a lot of competitive viability, to actually be viable. Number 58 is another Pokemon that received some pretty major competitive buffs in the last couple of years, Dragonite. Dragonite is the original Dragon Pokemon.
Dragonite,
It's so
not top
cool.
50 is
I
kind
think
of
it's really
surprising. I'm not
interesting
gonna
that,
lie.
in Generation 1, they only had one Dragon type line in the game,
Yeah.
right? And instead of making it this cool and fearsome Pokemon, like, I mean, even Charizard and Gyarados, you could justify being dragons. Instead, they made it Dragonite, who's like cute and like a little
goofy.
bit, you know, like goofy and soft and round, but also has this really cool and like dangerous, I feel like I sound like a teenage girl, but he has a cool and dangerous side, right? I mean, I remember the Pokemon, I think it's Pokemon Horizons episode where Dragonite started breaking down doors with Lance, and I was like, oh,
There's
okay, I get
literally,
it. Like,
where's the J subscribers? There's literally, he literally has an emote of this
Horizons
right
episode
here.
where Dragonite started breaking down doors with Lance, and I was like,
Right
oh,
there.
okay, I get it.
Where's
Like,
the
he's-
J
he's strong.
subscribers?
Now, competitively speaking, Dragonite was not thought to be very good for a long while.
There it
In fact,
is.
Only really been in Scarlet and Violet that Dragonite has risen through the ranks to become a top-tier Pokemon. That being said, in part because Dragonite is so beloved, many players tried to make Dragonite work over the years. And one player, Geo, who's editing this video, gave Dragonite its most iconic moment to this date, where he manages to turn around a situation where he is down one Pokemon left against 4 of his opponents with only Dragonite.
For later, Nihilego revealing it brought the hidden power ice.
My
It's
favorite
not
Dragonite card
one
right
hit
here.
knockout, though.
From the
Dragonite
Pokemon
living-
First movie promo.
And Dragonite wakes up and goes for an earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage.
But his Dragonite comes through. It's one of the best moments in competitive
It's like the
Pokemon
best
history, in my
comeback
opinion,
ever.
And yeah, like it's a very memorable and very iconic moment.
Yep.
And I think it's only heightened by the fact that Dragonite is Geo's favorite Pokemon. It's a real kind of heart of the cards moment for the Pokemon video game. Number 57 is Celesteela. I like Celesteela. It's weird as anything. It's the
I
heaviest
hate
Pokemon. Fun fact,
Celesteela.
Celesteela hits the weight limit. You cannot fly with this Pokemon, or I wouldn't recommend flying
It's
with this
really
Pokemon.
good,
This
but
Pokemon
I
is
hate
flying
this
type, though. Fun fact.
Pokemon,
I don't know
dude.
how the general populace feels about Ultra Beasts, to be honest. Like, I like the Ultra Beasts. They're so weird that I would not be surprised if you told me they were really, like, hated. I think Celesteela is just so neat. It had a ton of success during Sun and Moon. Sometimes
it's
to the
so
chagrin of the
annoying.
players, because it would sometimes be this, like,
It's a
super
steel flying type that
defensive,
gets access to
stalling
Leech
Leech
Seed.
Seed
Like,
leftovers
what the
Pokemon,
hell?
And you'd end up in the situation with Celesteela versus Celesteela where neither could touch each other. That was not fun. I
Yeah,
actually won the North American
exactly.
International Championships with a more offensive Celesteela, using Wide Guard to protect my Primal Kyogre from Primal Groudon's moves, and to hit Xerneas.
Your
It's one of my
Arcan
favorite
became a
Ultra Beasts. It's had
Celesteela?
a ton of competitive success, and I hope that we get to use it again in the future sometime soon.
mean, that's
Number
good in Rogue
56 is Urshifu Single Strike.
Whew. We finally saw an Urshifu. We have 2 Urshifus. This is the first one. And this one was actually the better one in Sword and Shield, funnily enough. But the water one has been so dominant in Scarlet and Violet. It definitely deserves to be higher. But this guy, still very good.
I don't like Urshifu.
Neither
It's
do
stupid
I.
Pokemon, but I cannot deny that at least in the criteria that we're looking at for this list, it should be ranked pretty highly.
Yes.
It is iconic in part
It's
because
iconic.
It is such a jerk to
It's
play against.
extremely
It is
good.
certainly memorable.
And the
If you've
design's
ever been
pretty
attacked
dope.
Through Protect, you will remember Urshifu. And competitively speaking, it's pretty good. Unfortunately, it is pretty good. This is the
It is
Dark and
very
Fighting
good.
version. The Water and Fighting version is coming up, as you can probably guess, because we haven't talked about it yet. For the most part, the water version is better. Being able to hit 3 times is a pretty big advantage over only being able to hit once. Single Strike Urshifu is mostly used as this, like,
yeah, the dark one actually got
horrible
nerfed from Sword and Shield to Scarlet and Violet, actually.
Kind of Pokemon.
That's true. I
It's
forgot
more
about that.
likely to
Wicked
hold
Blow
items
got
like the
nerfed.
Choice Band or the Black Glasses and just try and maximize the damage of its signature move, Wicked Blow, which always crits in addition to hitting through Protect.
Yep.
It's a Pokemon where it's hard to imagine it ever being bad. Although I will say that during Sword and Shield, it wasn't as good as you would expect, mostly because Dynamax really invalidated a lot of the burst damage that it wanted to do, and it wasn't the best Dynamax attacker. That being said, Scarlet and Violet proved that that was more a feature of
Urshifu
Dynamax
should
than a
not be in
weakness
a
of Urshifu.
format
So
without
I'm sure that
Dynamax.
whenever Urshifu
It's just
returns
that
in the
simple.
future, we will have a lot of complaints
I
about
honestly
it.
believe
Number
that.
55 is Tapu Koko. For Sun and Moon's time, Tapu Koko was quite fast. It used
This
that speed to output
Pokemon
huge electric type damage, but also to be a
was
real nuisance to
absurd.
pin down.
I
thanks to
never
the fact that
played
it
with
would
this
use Volt Switch
Pokemon,
to get off the
actually,
field
but I
while
know
doing
this Pokemon
damage.
was absurd.
Surprisingly, it's actually quite a flexible Pokemon. It can be a physical attacker, although it was normally a special attacker, but it could also lean into a more supportive role.
Sword and
rather than
Shield,
a
it was
damaging
just
one.
okay.
And also, it made electric terrain to be a viable strategy. And
In the
although it wouldn't
TCG, it
often
was
be
actually
used
extremely
with
relevant
other
to
electric-type
Tapu Koko.
Pokemon, just because you
Both
didn't want to
Prism
overlap
Star
with their electric types
and
too much.
GX
The thing about
were
Tapu
both
Koko
really
is that
good.
it gave really good counterplay to Sleep, which is one of the most annoying status conditions in the game. Tapu Koko was like a top 3 Pokemon during the first
Pheromosa's
year
already
of
been
Sun and
done.
Moon,
It was
and
just
continued to be good
outside
for the rest of
top
the
100.
generation as
Same with
well. It
Buzzwole.
was on that same team that I won North American Internationals with Celesteela back in 2019, for example. One big question moving forward is, will Tapu Koko ever be allowed when the Paradox Pokemon are allowed?
Yeah,
because having an
that's a
electric
big
terrain setter
question.
that is not Miraidon and is not a restricted Pokemon could have pretty big implications.
Yes.
Stepping aside from competitive for just a second, I think it's also worth noting that there's a reason that Tapu Koko was the first Tapu that you encounter when you're playing Sun and Moon, and I think it's because the developers know that Tapu Koko has the coolest design. I don't have any questions about whether or not
Tapu
Tapu Koko
Koko's
will
dope.
be good in the
It
future.
looks cool.
I only have a question about when it comes back.
We have
next.
seen Blissephalon,
Number
yes.
54, Goldengo.
Pie money, dude. Pie money. Pie money, dude.
Despite being a Generation 9 Pokemon, Goldengo is
Oh,
memorable.
man.
It's Pokemon number 1000, so you can tell it got extra care. It has a really interesting and unique evolution method where you
I
have
will
to get a
say,
bunch of
when
stupid
I first
coins
saw this
to feed them to
Pokemon,
your
I
little
hated
pool to
it.
turn them into the gold, and it's been terrorizing
But
competitive play since it was introduced. It has a stupid
It's grown
broken
on me.
signature ability called Good as Gold, which I hate and stops Perish Song, and in addition to
It's
stopping a
grown
bunch
on
of
me.
other useful and interesting moves. It has the same typing as Aegislash, which is why it is evil Aegislash. The real
Broken.
thing about Goldengo that
Go
makes it so
Steel
dangerous
broken.
is its signature move, Make It Rain, which, can I just say, I'm shocked that they named a Pokemon attack that. Anybody else? Nobody ever talks about this, but, like, they called it Make It Rain.
You know
and he
what?
throws
I've never really thought about that. That's a good point, actually. That's honestly a very solid point. I've never really even thought about that before. That is actually surprising. They named a Pokemon move Make It Rain, actually.
coins at the opponent, and they hurt. He's not a water type, folks. He's throwing coins. And
Yeah.
the fact that it allows Goldengo to both work as this, like,
No,
offensive
you know,
setup
47,
Pokemon
I don't
using
think
Nasty
they should
Plot, or
change
his
the
choice
name to
specs
that at all.
burst
I think
attacker that just
keeping
blows
it
you
Make
up
It
before you
Rain's
can even
probably
react.
okay.
It makes Goldengo very memorable if you've played any of the formats where it's been good. Number 53 is Ogerpon Teal Mask.
This could have been lower. This definitely could have been lower. I mean, it's certainly not better than Goldengo. That's for certain.
Pretty much everything I already told you about Ogerpon Cornerstone also rings true for Ogerpon Teal Mask. And I would say that competitively speaking,
Yeah.
Ogerpon Teal Mask is probably the worst out of all the Ogerpon
Yeah.
forms. Not that
It's
bad by any
adorable,
means.
don't get me
Actually,
wrong,
last season
and it looks
finished
the
top 4
coolest.
at the North American International
But-
Championship, which is a really good placement. That being said, Ogerpon Teal outperforms Ogerpon Cornerstone because of the design. I think of this mask as Ogerpon's like true form. If you haven't explicitly given it another mask, this is the mask it's going to have. It's also the mask that you're introduced to Ogerpon in during the story.
It's
That's
cute.
part of the reason why the DLC is called the Teal
Hello, Merc.
Mask. So even though it's not
Is
as
it Power
strong competitively
Creepmon?
as the others, it gets extra
Ogerpon
bonus
is-
points because of its design in it.
Ogerpon, I think, is actually a really well designed Pokemon when it comes to like balance. Because it's not so overtuned that it's frustrating to play against, but it's good. You know what I mean? I feel like they did actually a really good job.
Number
with
52
Ogerpon.
is Metagross. Who doesn't like Metagross? Raise your hand.
I hate Follow Me, but at least like Ogerpon's Follow Me, it's not like so overly like how do I explain this in Amane terms? Follow Me on Ogerpon is not centralizing, and it gives up a valuable move slot, whereas like Follow Me is too free on the other ones, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you to get out, but that's too mean. No, you're allowed
It's a fair
to not
trade-off,
like
I
Metagross.
feel like.
I think Metagross is great. It's a supercomputer. Hello? It's
Literally.
so smart. It's so smart. to figure out
Metagross is sick.
magnets. Is that how it keeps all the Beldum attached? Wait, does it walk
Wait,
on
what is?
Beldum?
What the frick
I
is
don't know. I
that?
need to look at my Metagross lore.
Wait, what? What is what is going on here? Do I need to watch the anime? What the frick?
Anyway, Metagross is a Pokemon that's
Hello?
had success over the history of competitive Pokemon. It was one of the best Pokemon when I first started playing back during Black and White, and it's seen
Metagross
a
is
lot of
good.
success because of its Mega Evolution too, which is a really cool Mega
Gay
Evolution. because
Guardian,
it totally
dude.
changes the way Metagross plays. Like, there's worlds where you could justify using base Metagross over Mega Metagross because they just do such radically different things.
Yeah,
Metagross,
they
like
really
many
do.
Pokemon, is a victim of power creep and hasn't seen as much use in recent years, but it's
Give Metagross Trick Room, cowards. Give Metagross Trick Room, cowards.
still pops up every now and again. And I think it's just a testament to how good it
Give
is
him
and how
Trick
well it
Room.
was designed. And coming in at number 51 is Rotom Wash. Rotom Wash is the best placing Rotom form because every gamer needs a reminder to do laundry.
Salty stuck.
Unrelated, Rotom Wash also happens to be the best competitive
Salty
Rotom form
stuck,
over the
dude.
years. As an electric and water type with Levitate, it only has one weakness to Grass, which allows it to be either an offensive or a defensive Pokemon. Offensively, Thunderbolt is strong, Hydro Pump is strong, but defensively, it saw a lot more success, using an item like Citrus Berry for
It's
recovery
also
and
known
moves
for
like
missing
Will-O-Wisp or
Will-O-Wisp.
Light Screen to slow down opponents. Rotom Wash primarily performs better than the others because Rotom is kind of suited to be this defensive Pokemon. And because Wash Rotom has the best defensive typing, it performs the best. I also think that Rotom Wash is like maybe the funniest appliance. I don't know. The freezer
is
is
the
pretty funny as
funniest.
well. And when you like
Boop, thanks for
understand
115
competitive
sheep.
Pokemon, the fan is the funniest. But in a vacuum, a ghost taking over a washing machine and then opening up its stomach and blasting you with all the water, I think is especially hilarious.
It is
Rotom
funny.
Wash hasn't been good for a little bit, but I do hope it comes back at some point in the future because it is just it's such a great Pokemon. It's number 51. It's the 51st best Pokemon of all time. Folks, I have talked about
Top
a lot of Pokemon.
50.
Okay, I am tired. Can
Top
you tell?
50.
I'm tired. I've talked about so many. I am gonna take a break. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. I need to go look at a Digimon or something. Oh my god.
Coming in at number 50, we have one of my favorite Mons of all time, Milotic. I mean,
You're not Wolfie. What the heck? I'm just kidding.
this is the epitome of design beating
She-
competitive use. Now, Milotic does have some competitive use. It's done well sometimes.
love
but I
Milo.
don't know why I'm talking about its competitive use. Because
Even
the
though it
reason
let us
Milotic
down,
is here is because
good.
it looks absolutely beautiful. The other thing about Milotic is that it's both infuriating and beautiful at the same time. I honestly
It is a
wish
pretty
that they
infuriating.
made it
Oh
hard-
yeah, talk about infuriating. Yeah, how about getting freaking flash fired into Thunder Crit? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll say infuriating for sure.
to get Phoebus again, because going to
It is
default and
iconic
changing
just
the
for that
phrase to
reason,
some
like
random
having to
nonsense
fish or whatever.
in hopes that the Phoebus tile would spawn where you wanted it to, just so you could get a Milotic, is one of the most memorable experiences for me. Most beautiful Pokemon in the top 50. If you're gonna give it to something that doesn't have much competitive use, it's got to be Milotic. All right, and coming in at number 40.
Hey, whoa, wait, how did you get in here? And what are you doing in my chair?
Well, the
Am I even
door
on the
was
screen?
open.
Hello?
The door was open,
Hello?
and it's really easy to just click the record
Hello?
button. So, yeah.
Sick bit, dude.
Okay.
Okay, but while I'm here, we're on the top 50. Can I do some stats? Can I do stats, and then I'll get out of here. I have to get a train back to New York.
Fine.
Give us
I
stats.
like Milotic too. That's what you need to know from me. Back to our stats guy.
Okay. Let
Give
me
us
go
stats.
through the last little bit of stats until we get to the top 10. In the top 50, there are only 14 Pokemon that are not legendaries, pseudos, starters, ultra beasts, paradoxes. There's only 14 Pokemon. Once we get to top 25, there's only 5. So you just heard one of them at Milotic.
Ugh.
I'm gonna let you guys try and guess who the other top 14 are, and then.
Okay, hold on. Regular Pokemon in the top 25 that Charizard, Tyranitar, oh, sorry, that's not a starter. Okay. Tyranitar, Smeargle, Gyarados, Snorlax. Oh, T-Tar's the pseudo-legend. God damn it! Gyarados, Smeargle, Arcanine, Snorlax. I don't know if Sylveon's making top 25. Oh, Incineroar. Oh, Incineroar and Rillaboom. Okay, Incineroar, Rillaboom, Smeargle. Would Gyarados be top 25? They're starters? God dang it, chat! Gyarados, Smeargle, Arcanine. What was the Snorlax? Amoonguss. Yes, Amoonguss. Oh, Mimikyu's got to be coming up, dude. Mimikyu's got to be coming up.
Just to give you a little bit of insight into the top
Yeah,
50,
Pikachu is number 100.
It's really top heavy at later generations here. Generation 7, 8, and 9 are doing really, really well. And Generation 6
Sylveon,
is
I don't think is
really
quite
not
top
doing well. There's only
25. I would
2
like it to be.
Generation 6 Pokemon left in the
Below the
entire
Ranger
ranking
Zone,
in the top 50. Everything else is about the same, so it's become pretty evenly spread out. Once we get to the top 25 and the top 10, though, you'll see that the way that
I don't know.
distributed
I don't know how
is
confident I
pretty
am Gyarados is
interesting.
top
I think
25,
there's a shift
but
in store from our usual later gen heavy things that we've been seeing. All right, I'm out of here. I gotta get a train. Wolf, come tell him about 49.
What's going on, gamers? It's me again. It's me again.
What's going on,
coming in
YouTube?
Number 49 is...
Yeah, we got
Oh
Guardian.
yeah, this is Zane. Do we... Number 49 is Calyrex Ice Rider.
This Pokemon is
Pokemon
insane.
was not designed with the well-being of competitive players in mind.
It's
It
true.
has a stupid broken signature.
Yeah, we're
move.
watching
They
the full
gave it a
thing,
signature
Pedro.
ability, which is just 2 completely different abilities jammed into one. And the fact that it has not won the World Championships yet is merely a testament to the fact that it is so strong that players heavily need to consider it
You
when
have
team
to
building.
play.
Also, it is very funny. This is just true of all the Calyrex forms, but how Calyrex is introduced in Sword and Shield, where it like mind controls some poor dude, I think is really memorable, if not a little mean. Now,
Sugarmon
you may
Fraud
have
Watch.
noticed I have changed my appearance. That is because we have been recording this project for over a month, and eventually I needed a haircut. I'm sorry.
That's
I tried
fine.
to put it
Continuity,
off,
we don't
but
give a
I
shit
cannot stop
about.
the passage of time, which is relevant to our next Pokemon on the list.
Horse!
Number 48, Dialga. This is Dialga regular formy, not horse
Let's
formy.
go!
Dialga's cool, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's the
It's a
genie
horse!
that controls time, okay?
Hey, I'll
Steel
take
and
that.
Dragon,
That's
awesome
high for
typing.
Dialga.
Looks cool. Dialga has a primal form in Pokemon Mystery
Oh,
Dungeon.
yeah,
Fun
it's
fact, that
super-
was memorable
yeah.
for this child.
Mystery
I want a
Dungeon
regional
gives
with
it bonus
Dialga.
points.
I don't really know how or why. I think I just got lucky that one, but it's cool. It's a cool Pokemon.
It is cool.
It's similar to Palkia. Everything I said about Palkia mostly applies to Dialga. Look, there's an elephant in the trick room, right? Which is that Dialga and Calyrex are next to each other, and they do somewhat similar things, right?
And they're
Like,
both
these
horses.
bulky trick room attackers that put out a lot of damage. And the thing that we need to address is that Calyrex is a way stronger Pokemon than Dialga.
It's true.
And I'm saying this as someone who's won a regional with Dialga, okay? Like Calyrex, it blows it out of the water. It is a much better competitive Pokemon.
Yes.
The thing is, Dialga's way cooler. Dialga's
And
like a
more
legendary
iconic.
Pokemon in the truest sense of the word. It just feels so epic and grand and monstrous in a way that not many other legendary Pokemon can match.
And it's
so
a
even though
horse.
it isn't technically the strongest competitive Pokemon, it's not even the strongest competitive Pokemon within 2 placements, it is so memorable and so great that it's clearly a top 50 Pokemon. Number 47, Kartana, or Kartanya.
Okay, this thing is kind of wild. It has like 170 base attack or something, and it has base 20 SPDF. This thing is like really silly.
Comes to Ultra Beast, Kartana I would say has the
181,
widest
thank you.
variety of usage. Kartana has been good in more formats than I think any other Ultra Beast. What I think is really neat about Kartana is the way that they've made the stats so min-max.
Look
It's
at this.
extremely fast and extremely strong. and has
Look
a
at
good
this
physical defense.
Pokemon. Like, what? 181 attack. You know what's funny about this Pokemon too is it has the ability Beast Boost, and whatever its highest stat is, attack. If you get a KO, it gets boosted by 1 stage.
That's
Weird.
that. But it's so weak on the special side that
You can
it really
speed
doesn't stick
boost,
around
you
for
can.
long if you're not careful.
I
And
know.
even though this sounds like a major weakness, what it ends up doing is creating this very unique Pokemon that basically is able to be very customizable depending on what you want from it. The most obvious item Kartana would run is the Focus Sash, which allows it to just be a fast and strong
my
attacker.
pre-rolls are
But other
on.
sets, including the Assault Vest and actually even Health Recovery Berries, saw a lot of play as well. It's a Pokemon that can use all attacking moves. It's a Pokemon that was a Dynamax attacker or a Z-move attacker.
Sorry.
It can use setup moves like Swords Dance. It's a really versatile Pokemon that is fun to use and difficult to go up against, and also gets bonus points for its iconicity because it's an Ultra Beast. I think this is a Pokemon that if it were in Scarlet and Violet would have really threatened to run away with the game just because
Yeah.
of how strong it is and because its main weakness is, in addition to its poor special defense stats, it's also its typing, having a quadruple weakness to fire. I'm glad we didn't have to deal with Terrafire Kartana.
Yeah.
At least not yet. Number 46.
All right, I gotta run ads, and then we'll finish the video. We only have 46 mons to go, so let me just run these ads so they're out of the way. And then that'll be the stream. All right. Here's some music. $50 minutes on the video. Yeah, we got this. Ursaluna. Ursaluna is a good Pokemon. I'm surprised it outranked Blood Moon Ursaluna, to be quite honest with you. By a fair margin. But this Pokemon has been around longer, technically. So, it's about an hour. Yeah. I've been slowing down my pauses because he's been spending a lot longer on Pokemon. So it's been giving me plenty of time to, like, chat about Pokemon. I was pausing a lot more previously because he would just be like, number 900, Shuppet. Number 899, Potato Man. Number 898, Donkey Kong. You know? So. Yeah, we've seen some clips from Detective Pikachu, yeah. Potato Man was only $8.99? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of wild, actually. Yeah, Mewtwo was like 110 or something. It actually did not get top 100, Mewtwo. Chat, I'm glad you're having fun with this. I'm excited to finish this, actually. I was really looking forward to this. So. Yeah, Mewtwo's pretty tough. But it's iconic, so. Where was Arcanine? We haven't seen regular Arcanine yet. Hisui and Arcanine was like 97, though. Potato Man. What's Salty? My prediction for the top Pokemon is Kyogre. Kyogre is iconic and has been extremely meta relevant for so long, has won so many tournaments. It has a primal form. My prediction for number 1 is Kyogre. Over Incineroar? Yes. Not Rayquaza? I could see Rayquaza, especially because Wolfie won Worlds with it over Kyogre. No, he won with Rayquaza. I could see Rayquaza being number 1, too. But Rayquaza hasn't been as relevant as Kyogre, so. Ogre was on the same team. Oh, yeah, it had 2. That's right. Sorry. You're right. It was both? It was both. You're right. Sorry. I just remember the Rayquaza part. All right, ads are done. Ads are done. Here we go.
6, Ursaluna. Ursaluna is another Pokemon that sneaks into the top 50 despite not being a legendary Pokemon. Competitively speaking, it is extremely strong. I ran Ursaluna at last year's World Championships, and the way that it felt to me is that Ursaluna was one of my legendary restricted Pokemon. At the time I'm recording this, I would say that Ursaluna is the perfect Guts attacker. Guts being the ability that gives you a damage boost if you're affected by a status condition, and this is mostly paired with the item Flame Orb.
It is the perfect Guts attacker because you can't really counter it with Spore and Trick Room with the Mungus,
and more niche ones as well. And I feel like with Ursaluna, they finally perfected it. Sorry, Flareon, you didn't make the cut here. You're not the perfect Guts attacker.
Yo, Dega, thanks for the 8 months in the Prime. Appreciate it. And Unknown with the 14 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I'd love a stick.
Thank you very much.
Although Guts is not the most common ability, I think it's a really good thing to have in the competitive game where you have this Pokemon that becomes incredibly strong, but in order to activate its power, you need to intentionally hurt yourself.
I don't like that.
You need to inflict yourself with a
Can we get that off the screen,
Ursaluna
please?
competitively has just so much damage, but it also has good bulk as well.
Thank you.
It has an interesting speed stat where it can work both inside Trick Room and inside
Thanks, I hate it.
The design is great. I think it's a really great addition from Legends Arceus.
Yeah.
I think the lore behind it is cool.
Street
I think
Room,
the fact
that
that
thanks.
Ursaring evolution is really memorable because
Holy
Ursaring
shit.
I didn't really like that much before Ursaluna. And the last thing I'll say about it is I think it's really funny to have a Pokemon that starts out as Teddy Ursa, which is, I mean, a cute little teddy bear, turn into this monstrous destructive force. Number 45, Chen Pao. If it's
Chen Pao was on that Good Mons team that I ran at NAIC. This thing is so cool. It literally is a saber-toothed tiger. The lore behind this legendary Pokemon is cool. Could have done better with the shiny, though.
Shiny, it's Chen Poop. Fun fact, Chen Pao is the highest placing ice type.
Ooh.
Now, I have to be honest. Personally, I do not
interesting.
like Chen Pao. But the reason that I don't like Chen Pao is because it is so frustrating to play against.
It's so
Not only is it
good,
ridiculously strong and ridiculously
It's so
fast, but the fact that
good.
its ability passively weakens all other Pokemon
I
in the field
really
is
like
really
this
hard to play
Pokemon.
against, especially if you prefer
Chen Pao
more
might be the
defensive
Pokemon I
ways
brought to
through the
tournament
game
the
like
most,
I do.
actually.
That being said, I do respect Chen Pao. It's an
I
incredibly
respect
good
Chen Pao.
Pokemon, and I really like the design. I
It's
think
so
on the
cool.
whole, the
Look at
Treasures
him.
of Ruin did a really good job with their designs, and Chen Pao is no exception. They've managed to take a Weasel or like a Snow Weasel or a Stoat or whatever the heck it is, and make it look threatening.
Oh, he probably
which
is a
I would say
Stoat,
impressive.
isn't he?
Turns out when you give a Pokemon
Never
swords
thought
for
about
teeth,
that.
they begin to look a little less cuddly. Chen Pao is one of the single strongest Pokemon added in Scarlet and Violet, and its legendary status only serves to enhance its memorability. Number 44 is Sylveon. I think Sylveon's placement
Okay,
is
so I was right. I didn't think this would be top 25. Top 50 seemed a lot more predictable. Sylveon is the best evolution, bar none, competitive-wise. But Umbreon ranked higher, probably because of how iconic it is.
the second highest evolution is especially impressive because it's the most recently added evolution, and typically Pokemon added in more recent gens tend to be viewed as less favorable. That being said, I think they really knocked it out of the park with Sylveon. Sylveon is partially memorable because it was added in the generation where they added fairy types, and as the first fairy type evolution, I think that gives it extra bonus iconicity points, or at least memorability points, which is a word, as I just learned. And I think what's cool about Sylveon is that it is probably the easiest evolution to use most often. Evolutions have all been locked to the same stat values.
Yep.
And the stat values, while not bad,
We all
are
know that from
definitely not
ironMON,
great
right?
In all combinations, this is
Dude,
part of the reason why
Sylveon makes
many
the
of other
best
evolutions
plushie,
don't
for
do
real.
great. But because of its ability Pixelate and because of its decent stat spread and the fact that it's like a bulky Pokemon but can still do good damage, Sylveon ends up being actually a pretty respectable competitive Pokemon. It doesn't often keep up as well when the power level is super high, but it's pretty rarely a Pokemon.
Yeah, Sylveon makes a great plush. Actually, on that note, 1 second. I would say it makes a pretty phenomenal plush, actually. You know, just particularly really, really good, actually. I wasn't sure when I was going to show that to you guys, but but it arrived last week. It's for Parfairy, the artist of the channel. She collects like all the Sylveon stuff
that you're disappointed to have on your team. In addition, I love the colors, I love the shiny form. I really think they did an excellent job in designing Sylveon, and I think the fact that it doesn't get hated on very much, despite being the most
You were bashing Lucario body pillow. It's not for me, man.
Speaking of
Does she
fairy
know?
types,
Yeah.
number 43 is Primarina. Competitively speaking,
Oh,
Primarina
Prim
a
is
pretty
so
Pokemon.
good,
It's had-
dude. This is a Pokemon that has grown on me so much since competitive Pokemon, actually. This feels too high. No, I think this is a fair ranking, honestly. Prim is really, really good.
Recent success back in Sword and Shield and during some of the lower power formats of Scarlet and Violet. That being said, the primary reason it's up here
I
is
hate
not
this
because of its
title, but I'm
competitive
gonna
results,
send
though
that
of course those
to
are not bad.
Fairy.
Primarina, I think, is an excellent starter Pokemon, and I would go so far as to say that Primarina is an excellent Pokemon. I think it captures a lot of the whimsy and the fun of its base evolution form in a way that not all starter Pokemon do. Especially compared to the other Generation 7 starter Pokemon of Incineroar and Dekidui. Like, these are Pokemon that start out really cute, right? And then they become, I would say, not cute at all, actually. I would say they become very serious. And this is kind of a trend of a lot of starter Pokemon. They start cute and they end up cool or edgy or, you know, tough or whatever. And Primarina, I think, is in part
Stays
memorable
cute.
because it bucks that trend. It starts out cute and it ends cute, and it's whimsical all the way. Water and Fairy is
I
a
really
cool
like
typing,
Prim.
and it feels like it's right up
And
against the
Water
wall of
Fairy
this
is a
Pokemon
cool
good,
type.
but it's certainly not broken. And I think that's a place that more
No, it's pronounced Decidueye, but Wolfie started that trend of mispronouncing Pokemon names like on purpose.
Pokemon should end up. Primarina also happens to be our highest placing water starter, which is very impressive because there's some good water starters.
Deserved.
Number 42, Chi-Yu.
Again, I love these Ruinous Legend Pokemon. I'm a big fan of these guys. Chi-Yu is insane. It's really, really good. And it's shiny. Mwah, beautiful.
Christopher Youssef is his full government name. This Pokemon is not balanced. This Pokemon is too strong. And the worst thing is, I like the design.
It's so
It's a
good.
cute
It's
goldfish
such a
that
good
rains
design,
down death
dude.
and
It's
fire
so
on your opponents.
good.
It is too much of a contrast, but it's one of the best Pokemon ever. Number
It's so
41
good.
is Ogerpon Wellspring Mask. This was a tough one. I mean, I've already talked a lot about the Ogerpon, so I won't harp too much on this.
Yeah,
What makes
this is
Ogerpon
the one
Wellspring
I
above
use
the
the
other
most
two forms that we've
personally.
talked about thus far
I
is
use
the
the
fact that
water
it's
one
better
the
than them
most.
competitively, and I really love the tier mask design. In fact, out of all the masks, I would say in a vacuum, the water one
42
is my favorite.
is
However,
Chiyu.
it's not the highest placing Ogerpon because that goes to number 40, Ogerpon Hearthflame.
Top
This is a tough-
40
I went
now,
back and forth
chat.
between
We're
these
in the
two a
top
lot.
40.
The reason Ogerpon Hearthflame ultimately edges
Does it
out
die to
Ogerpon
overheat
Wellspring is
quiz?
that
Yes.
competitively speaking, it was significantly better. This wasn't true in every format. Like there was a format where Ogerpon Wellspring was the dominant.
Lola
Ogerpon,
Nine Sales
but
was
Ogerpon
pretty high.
Hearthflame has
Like
seen more
top
success in more
200.
formats, and in some formats, Ogerpon Wellspring really wasn't used at all. I love the Ogerpon line. I'm not going to say anything
think
else
both
about it
of
'cause
them
we already
might have
talked
been
about it a
top
lot,
200,
But I think
actually.
Hearthflame is the best out of all of them, though it is by a narrow margin.
Yeah.
Number 39 is our highest placing not fully evolved Pokemon, Porygon 2.
I want to say this. I really like Porygon 2, but this Pokemon is pretty frustrating and competitive. It can be. If you're a newbie, this Pokemon will frustrate you for sure. As you get better, it'll be less annoying, but this is a tough Pokemon to deal with, man. It's really good. It's really cool, though.
I mean, it's tough to be a not fully evolved Pokemon in the top 50, let alone the top 40. Porygon 2 is just iconic. It's an evolution of a Gen 1 Pokemon. It's probably the best bulky Trick Room setter in the game, at least not considering legendary Pokemon. It can be offensive, it can be defensive. It's seen play in high power formats, it's seen play in low power formats. There was a point where it was like maybe the best Pokemon in the game back in 2017. Great Pokemon, points across the board. Good job, Porygon 2.
It's really good.
Number 38 is our highest placing evolution, Umbreon. Do I need to explain to anybody that Umbreon is the best evolution? I'm not saying Umbreon should be your favorite, right? I understand if people like any of the evolutions as their favorite.
Umbreon is just too iconic. I mean, he's literally like at least in the TCG right now, he's like the most collectible Pokemon outside of Charizard. So, I mean, he's just too iconic.
Except Vaporeon. You should go on the list. But I think we can all agree that
All right,
Umbreon is
easy,
the
man. I like Vaporeon before the pasta. Come on.
best evolution if we're trying to rank things as objectively as we can. I mean, these are Pokemon, right? We can't be fully objective. Design-wise, out of the park. Shiny form? Oh my god, they were cooking.
Oh my
Comparatively
god.
speaking, it is
They
the
were
best
cooking.
placing evolution ever, getting second at the World Championships. And by the way, it did that when like Primal Groudon and Primal Kyogre and Xerneas and Mega Rayquaza were running around. You know who can take light that burns the sky? Umbreon.
He can.
I don't really follow the trading card game, but I am fairly certain that when it comes to evolution cards, Umbreon is almost always the most expensive.
Yeah.
I really feel like I don't need
He
to
is.
explain this one. We all know Umbreon's the best, even if it's not our favorite. Number 37, Whimsicott.
Whimsicott
I think
is
it's especially funny
adorable.
when a Pokemon that is so evil
And
in
it's
terms
so
of
good.
gameplay is so cute in terms of design.
Yep.
Whimsicott is one of
It's
these cases.
adorable
It's one of the
and
best
really
competitive
good.
Pokemon in history, and it's also one of the most annoying Pokemon to play against because of its annoying supportive move pool paired with its great ability Prankster.
Yep.
Whimsicott, I think they did a great service to in giving it the fairy type because originally when it was introduced, it
was
was just
pure
a pure
grass.
grass type, which is something that I often forget despite the fact that I played back then. The fact that Whimsicott is still keeping up and is literally a world champion, actually now a two-time world champion, despite the
Two-time.
fact that they've added so many strong Pokemon, I think it's a testament to how good Whimsicott is.
The two-time.
Whimsicott also gets bonus points because it is strong, but it never feels broken or oppressive. It can feel
Yeah.
annoying.
It
and
doesn't-
Like a real
it's
pain to
never
play against,
oppressive.
but it always
This is
feels
another
fair
Pokemon
even
that
when it's
feels good.
frustrating. And
It
I think
just
that's
feels
pretty
good.
neat. Number 36 is Tapu Fini.
Oh, man, if you played Sword and Shield, oh, man, you either loved this Pokemon because you played it or you absolutely hated it. It's hard to describe how bulky this Pokemon is. It's Water Fairy, and it is very, very tanky.
They did a good job with Tapu Fini.
And it sets Misty Terrain, by the way, which, if you don't know, stops all status conditions, which was, you know, pretty relevant to a tanky Pokemon, at least.
And it's the highest placing Tapu on our list here. And it's funny because when Tapu Fini first released, it was considered to be the worst Tapu Pokemon of the four. Now
Yep.
I would say competitively, it's pretty close between Coco and Fini as the best, with
Yep.
Lele being behind them and then Bulu being a lot far behind them.
Yes.
Bulu's actually behind Rillaboom, who's not a Tapu. Anyway, Tapu Fini is a cool legendary Pokemon. I think the design is
There's a really funny meme out there where it shows like, oh, hey, here's all the Tapus, and it's, you know, Tapu Fini, Tapu Lele, Tapu Koko, and Rillaboom next to them. And Tapu Bulu's just not in the picture.
Sleek and really chic. What I think is coolest about Tapu Fini is that it lets you play the game in a way that is good. And what I mean by that is that Tapu Fini's Misty Surge ability sets up the Misty Terrain, which stops all status conditions from affecting Pokemon on the ground. Having a Pokemon that can just protect your team is really great and a really nice level of insurance that you can't really get otherwise. It's also a cool Pokemon because it does a ton of different roles it can fill. It can be supportive with like Nature's Madness, Icy Wind, Swagger, Heal Pulse. It can be offensive with Choice Specs. It the worlds one time. It can be set up with Calm Mind. I think Tapu Fini has a great design in 2 ways. First, the way it looks, and second, the way it plays. Number 35, Dragapult. They made a dragon catapult. It shoots the babbies out of its head. The babbies sleep in its head like it's a little kangaroo pouch, and then it shoots them at the enemy. And
it doesn't get really much better than that, honestly. Like, realistically, Dragapult is like easily like the coolest Pokemon they introduced in Sword and Shield. My favorite Pokemon from Sword and Shield is Cramorant, but I like goofy Pokemon. This Pokemon is sick. I mean, it's really fast. I brought it to tournament before. It did well for me. I went 6-3 at that tournament at Charlotte Regionals. Dragapult's good. I mean,
the worst part is that the babbies look happy when they're flying to their, I mean, it's not deaths, but to the opponent's deaths.
It's peak design.
Dragon Ghost typing is cool. Signature move.
Really? Arcro? Yeah, I love
Smart
Cramorant
targeting
too.
on a Pokemon attack. What is this? 2052? Super turbo ultra fast. Awesome. Very strong Dynamax attacker. Almost won Worlds in Scarlet and Violet. Won an international championship in Scarlet and Violet. And it also is pretty good as a supportive Pokemon. I won the Players' Cup too with like Surf, Will-O-Wisp, Light Screen, Dragapult. It has a lot of ways you can use it from a design perspective, and I also think the design and the lore are both like good.
You can build it a lot of different
ways,
ways, but not in any way that's like too oppressive.
If not the best. Number 34 is Arcanine!
The horse!
Congratulations, you did an Arcanine!
The horse!
Woo! Listen, I mean, it's not the most well-known Fire Intimidate Pokemon on this channel, but it is one of the best. And when before Incineroar was around, it was the best. Arcanine was one of the best Pokemon in 2017.
It's good. Arcanine is solid. You can't go wrong with it. It does a lot of different roles.
It's a fair supporting Pokemon.
But
we don't
not
have those anymore,
in an
but we
impressive
used to, okay?
way.
It was a Pokemon that you could play the game with and be like, wow, they've designed a great Pokemon here. And it's from Generation 1. That's awesome.
Yep.
Actually, I want to touch on this a little bit more. Arcanine back in 2017
I love that art.
was so good that it was on like, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it might have been like 50, 60, maybe even 70% of teams at one point. Arcanine's also cool because similar to Dragapult, it can be like a number of different things. It can be a physical attacker with like Choice Band.
Offensive,
it can be a
defensive,
Pokemon.
support,
It doesn't really set up, but
mixed
it can help set up the
attacker
partners.
even.
And actually, I didn't really mention this because I genuinely forgot because Arcanine's just been good for so long. But even in Scarlet and Violet, wait, did I won a regional with Arcanine? I did.
You did.
Wait, it's still good. The only reason
that was my
for
first
Arcanine is
regional
because
I
of
attended.
Incineroar, and I don't think we can dock
and Wolfie
Arcanine
won.
points. It's not Arcanine's fault. Number 33, Rillaboom.
Wow. Gyarados outplacing Rillaboom. All right, I'll take it. All right, hey,
cool.
I'll take it.
I never played Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. I gotta get out of here, man. I never played Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, but that's also
this Pokemon is really
They
good.
made a video game about that.
You'll see this when we start playing Champions.
But I mean, let's be honest. The real reason that Rillaboom is up here because it is by far the best grass type starter Pokemon.
Yeah,
in
Aggron
competitive
was.
play. It's not only that Rillaboom is good though. I
top
think Rillaboom
300,
is actually somewhat iconic because it allows you to play the game in a way that no other Pokemon really
even
does.
actually higher.
Rillaboom is like good Tapu Bulu.
Yeah.
And Grassy Terrain is a really interesting mechanic that with the
Grassy Terrain's interesting. Passive healing.
You don't got the
for this job, Pally. Exile, thanks for the Prime in the 10 months. It's the reason it's so good is because it gets Fake Out and it sets Grassy Terrain, which then just enables Rillaboom like his own Pokemon. So,
such as using setup Pokemon with leftovers, which is otherwise a little bit slow. The fact that it works as both a support Pokemon and an offensive powerhouse only makes it more interesting, in my opinion.
Honestly, Choice Band and Rillaboom is the
starter Pokemon be so good. Sometimes Rillaboom is okay. Anything better than Rillaboom and we're over the line.
Yep.
Number 32 is Hydreigon.
Ooh.
Hydreigon is one of the best Pokemon.
I forgot about Hydreigon.
In addition, Hydreigon is a really
I used this at the beginning of Scarlet and Violet, but the moment Fluttermane got introduced, it disappeared.
Twice, and even despite the fact that they made fairy types in part because
turns
Hydreigon
out
is so good, it still continued to be a good Pokemon over the years.
Like a meta-defining fairy type will make a Dragon Dark type Pokemon disappear.
Some of them, a few of them, I like them a lot, but Hydreigon is certainly one of them. Certainly one of my favorites. Also, I auditioned for the role of Hydreigon. I didn't get it though. That's too bad.
I'm Hydreigon. I tried to pick things up, but also I eat them. I'm Hydreigon.
Okay, number 30.
Now, I appreciate Wolfie sharing that with us, but if that was me, I would have burned that footage long ago.
31 I don't like at all, but it is true. 31st on the list is Urshifu Rapid Strike. We hate Urshifu. I know we hate Urshifu. I don't like Urshifu.
Yeah.
We cannot. We have to respect it. We can.
I respect it. I respect it.
Sits in that category.
He's
for me of
insanely
Pokemon
good.
That, like,
yes,
we
know.
all hate, but they're so memorable that like we'd be sad if they went. Okay, that's not true. I would not be sad if Urshifu was never in another game again. That's the honest truth. But I think Urshifu is such a bastion of competitive play and of like, it's just such a jerk. You know what I mean? Like, it's
why does that
so
clip feel like a
memorable and
confession,
frankly,
right?
it's so iconic. And it is like, the problem is that even though I hate Urshifu, it meets all of the criteria, right? It's so iconic. It is so good competitively. And I guess like, I guess the design is okay. The design is not.
Design's good, honestly.
Right? But I mean, a bear that hits through Protect and just punches everything to death is kind of funny. So I don't know. I don't like Urshifu, but it does deserve its place on this list.
It's just annoying.
Speaking of Pokemon that are too strong and I don't especially like, Calyrex Shadow Rider. Everything that I said about kind of the lore of Calyrex before still holds true here.
This Pokemon is absurd. There's only...
How good this
it's
Pokemon
got
is.
like 150 special attack, 150 speed, and it has a 120 power ghost type move that hits both slots. It's really good. If it takes a KO, it gets a boost in the special attack as well.
So I'm just gonna move on.
This is why
Number
every
29.
like Calyrex Shadow Rider is literally the reason every team essentially has Incineroar. Yo!
Is Koraidon.
I love
outplays Shadow
Koraidon.
Rider
Let's
because
go.
They each have a world championship win. I love Koraidon. I think Koraidon
he's
is like
so
Shadow
cool,
Rider if
man.
we're not evil, and also we're not the same Pokemon at all.
Koraidon
cool.
is so
First of all, design-wise, I
cool.
like Koraidon a lot more than I like Miraidon. I think the fact that it actually has like a wheel and like rolls around, or like actually it runs around, which is even funnier.
Yeah.
Miraidon who kind of just floats. But beyond the way it looks and the fact that it's iconic, it's on the front of a game. I mean, it's very memorable. It has a really
I think
major role in the
Koraidon
story.
is
It's,
easily
with
like
you
my
the
favorite
whole-
legendary Pokemon
Actually, I want
ever.
to talk about that.
I think
Wait
he's
to,
so
like,
cool,
throughout the whole
man.
course of the story. I think that the way that they do Koraidon
His
and
battle
Miraidon
cry
and
is
Scarlet
literally
and
like
Violet
a
is,
motorcycle going.
a way better way of introducing legendary Pokemon than anything we've had before. The fact that it's with you the whole game makes it
It's
feel
so
like
funny.
actually like a partner Pokemon in a way that none of the other legendaries do. They tried to do something like this with like Nebby back in Generation 7,
Nebby
but the fact that
sucks.
it has to evolve to reach its final form means that like I have a connection to Cosmog after playing the whole game of Sun and Moon. I don't have a connection to like Solgaleo or Lunala, you know?
Yeah,
And competitively
that's fair.
speaking, Koraidon is just excellent. I mean, it's literally the defending world champion.
Yep.
Having a Pokemon that can set the sun
Yep.
up that doesn't lose to Kyogre.
Koraidon's
is
got a
very
world
interesting dynamic in
championship.
competitive play. And
Miraidon
that also
has
enables
one.
All the photosynthesis Pokemon really opens up.
They're
a number
both
of ways
really
that you
good.
can use it. Number 28, Snorlax. I'm not even going to talk about the design.
Snorlax did not make top 25. We forgot about something, but this thing was an absolute menace in Gen 2. One of the most iconic Pokemon ever.
Or the iconicity, because come on, like this is one of the most beloved Pokemon of all time for a reason. What I will tell you is something you might not know is Snorlax for a period became one of the best and most devastating Pokemon in the entire game. It won the national championships. It got pretty close to winning the world championships.
Oh,
I think.
yeah, I
and
forgot
I brought
about
it to
this.
multiple championships in that year. And not to be quirky or funny.
Nah,
it's
Alakazam's
genuinely
already
very
been
good.
done.
Snorlax
sure.
nowadays doesn't do quite as well, but I mean, it's Snorlax, so at some point they're going to give it a mega evolution or God forbid a proper evolution. They're never going to do that. But like, at some point it will get something again.
It'll get a
and I think
buff
it'll
of
be
some
good.
kind. Yeah.
Number 27 is
Venusaur!
Venusaur, or Venusaur if you're cultured. This is our highest placing grass type starter Pokemon. And honestly,
This
given
thing
the
in
fact
Sword
that it
and
has,
Shield
like,
was a
3
menace.
different forms, I would hope that it would place decently high because they've given
And it
it
has
a
a
lot.
Mega.
Competitively speaking, Venusaur is incredible.
It's really
it was one of
good.
the best Gigantamax attackers. It was a pretty
Even
good Mega
without, it's
evolution.
solid.
It works outside of either in its base form thanks to Chlorophyll and Sleep Powder. Venusaur gets obviously bonus points for being iconic and having a good design, but I do think it's cool that of the Generation 1 starters, 2 of them have been significantly great Pokemon throughout competitive Pokemon's life cycle. I think that's neat. Number 26 is
Yeah.
Latios.
Blastoise stands crying in the corner. All right, Gyarados did make top 25. How about that? Called
Latios
that
may
right.
have been the single best Pokemon in
Wait, so
Generation
Snorlax
5
was the only one we called incorrectly then? Interesting.
play. Latios actually may have been the reason why they felt they needed to add fairy types into the game, because
Yeah.
this Pokemon was real hard to deal with. You would switch into
Yep.
Dragon Gem Draco Meteor and lose half your health. Latios I think is also memorable because of its legendary Pokemon status and because the just like Latios and Latias in general are not only very popular but also like pretty memorable I think because of each other. Like the fact that we have effectively Lovebird's Pokemon that's pretty
Lovebird
neat.
legendary
And the fact that they've
Pokemon.
both been good competitively and Latios especially was running the
Yeah,
game
we
at a
just
time.
saw- we
I
just
think
saw
it only adds to
Hydreigon.
Latios'
Oh, yeah,
lore and its
Arcanine,
kind
yeah.
of place in the culture. And actually even though Latios was
I
not good
forgot
for,
about
like,
some
almost
others.
10 years, in Scarlet and Violet it won at least one regional. And it's certainly not a Pokemon that
Best
we see
Pokemon
pop up
movie,
all
by
that
the
often
way.
anymore, but I think it's done more than enough to prove its place as one of the best Pokemon ever. Number 25 is Zamazenta. Zamazenta's
This
arc
is
goes-
so funny, actually. Like, if you made this list in Sword and Shield, this Pokemon wouldn't break like top 200. That's what's so funny about this, is because it got so significantly better from Sword and Shield into Scarlet and Violet. It's actually insane.
From Pokemon with effectively 0 usage to nearly winning the World Championships 2 years in a row, I think it's
Body
such an
Press
incredible story.
saved this
Zamazenta is
Pokemon,
also
dude.
our highest placing.
But to be
fighting
fair, the fact that it didn't need Body Press in the first place was a crime.
Design-wise, I don't really know how people are going to feel about this. Like, obviously it looks so stupid. Like, obviously it looks stupid. Like, I'm not arguing with that. But also, it's so
I don't think
obviously
so.
knows that it looks stupid. Like, nobody looks at this Pokemon
I think he's
and
cool.
thinks, they surely thought that no one was going to have any questions about this, right?
I think he's
so
cool.
Personally, given that I think it's very self-aware and it feels like it's
What
in
the
on joke,
frick?
I like the design. And as a legendary Pokemon on the cover of a game, I think it's iconic. I genuinely also like the storyline where Zacian was like the best competitive Pokemon in Sword and Shield. And then Zamazenta was one of the best in Scarlet and Violet.
That is,
and
like, cool
in each of the
storyline,
games, the other dog really did not have very much usage at all. I think that's a really neat, like, little mini storyline within competitive play.
Yeah.
Number 24 is Raging Bolt.
Raging
Beast.
Bolt!
This Pokemon's pretty good. Some of you will be
Your
looking at
third
Raging Bolt and
restricted
being like, this
Pokemon on your
looks
team
stupid.
when
And
you run
you're
double
right,
restricted.
It does look stupid. But then again, giraffes look stupid in their real life
I
animals, so don't know what
actually
you want me to say
love
about
how
that. Raging Bolt has
this
been an
Pokemon
incredible
looks, to be
competitive
honest.
Pokemon with a just litany of results. Did I use that word right, Zane?
Yeah, good job, Wolf.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I gotta go back to school to learn my letters. What was I saying? Raging Bolt. This Pokemon's pretty good. This Pokemon has a lot of results.
It's
but what I
really
really like
good.
about Raging Bolt is that they took Raikou, who's a very memorable Pokemon.
You
and
hate
they
the
set up
Paradox?
a
I think they
Pokemon
all
that
look cool, to be
feels
honest.
Inspired by, but like also completely distinct from it in its own way.
I
Sometimes
love
forget
that his
Raging
head
Bolt
is like a
is
thundercloud
Raikou,
and his
like,
neck is
Paradox
supposed to
Pokemon
be
and
like
not
the
its own
lightning
thing,
strike.
Which, like,
I
would
think
never
that's
look at
so
Fluttermane and be
cool.
like, oh, that's not based on Mr. This, you know? But I could look at Raging Bolt and forget that it's related to Raikou, but it still feels close enough in
Is that
design
an
that it
Ampharos
doesn't feel like
Evo? No.
it's stretched either. Well, I mean, maybe it stretches its neck.
It's Paradox Raikou.
Anyway, number 23 is
Volcarona!
Volcarona, who's our highest placing bug type Pokemon.
Highest
Say what you will
placing
about
bug
Generation
type.
5,
No
because
surprise.
The low points are pretty low, but the
be
high
honest.
points of Generation 5 are peak, okay? Volcarona going into that like sand desert place and finding this crazy fire
Everyone
bug
thought
that-
this
I
was
mean,
a
I thought it was
legendary
when I first
Pokemon
encountered
because
it. I
of
don't
where
know
it
about
was in
anybody
black
else.
and
It's a
white.
very memorable moment. The fact
It's
that
so
Volcarona has been
cool.
one of the best competitive Pokemon over the years, pretty much since its introduction, actually literally since its introduction.
Actually
and it's
so
done this despite the
cool.
fact that it not only is a bug type, which is the worst type in the game, but also it has a quadruple weakness to rock, as well as being weak to like water and flying, both of which are common types in the game. It's really just a testament to how good of a Pokemon it is.
Yep.
Number 22,
Gyarados!
I don't need to tell you why Gyarados is one of the best Pokemon of all time. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna. You already know. You already know. I'm not telling you anything. Moving on. Number 20.
I will tell you, chat. It has Intimidate. It's one of the most iconic Pokemon because of the Magikarp going up the waterfall, transforming into Gyarados. And I mean, like, I don't know how else to say it. It won Worlds with the Pachirisu team. Like, it's always been relevant. It's a good freaking Pokemon. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Zapdos, also a good Pokemon.
Zapdos is by far the best of the legendary.
Oh
bird.
yeah. And Gyarados literally is like the first shiny, like Lake of Rage.
I mean that both in a design perspective and in the fact that it is
Zapdos
the best
is dope.
competitively of the three. It's a Pokemon whose track record has so much longevity that like pretty much very few other Pokemon on this list can challenge it. And the fact that it's a legendary Pokemon from Generation
That
1
sprite is
only enhances
horrid,
its score.
though. Oh my
Number
God.
20 is our best placing Ultra Beast. It's Stakataka.
You know what's crazy is this Pokemon, if an ironMON viewer saw this Pokemon and saw like the typing of this, they'd be like, this is the worst Ultra Beast. It's Rock Steel. It's a Rock Steel Ultra Beast. If an ironMON viewer that knew nothing about competitive saw this Pokemon comparative to all the other Pokemon, they'd be like, this is the worst one.
They made a house, and the house is made of rocks, and the rocks are gonna kill you. I love Stakataka.
He's cool.
It's so funny. And it's so good. It's a world champion.
Yep.
The fact that they gave it this terrible rock and steel typing and it's still so good is just incredible.
Yep.
Stakataka is so slow. It's made of these big heavy bricks.
13
your house can't move very
speed.
fast. Neither can Stakataka, okay? But the fact remains that it's ridiculously good defense stat and
It's
very
little,
useful
like,
utility
bricks, like,
toolkit,
flip.
Plus it's actually good attack
It's
stat.
I don't know.
Makes it
It's a very
really threatening
interesting.
Pokemon.
I
My
like the
favorite thing
design
about
a lot.
Stakataka is
To
it
be
learns
honest.
Trick Room, which is a psychic move. But you might wonder why it learns Trick Room, because it's not a psychic type, right? And the reason is it's Trick Room, right? And Stakataka is a house. It's full of rooms. Actually, my favorite thing about Stack Attack is that at Worlds 2019,
Justice
I used
for
Stack Attack
Agron's
at Worlds,
typing?
and I
Yeah,
gave it a Shuka Berry. And so that's
cool.
Stack Shuka, which is similar to Shakshuka, which is one of my favorite things to make. And actually, here's a super fun fact for you. At Zane's bachelor party, he held a cooking contest, and I made Wolfclick Shakshuka, and I won the contest. And that's the honest to God truth. Now, there's technicalities involved. I probably
Wolfie,
I wasn't the best dish there.
You could
but I
have
did win
taken the
contest,
time to
ultimately
talk
that's
about
what
your
matters.
Shakshuka on Gyarados. Just saying.
But I did.
You could have
choose
talked
the
about
winner.
Didn't get
Gyarados
disqualified.
in this time that
The
you're
best.
talking about
Moving on,
Shakshuka.
number 19 is Fluttermane.
Okay, I'm actually surprised this isn't top 10. I'm actually surprised this isn't top 10. I mean, this was literally the most dominant Pokemon from release I've ever seen next to Zacian. So, but all right,
Who is
top
our
20, I'll
best
take it.
placing Paradox Pokemon as she should be. Fluttermane is awesome.
Yep.
Competitively speaking,
It's cool.
I'm not going to get into it because you already know. If you,
It's
even if this is
cool,
your first
it's
video you've ever watched on
strong,
this channel,
it's
you're gonna-
meta-defining.
If you don't already know, you're going to learn, okay? This Pokemon is not balanced, okay? Design-wise, though, I think it's really neat. Fluttermane has a ton of personality in the design. Like, she just looks so sassy and kind of like mean girly. I don't know. I think she's great. And in terms of the competitive design,
My guess
actually,
for
I
number
almost made
one
a
is
video
Kyogre.
basically saying, even though at times it has been the #1 most used Pokemon, which maybe indicates that they messed up, I actually think from a competitive standpoint, Fluttermane is one of the most interesting designed Pokemon and one of the best designed Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet, because the way the stats are distributed allows it to be used in so many different ways.
I do agree with this, by the way. I think this is actually a fairly balanced Pokemon for how good it is. It is very good, but I do actually think this is a fairly balanced Pokemon, at least in doubles.
You can use Choice Specs, you can use Life Orb, you can use super fast booster energy, you can be special attack boosting booster energy, you can run bulky, you can run
Landorus.
offensive. I just
Nah,
think it's rare for a
Kyogre,
Pokemon
I
that has
feel
so
like-
many options, and for all of them to be
I don't know.
so widely
Kyogre's my
considered good.
guess.
And I think what people may have not realized about Fluttermane
We still haven't seen Mimikyu.
is despite the fact
There's no
that
way.
it's had pretty wide usage across Scarlet and Violet's lifespan, the fact of the matter remains that most of the sets that it's used have varied format to format. And so it looks like, oh yeah,
Mimikyu's
Fluttermane is just
gotta
broken,
be
but
in this.
really what it's saying is Fluttermane is so versatile. I think it's a cool Pokemon. I think it's one of the best Pokemon ever made. 19 for you, Fluttermane. Number 18 is Zacian. This is our best placing steel Pokemon and the last Pokemon from Generation 8 on the list.
Okay, I would have. I mean, I think this gets docked a little bit of points because it's a fairly new legendary. But this Pokemon was so meta-defining that in Sword and Shield that you had to run it. Like, that was a format that you were allowed to complain about. You had to run this Pokemon. You had to. It was absurd. So I'm surprised it's actually this low.
What you have to understand about Zacian is that in the formats in Sword and Shield where it was allowed, it reached a level of dominance that was just almost unheard of.
Did you see that? Look at, hold on a second. Look at this. This thing is using an attack on a Dynamaxed Thundurus, which means it has double HP. And this move is resisted. Ready? This is a steel type move.
Shield where it was allowed
Into
it
an
reached
electric
a
type.
level of dominance that was just almost unheard of. 2/3 of all teams at the World Championships of 2022 had Zacian, which was the second highest usage in the tournament, only behind Incineroar. And that's impressive.
I don't
because
care
you're
what the
only
EV
allowed to
spread
have
is there.
2 restricted Pokemon on your team, and for 2/3 of the players, one of those was Zacian. It has been heavily nerfed since then, so it did not have anywhere near a stronger performance in Scarlet and Violet. Some players really believed in it, and they got some results with the good old Sword Dog. Design-wise, I like Zacian a lot more than I like Zamazenta, because although it is still goofy, it definitely feels goofy in a way that is more acceptable and a little bit more subtle than Zamazenta lugging around this big shield. I think it's
That's
one of the
fair,
most popular
but I
Pokemon
like
from Generation
Zamazenta.
8, and I'm basing this off of that image where like it's the shelves.
I
And the plushies,
forgot
and there's
about
only
this,
Zamazenta left,
yeah.
and all the stations are gone. I don't know. I think it's a great Pokemon. It's certainly one of the best. Number 17 is Amoonguss.
Amoonguss.
It's our best placing poison type. It's our best placing grass type. And fun fact about Amoonguss actually has the most years that it made World's top cuts, which is 10. It's the only Pokemon to get double digits, baby. Very impressive record for Amoonguss. Competitively speaking, Amoonguss is like a top 3 best competitive Pokemon of all time, probably. 17 might feel a little low given that, but I think that to the general public, it's not quite as iconic and maybe not quite as memorable.
Yeah,
as
it's
it
only
should be
really
because it's a great
iconic in
Pokemon. It's a cute little
VGC.
mushroom. You've seen a lot of Amoonguss.
I think that's fair. I think this ranking's fair, because it's only iconic in
learning more
VGC.
about Pokemon because of me, and her favorite Pokemon is Amoonguss.
Yo,
So,
girlfriend mention.
I think
that's
we
at
say
least
something
5
about
mentions
how
of
cute Amoonguss
girlfriend.
is. If you don't like Amoonguss, you should. It's a great Pokemon. Number 16. Oh god, number 16 is Smeargle. How did Smeargle end up this high? Well, I know why. Unfortunately, this is kind of Urshifu territory where I hate Smeargle, one of my least favorite Pokemon of all time. But I can't deny Smeargle is pretty good by our metrics here. Early generation Pokemon, incredible signature.
It's got a great design, to be fair.
Incredible gimmick, super good competitive results. Literally threatened to ruin competitive Pokemon. The year that competitive Pokemon was at its lowest point was exclusively because of Smeargle. Go watch the Big 6 video if you haven't already, if you want to know what I'm talking about. I don't really have much to say. This Pokemon is toxic, but
the design is really cool. The gimmick is cool.
Number 15 is
but unfortunately, the gimmick does not lend itself well to competitive Pokemon. Oh, hey, hello, Miraidon. This Pokemon is busted.
That is very similar to Smeargle in its stats. It's Miraidon. I personally like Koraidon more, but I cannot deny that Miraidon places higher on this list. That's
I agree.
Because Miraidon was
the
most dominant legendary Pokemon out of Generation 9, even compared to something
this
like
Pokemon does.
It's also the highest placing electric type.
A lot of damage.
Here. Miraidon won Worlds in the first year that it was legal,
and this Pokemon is easy to use too. This Pokemon is easy to use, which is not a bad thing. That is not shade. I use this Pokemon because it is easy to use. You just hit electric or dragon move, and they go bye-bye.
2025 season had 2 different formats with different rule sets that allowed a Miraidon. Miraidon was on the #1 team to beat in both of those formats. And although it didn't win Worlds that year, it did come pretty close, and it certainly looked like it might have going into it. The power of Miraidon just cannot be overstated. It is just so ridiculously strong. I don't think I'm going to forget Electro Drift one-shotting Pokemon that were like neutral to it for a long time. And of course, it is memorable and it is iconic because it's on the cover of a game, and I mean, it is cute. It's not as cute as Koraidon, but feeding your
Koraidon's cooler
to make it feel better. That's
far,
a good Pokemon moment.
But it's still
Number 14 is our final Pokemon from Generation 5, Landorus Therian.
Not even top 10? That's crazy. This is not top 10. This thing ran competitive Pokemon in singles and doubles forever. Wow.
Landorus Therian was at one point the king of competitive play. And despite the fact that it hasn't been as good, at least in Scarlet and Violet, and hasn't felt necessarily as broken as it used to since like Incineroar was introduced. Despite all these things, Landorus's impact on the culture is such that to this day, it still is in some ways the mascot of all competitive play. It is incredible.
What is that fucking animation?
That to this day, it still is in some ways the mascot of all competitive play. It is incredibly strong.
I can't,
even to this day, Landorus is still an incredibly good Pokemon. And it was so dominant for so many years. I think Landorus will at one point come back in the future. Maybe when Incineroar is not around. Number 13.
I mean, it was literally in the finals today. I just want to point that out. There was a regional this morning in Europe, and Lando T was literally in the finals. So it's still very much strong and still very much relevant. Yo, my boy! This is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time.
13 is Tyranitar. This is our last Pokemon from Generation 2. It's also our last Rock-type Pokemon on the list. I actually don't have that much to say about Tyranitar. I feel like we all know how good Tyranitar is.
He's good.
It has one of the worst typings in the game and yet manages to consistently be such a dominant force in competitive play. It's just a testament to how strong it is. I genuinely think that the reason they've never given a legendary Pokemon Sandstream
they've used
is
this
because
clip
they saw
so
how
much.
good Tyranitar was, despite the fact that like it has such abysmal typing, and they didn't want to give a legendary Pokemon that because Tyranitar really scared them. Design-wise, Tyranitar is also extremely memorable. And I will say that Tyranitar, I think,
it's literally Godzilla. How do you not like it?
Is a real testament to the trust that players put in the game, because you have to spend so much time leveling up Larvitar and Pupitar in order to get them to evolve, and going through all of that and finally getting to level 55 and then finally getting your evolution, and you like watch it and you watch it and you watch it and eventually you see and it's this amazing like rock dragon looking monster. I think that was a huge payoff for a lot of people that really made them feel like investing into their Pokemon was worth their time.
Oh yeah,
Number 12 is Lunala. Lunala is great. First of all, it's a 2-time world champion and it plays second in the world championship.
Dude, I always forget this thing
has
has 2 world champions.
It's a huge testament to how good Lunala is. And while I know I just said that like playing through the entire game with Cosmog doesn't necessarily make you
Lunala's cool. It is definitely
I do still
peak
think that
design
playing through the entire game with Cosmog makes you feel more connected to Lunala or Solgaleo than like, I don't know, Pokemon Silver where you just like encounter Lugia at the end, right? Design-wise, I like the fact that it's like
it's really cool
representation of the moon.
What's one thing people don't know about this, like these legendaries, if you're like from the old guard, like the head here is like, this is where like the pre-evolution essentially is, like that it's like in here, like Cosmog is like in this, and it, like I don't know, I think that's like a cool little like detail on these
that are
legendaries.
like related to the moon. We have
Yeah, it's like the
Fairy
brain
Line,
of a
we have
Pokemon,
the
yeah.
Lunas who have moon.
It's a Gundam,
imagery on
essentially,
them.
yeah.
We have Lunatone who is a moon but looks kind of like a dork. I'm sorry, I like Lunatone. He is a dork though. But Lunala walks this line between cool and chic and like kind of dark, but also like not.
Yeah,
too
it's
much.
like
I don't
kind
know.
of like a
It's
Gundam,
Really,
yeah.
really great design Pokemon. One of the best competitive Pokemon. Incredible results across the board. There's a reason why it's this close to the top of the list.
Yeah.
Okay, number 11. This is our final Pokemon
God!
for the top 10.
Welcome
It
in.
is Arceus. Now, Arceus is our highest placing normal type. If it's a normal type at the time I'm recording this, kind of depends on its mood, I guess. And Arceus is a bit hard to talk about because, like, it's never really been legal in any official competitive
Correct.
format that you can play in person. We've had a couple ladders where it's used, but, like, not a format that people are actually entering.
Yeah,
tournaments
he's
for that
probably the
haven't
highest
been,
placing horse. I
impact.
guess we'll
That
see.
being said, the fact that it places this high, despite the fact that it has effectively zero competitive relevancy, is a testament to how strong its scores are across the board. Arceus is, like, one of the Pokemon people might know if they only know 10 Pokemon. I remember it was a
Yeah,
huge
everyone knows what this Pokemon is. There's games called Arceus. It's literally God. I mean, and it's a horse.
deal when Arceus was mentioned in like a Dr. House TV show episode. Anyway, I think people
What?
can understand why the God of Pokemon
Really?
is very near the top of the list. Okay, we only have 10 Pokemon left. The 10 best Pokemon of all time.
Drum roll.
Before we jump on into this final sprint through this marathon.
There are 4 generations that we've already said goodbye to. Those generations don't have any other Pokemon left in the top 10.
Xerneas,
At Gen 2,
Kyogre,
you had
Rayquaza.
Tyranitar. In Gen 5,
Mimikyu made
we
top
had
10.
Therian. In Gen 8, it was Zacian. And surprisingly, despite
Mimikyu
Gen
literally
9's
made top 10.
incredible stats for all of the top 100, the top half, the
What?
top 50, we've already said goodbye to Gen 9 with Miraidon. So that leaves
Dr. House
us
knows who
with
Arceus
5
is? That's
generations
wild.
left that have Pokemon. I won't tell you what they are, because you're about to find out. Wolf, take it away.
Okay, coming in at number 10 on
Incineroar,
our list, the 10th
Salamence.
best Pokemon of all time. It's a Pokemon that outplaced every single Paradox Pokemon, every single Ultra Beast, and it did this all without any kind of special treatment. Every Pokemon remaining on this list is either a starter Pokemon, a legendary, or a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. And yet this Pokemon made top 10 while having nothing, none of that, no special buffs. The 10th best Pokemon of all time is Mimikyu. Mimikyu also happens to be our highest placing ghost type
I'm gonna be honest, this could have been lower. I like Mimikyu is iconic, but it could have been lower, genuinely.
Pokemon. I love Mimikyu. It is so cute. The lore is so sweet. It just wants to be loved, so it dresses up as Pikachu because it knows that everybody loves Pikachu. That's like so cute. And it was actually a good competitive Pokemon. I brought it to the World Championships at least once. Its disguise ability is really interesting from a competitive
Disguise
standpoint,
is
but I also
cool.
love how it fits in with the lore, and it's so cute. When Mimikyu
What
shows
is that
up in the
animation?
battle, it has its disguise all nice and proper, and then when it takes damage, the disguise falls over. How could you not like Mimikyu? Come on. And I think it's extra sweet that it's literally this disguise that
Should have been
sets
number one.
Mimikyu
This guy
apart from many of the
rules.
other
I mean, it's
competitors for the
cool.
roles
Don't
that
get me
it
wrong.
fills, and is the reason why Mimikyu has seen competitive play at all. Like, it really comes down to this ability. Also, it has the same typing as Fluttermane, which is neat, and we know Ghost and Fairy is pretty nice.
Ghost Fairy's
I love
really good.
Mimikyu. I have a dish magnet.
I would have swapped
show you the dish magnet. I'm gonna show you
Fluttermane
the dish
and
magnet. Hang on,
Mimikyu,
I'll be right
though.
back.
I 100%
Okay, I'm
would
back.
have
So
swapped
this is my dish
Fluttermane and
magnet,
Mimikyu.
okay? This side is the clean side, it's Pikachu, and then this side is the dirty side, is Mimikyu. I like Mimikyu. And actually, Pikachu was number 100 on our list, so in a way, it's fitting that Mimikyu is number 10. Coming in at number 9 is one of the most iconic Pokemon to come out of Generation 3. It's a Pokemon that has won the World Championships, both with its Mega Evolution and without. It's a Pokemon that is currently tied for having the most number of World Championship victories. And it's a Pokemon that you hated playing against, whether it was in competitive play or casual on the playground. It's Salamence. I think if you polled 1,000 people and you asked them which Pokemon would you like to have in real life if you could only have one, a good chunk of them would say Salamence.
Salamence
Design-wise,
gets a
I don't really
Mega.
think I have to tell you that this Pokemon is cool. Now I have something to say here.
It's
okay?
always been
Zane
relevant.
has banned me from saying the word cool, and I've slipped a couple in past his notice, but I'm on thin ice. So I'm using my last usage of the word cool to describe a Pokemon here. Because Salamence is undeniably cool.
He is.
And that's it. I'm out of uses now, okay?
He
I hope you
is.
appreciated that, Salamence fans. Some dragon Pokemon don't really look like dragons. Like, even Drampa, who is a dragon, that's Dragon Grandpa. You know what I mean? Like, no one's like, oh my god, there's the Drampa.
I like
until it burns
Drampa,
down your
though.
house, right? But Salamence,
I
that's
like
a dragon.
Drampa.
That's a capital
Salamence
D dragon.
looks
I
like a
think that we have
dragon,
Pokemon
yes.
that is so impressive and so iconic as Salamence. I'm sure it can be really intimidating to try and make a Mega Evolution. Because how do you make something
I
that
think
feels like
Salamence
an
looks
evolution
lame.
to a Pokemon that already feels
That's
finished
wild.
and complete? And the fact that Mega Salamence exists and is widely liked, I think is an incredible achievement. It only enhances Salamence more. And this isn't easy because like, I haven't heard a lot of people talk about how much they love Roaring Moon. I'm not even dogging on Roaring Moon.
I
but mean, Mega Salamence.
People like Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon looks cool. People like Roaring Moon.
This is like if Roaring, it's like the what is it? Daniel and the cooler Daniel. That's Mega Salamence and Roaring Moon. Oh, it said cool again. Oh no, I was referencing it. It's fine. I also think that the lore of Salamence really enhances how much people like it. The fact that it's this little dragon that all it wants to do is fly.
And then he kind of becomes like a cocoon, like Tyranitar.
And then it evolves and you're like, oh, it's gonna fly. And it turns into a circle. And then finally it jumps off the cliff enough and it learns to actually fly. I think that's great. Salamence competitively has been one of the best Pokemon ever. Like I said, it won Worlds 3 times, and one of those was in its base form back in 2009.
Oh, it's won 3 times. I didn't realize. I mean, the Mega helps a lot, for sure. But
there's a reason it's one of the most beloved Pokemon of all time, and it's certainly one of the 10 best. Number 8 on our list shares some things in common with Salamence. It's a world champion. It is a Pokemon from Generation 3. It has the same typing. But one thing that separates it from Salamence for me personally is that this Pokemon was present on my World Championship winning team. Coming in at number 8 is Rayquaza. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you that Rayquaza is cool. I have been banned. Here's what I would say about Rayquaza.
I mean, it is
Pokemon
though.
Emerald is pretty widely considered to be one of, if not the best Pokemon games.
Only 8? I think 8 is fair because it's only been relevant when it has its Mega available.
Emerald, and you realize that Rayquaza is so cool that it comes down and
it literally comes out of the sky and yells at Groudon and Kyogre to shut up.
Cool.
Then you play through Emerald and you get to the end, and maybe you've played Ruby and Sapphire and you realize like, oh wow, Kyogre and Groudon are pretty strong, and Rayquaza just comes down from the sky and smacks them around, and they're like, we're sorry, and then they have to go run
We're
away.
sorry, man.
And you go, oh, this Pokemon
I
is
won't
not
do
worth
it
messing
again.
with. And then maybe, a couple years pass, whatever, and then eventually, you're older and you're playing a new Pokemon game, and you hear whispers, okay? You hear whispers of the strongest Pokemon ever made. And then you learn about Mega Rayquaza.
Which is
and you go, oh,
so nuts that they gave this thing a Mega.
That can't be balanced. And then you get your Mega Rayquaza and you realize, oh, that was in fact not balanced. Rayquaza in the lore, and I don't necessarily even mean the lore of the game, but in the lore of the hearts of the community, is one of the most poignant Pokemon. It's a Pokemon that you remember even when you forget the other Pokemon's names. You never forget Rayquaza's name.
I mean, it was literally a boss in
competitive
Smash
Pokemon
Bros.
ever.
I
And
mean,
again, I did win Worlds with it. I'm sorry to mention it, but it's relevant to this Pokemon, so I gotta talk about it. I think Mega Rayquaza.
Sorry to mention that I'm kind of the GOAT. I'm kind of really good at competitive Pokemon.
Mega Rayquaza was initially the
My
only
bad.
Pokemon banned from the
Yeah, all
tier
the Deoxys
that, like,
have been
allows
done,
all the banned Pokemon. That's how strong it was. And yet, despite everything that I've said about Rayquaza, it somehow is not our highest placing Dragon type.
Garchomp.
That honor instead goes to number 7, Garchomp.
When he was talking about Salamence, I realized Garchomp hadn't been mentioned yet. When he was talking about Salamence, and the moment he said Dragon, I was like, Garchomp.
Yes.
Has to be.
Like, did anyone click on this video and think that Garchomp was not going to be a top 10 Pokemon of all time? If you did, come on. Come on.
This Pokemon is really good.
It's Garchomp. Hello.
It's
Garchomp
really
also happens to
good.
be our highest placing pseudo legendary Pokemon, narrowly edging out Salamence.
It's so
Garchomp is an
good.
especially memorable
And it's
Pokemon
so
for casual
iconic
fans
because of this
Cynthia.
fight right
Cynthia
here.
for a long time being
Getting your
considered the
ass
strongest
beat by
champion,
Cynthia,
in
and this
part
thing
because
just
of her
earthquaking
Garchomp,
you.
How much damage this Pokemon would do at the end of your Elite Four run. Competitively speaking, Garchomp has really held up over the years. It was one of the best Pokemon in Generation 5 when I started playing. It was one of the best Pokemon in Generation 7 too. As recently as last season, Garchomp has had a number of good results as well. Actually, even this season in Regulation
And
8,
Scarlet
Garchomp
and
is
Violet
still
less so, though.
It's a Pokemon that has withstood the test of time, and I think has set the bar
Scarlet
really
and
high when it
Violet
comes
less
to what
so,
people
but
expect
it's very
from
good.
pseudo-legendary Pokemon.
Oh,
Number 6
yeah,
is our final Generation 6 Pokemon, and
Best fairy type Xerneas. Has to be
number
Xerneas.
1 best fairy type Pokemon, Xerneas. It is no secret that I don't like Xerneas.
This thing is a menace to society, chat.
But the reason I don't like Xerneas is because it is the single most broken competitive Pokemon ever made. Xerneas is so strong that sometimes knocking out 2 of your opponent's Pokemon would instantly lose you the game, because it would allow Xerneas and a support to come in for free, and if you were out of position, that was literally just it. Game over. And design-wise, as much as I hate the Pokemon, I have to say that it's a really, really good Pokemon from a design perspective. It feels ethereal. It's this majestic deer creature that, like,
one thing I will
life
say, like, this was like the final Pokemon you find in the new Pokemon Snap, and that was like very iconic, and it felt super fitting. They have, like, when they have portrayed this Pokemon, it's always felt super fitting and really cool. But it is very absurd in competitive Pokemon. It has this ability called Fairy Aura, and then you have the Geomancy thing that literally just gives you +1. It gives you +2 special attack, special defense, and +2 speed from one turn using one move with the power herb, and then you just hit Dazzling Gleam and you just win.
At the same time, kills all Pokemon that go up against it. And I think
It gives you
Xerneas
2
actually
Quiver
is only
Dances,
continuing to
yeah.
rise in the eyes of the people because of Legends ZA and how it plays a little bit of a role in the story there. It is unfortunately
Gengar
not
was
a very balanced
51, I
Pokemon, but
think.
that's also part of the reason why it earns a spot this high up on the list with number 6. There's some irony here, by the way, because 6 is my favorite number. And Xerneas is maybe my least favorite Pokemon, and so
Next to Smeargle?
there's a contradiction there for sure. Now, the next 2 Pokemon on our list share something in common. They each are tied for the most top cuts of the World Championships in history, with that number being 25 top cuts each. And what I would say about these 2 Pokemon is that they are emblematic of the old era of VGC and the new era of VGC. So coming in at number 5, it's Cresselia. Cresselia was, for a long time,
Stop
the
right
best
there.
Resident
Scum.
Sleeper,
Nobody
dude.
breaks the law on my watch.
Alanator, thanks for the 5 months. I
Thank God
can't
for being
deny
amazing.
how
Can you shout out
relevant.
my butt at Grand Highlander for me.
I can't deny how relevant this Pokemon has been over the years, but Resident Sleeper, this Pokemon is so boring.
competitive Pokemon.
So
it's the last Pokemon from Generation 4, and it's our highest placing Psychic type. What made Cresselia so good was its
Wonderful.
immense bulk. It sat
Yo,
liquid,
Terra,
it was
thanks for the
impossible to remove.
Prime.
It offered
Appreciate
speed
you.
control, it offered support, and it was a Pokemon that you could not ignore because it would continue to disrupt your team and mess with your game plan
Yeah,
until you lost.
and it's
If you asked
boring.
any Pokemon player prior to Generation, I don't know, 7, what the best competitive Pokemon in history was, they would say Cresselia. Even after Landorus Therian was introduced, I think
Yeah.
they would still say Cresselia. And the fact that this
Yeah,
is a legendary
that's
Pokemon
fair.
and a legendary Pokemon with really cool lore behind it as well, I think only enhances it. I still remember playing that mission in Generation 4, the mystery gift, where you went and got Darkrai and you had to wake a
Okay, but who else just used an action replay and walked out of bounds to do this mission with Cresselia and Darkrai and did not do it the correct way? Because that's what I did. I just walked through walls.
sleeping child from an endless nightmare, and you needed Cresselia's like lunar wing to do that. That still sticks in my brain. Darkrai may never be competitively legal, but its link to Cresselia only actually enhances Cresselia's lore. I think Cresselia is also very interesting as a competitive Pokemon because often when we think of the best Pokemon in the game, we think of Pokemon like
Yeah, I did for
Tornador,
Darkrai,
Urshifu,
too.
or Xerneas, these Pokemon that are just so offensive in nature and so capable of just blowing open foes. And yet Cresselia is a defensive Pokemon. I did win US Nationals with an offensive expert belt Hidden Power Fire Cresselia, but that was the exception, not the rule. And actually, I'm happy that the Pokemon that carried the mantle of best
Okay, bro.
competitive Pokemon was a defensive Pokemon. I think that says more positive things about our game than a
Yeah,
more
they were both
offensive
mentioned,
one. And it
Malachi.
reminds me a little of the number 4 slot on our list. A Pokemon that is infamous, I would say. A Pokemon that is the new face of
Incineroar.
competitive Pokemon. You know him. I don't know if you love him, but I know you know who he is. It's Incineroar.
There he is.
Incineroar has somehow become something of a channel mascot. I think that nobody
Yeah.
watching this expected him to be outside of the top 10.
Now,
As
number
the
1 is
fourth best
crazy. My guess is it's Kyogre. I will be honest. I think it's
Pokemon of all
Kyogre.
time. He's the final Pokemon from Generation 7, and he's the highest placing Dark type Pokemon. In terms of his place in the general culture, I think being a starter Pokemon is pretty good.
Oh,
I think the fact that
Charizard
he's
is
added in
still
Super Smash Bros. As a
Zard.
playable character, also pretty memorable. He
Oh,
also
yeah,
was
we
used, I
still
think, by
haven't
the
seen
professor, right? Professor
Charizard. I
Cookie
just
has him in store, 'cause
realized.
he's the Master
Gyarados was
Royale or
like
whatever. That feels
21.
like an Incineroar Pokemon. All these
I
things
totally-
kind of
how did I
enhance
forget about
Incineroar's,
Charizard?
memorability and on the way that people feel about him. Of course, the real reason Incineroar is this high is because he is the single best competitive Pokemon ever made.
Yeah.
I have made an entire video about Incineroar, so I'm not going to sit here and talk for 20 minutes about him. If you're not aware of how good Incineroar is, what I will say is that
I would highly recommend watching that video. And if you're going to be joining competitive Pokemon with us when we move over to Champions, definitely don't be ashamed to use this guy. Like, he does teach good habits on having this Pokemon on your team. Like, genuinely.
it took a pretty strong Pokemon to make Landorus Therian obsolete. And that's exactly
It's
what
very
Incineroar
good.
did. And he did it without any kind of special forms or transformations or mega evolutions. He did it all the old-fashioned way with just pure strength and overwhelming ability, which is not the case
And
for
he's in
number
Smash.
3 on our list. You may have noticed that I didn't say that Incineroar was the highest placing fire type Pokemon, or that Incineroar is even the highest placing fire type starter, because there is a starter that outplaces him. And
Charizard's
that's
number 3!
Charizard.
So the
The only
top
thing
2 are Groudon, Kyogre, which means Groudon is 2, Kyogre's
Cared
1.
about when making this list was cultural
called it,
impact.
dude.
Charizard would be number
I
1.
actually
There's
called
a
it.
reason that the most expensive Pokemon cards are typically Charizards. It's a Generation 1 Pokemon. It is one of the most popular Pokemon of all time. It's
Yep.
many players' favorites. It's part of the reason why
It's
Pokemon
in
became
every
such a big
game.
phenomenon
It's
as a
got
whole,
2
right? I mean, Charizard's
megas. It's
popularity and
actually
it's just
relevant.
incredible design I think it really drew the hearts of many people across the globe. And the surprising thing about Charizard is that
I
despite
literally,
the
the
fact that
first
there's a ton of weaknesses,
KAIZO
including
ironMON
Mr.
win
Rock, and despite
ever
the fact that it's a Generation 1 Pokemon,
with
Charizard is
Charizard.
good. Charizard is
Very
one of the best
relevant
competitive
here.
Pokemon of all
Just
time.
saying.
It has 2 Mega Evolutions that were both good. Charizard Y was overall better, though I did win a regional with Charizard X. And in Sword and Shield, Charizard was given a special Gigantamax form that genuinely threatened to take over the game.
Oh yeah, this was actually absurd, by the way. This was actually like this was very, very good. It won Worlds with this, I'm pretty sure.
Charizard was actually the main Dynamax attacker on the best team in Sword and Shield,
Yep.
despite the fact that that team had Groudon. And the most messed up thing is that Charizard, despite the fact that it's gotten all this love, it doesn't even need it. Charizard won an international championship last season in its base form, just using choice specs and its hidden ability Solar Power to output
Groudon
huge
might
amounts
be
of
number
fire type
1 then,
damage.
yeah.
The fact that a Pokemon that is this popular and this memorable and this iconic is also so strong, it's really just remarkable. And although it's true that the Pokemon did do this on purpose, I mean, they gave him all these extra forms, it is still an impressive feat nonetheless for Charizard. 2 Pokemon left.
Groudon,
The
Kyogre.
2 best Pokemon of all time. I'm curious if anybody knows what they are offhand. If you've been kind of like
Groudon,
loosely keeping
Kyogre.
track of any Pokemon that you thought should be mentioned but haven't been.
When,
I'll give you a
when
hint.
did I guess Kyogre? I think I guessed Kyogre would be number 1, like around like 700. So
These 2 Pokemon are both legendaries, and they're a legendary duo. In fact, they are legendary opposites, even enemies. You've probably figured out which Pokemon I'm talking about. But the question is, which of them is number 2 and which of them is number 1? Well, I won't leave you in suspense any longer. This month-long odyssey of mine is nearing its end, and I am excited to reach its conclusion. So, without further ado, the second best Pokemon of all time goes to
Groudon.
Groudon.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to say about Groudon.
All right,
the Gen
so
3 Legend.
once I started to get a feel for the list, like, it's hard to explain how dominant Kyogre is. Kyogre has been, like, the #1 legendary threat in competitive Pokemon, and it's from a Game Boy Advance game. And the only time Kyogre has not been the #1 legendary Pokemon threat was in this most recent game, which is Scarlet and Violet. And that's because they literally made Pokemon that counter it almost like directly. Like they made Rillaboom, they made Raging Bolt, they made Miraidon, and they made Koraidon. These are 4 Pokemon that they made in the last 2 games that directly counter it. And so I'm not surprised at all. Let's just put it that way.
Legendaries as a whole. In my opinion, the Generation 3 legendaries are the first generation to really feel like true legendary Pokemon. Generation 1, you
It's
have
nice to see
the
how much you know about
legendary birds.
competitive.
But the legendary birds are
I
kind
know
of
a
tucked
thing or
away.
two.
They're not at the forefront of the game's plot. In fact, it's possible to get through the game and not even know that they're there. The same can be said of Mewtwo. Mewtwo certainly is legendary, but it feels like a secret. You get what I'm saying, right? Mew is a mythical Pokemon. It's not even accessible unless you have a special like mystery gift.
Mew
right?
is
Then we have
pretty
Generation
low.
2, and we have Ho
Mewtwo
and
is
Lugia.
like
And Ho
110.
and Lugia, you know, they're on the cover of the game for the first time. And they are cool birds. They feel more rare than truly legendary. And then we get Generation 3. And
Yeah.
we get these Pokemon
The
capable
whole
of
story
immense
revolves
amounts of
around
power. Pokemon that are literally threatening to end the world. These aren't Pokemon hiding away in caves. These aren't Pokemon that are doing...
And I didn't talk about Groudon, by the way. Groudon, same thing as far as relevancy is like Kyogre, but just Kyogre beats Groudon. So that's, yeah.
of good service, right? They aren't reviving fainted Pokemon in a tower. These are Pokemon that have been sleeping and they are pissed that they got woken up and they are making everybody pay for it. Moreover, the fact that these Pokemon are literally altering the terrain of the world, like they're not just threatening
It's
to blow
funny,
up the
Elu,
planet,
because
they're
I
threatening
feel
to
like it's a
overrun it.
Miraidon,
Groudon
Koraidon
is
sort
threatening
of
to eliminate
argument.
all the water.
Koraidon
We need that. I need that.
is the Groudon in this
doesn't care.
situation.
There's a lot of great
Miraidon
legendary
is the
Pokemon out
Kyogre in this
there. But I think
situation.
the impact of Groudon and Kyogre is so
Like, the
intense
supporting cast
because
of
this
Groudon
the
is better
first generation that
than
really
Koraidon,
introduced legendaries
but
as these like
Kyogre
primordial beings. Like, yeah,
and
Lugia
Miraidon
and
are
Ho
just
are
the better
mysterious,
Pokemon.
and Mewtwo was made
Just
in a lab,
flat, like,
and you know, is
comparatively.
threatening and
Right.
is scary, right? But they didn't feel like forces of nature. They didn't feel like these uncontrollable behemoths in the same way that Groudon and Kyogre do. So from an icon
It is the
standpoint,
opposite in
Groudon
singles,
gets
it
a
is, yeah.
perfect score. And Groudon also gets a perfect score in
Ray
the
was
design
number 8.
category. This hulking land monster would already be impressive. But that's before I talk about Primal Groudon, which really does take everything about Groudon and turn it up to 11. I love the fact that they added fire typing to the design. It always felt like it maybe should have been there. And the fact that it becomes this Pokemon with lava.
Oh yeah, I
seeping
didn't
through the
mention
cracks.
that when I was talking about it, but yeah, they get Megas too, but they're called primal forms, which is, you know, obviously, yeah, the same thing.
It feels like an evolution in the truest sense, while also feeling like a more primal form. It looks like this more ancient monstrosity.
Yeah.
And then we have to talk about competitive play.
Base
Competitive
Groudon
play
is
the
not
only
fire,
place
it's
where
pure
Groudon
ground.
does not score a perfect 10. But leading with that is a little misleading, because Groudon is absolutely one of the strongest competitive Pokemon in history. It is really only in Scarlet and Violet that Groudon has not looked like the single best restricted Pokemon in the game, or one of them. In the first year that Groudon was legal in competitive play, it won the World Championships, alongside Kyogre actually. The second year Groudon was legal, it placed second, only losing to me in the
Groudon,
finals.
Kyogre, the
The
same
third year it
team.
was legal, it won the World Championships again in 2019. The fourth year that it was legal, Groudon did not win the World Championships, but it did place second. And it was on the team that dominated competitive play for the duration of the season. And in both 2010 and 2022, it did it without its primal form. The fact that this Pokemon has stood the test of time, has been around for over a decade, and it is still consistently putting up results. It simply is a feat
Weather
that
is
can't
very
be matched
good.
by nearly any other Pokemon.
Weather is very
But
good.
it can be matched by one, because the #1 best Pokemon of all time is Groudon's counterpart, Kyogre.
Kyogre.
Groudon and Kyogre in some ways are a pair, not only in the lore, but also in competitive play. Because whenever one of them is good, you often need the other in order to shut it down. These two Pokemon are designed so well because they are truly diametrically opposed. Kyogre threatens Groudon offensively, Groudon threatens Kyogre defensively. From a design perspective and from an iconicity perspective,
Kyogre's
Kyogre
cool.
also receives
It's a cool
2 perfect
Pokemon.
scores,
You can't
just like
deny it
Groudon.
either.
And Kyogre's followed a
Literally,
similar path to Groudon as
before Palafin, Kyogre was the closest thing we had to a dolphin Pokemon because it's an orca, and orcas are technically dolphins.
well if you look at the World Championships. It won Worlds in 2010 and in 2016. It did not win Worlds in 2019, though it did get close. And in 2022, neither Groudon or Kyogre won the World Championships. But the reason why Kyogre outplaces Groudon narrowly is that in Scarlet and Violet, the tiebreaker year, Kyogre performed meaningfully better than Groudon. It did not win the World Championships, and frankly, it didn't come all that close, but it was consistently stronger than Groudon, and therefore it breaks the tie. Kyogre has a special place in my heart, because it was one of the restricted Pokemon that I won the World Championships with alongside Rayquaza.
Yeah, it's
Beyond
more
that,
relevant
it
in
also has a special
Scarlet and
place in
Violet,
my
that's
heart
true.
Because Generation 3 was my first Pokemon generation.
They made it
I
a
remember
cowboy?
fighting my
Yeah,
brother's
right?
Kyogre
Why did
with
they
my
do that?
Groudon and
It's
being
funny,
like,
though.
I chose the wrong game, hello. And I think it is a testament to the Generation 3 legendaries that despite the fact that 6 more generations have come out since then, and I've played them with a much more fully developed brain, Kyogre still stands out in my heart and in my head as the best of them all. And I don't know, maybe this is a personal experience. Maybe, you know, I just have, like, big fish brain, right? But I suspect
really
that it isn't.
hard
I
to
suspect that
deny
for
just
anybody
how
who played
good these two
Generation 3,
Pokemon
even
are.
if you played it
I mean,
years after it came out, there's just something special about Kyogre and Groudon
They're
that
always
stays with you
relevant.
for a long time.
And
with
Scarlet
that,
and
my
Violet's the
task is
first
complete.
time, like, ever they haven't just been dominating.
I have now ranked every single Pokemon and then some. I'm never doing this again. Please, I'm never doing it again. I don't care if they have.
All right, one real quick thing, real fast. I'll reshare it here. I'm gonna post the link to this video. If you haven't watched this yet, go drop a like on it, like for real. We've gotten a lot of free content out of this, and just go drop a like on the video for real. Timestamp extended? No, but whatever.
1,000 more Pokemon. I'm not doing it. I would like to say a huge thank you to Scarlet and Zane for helping me with this enormous project, and double thank you to Zane for sitting with me on the call for the entire recording session. It's been probably 10 hours of recording. I'm so sorry. I'd also like to say a huge thank you to Gio for editing this. Gio, I am so sorry.
Yeah, can we get some claps in the chat for Gio? I think honestly, the coolest thing, I've met Gio, really nice guy. The coolest thing is this at the end, with the stuff in the background, and then like they started lighting up, like.
Oh my god, we thought this video was going to be like
big
an hour and a
clappies,
half.
big clappies.
I don't know how long it is right now, and I am scared to find out. Anyway, if you like this video, make sure you subscribe, please. Please, we worked so hard on it. And if you want to see more videos like this one, honestly, just go watch the EUIC video. That's a video that I'm really proud of. If you want more long-form content, it doesn't really link to this one, but I think it's a really great video.
All right, and it literally ends here. So, yeah, I mean, like, I mean, just look at how much, like, this is why, like, look at how much care is in, like, the videos here. You know what I mean? Like, you get the backdrop, you get the actual animating thing, you have the colors. It's all layered really, really well. You know, I mean, again, and we got huge value out of this. Like, we've gotten literal hours of content out of this. So thank you, Wolfie. Thank you, Gio and the editing team, Zane and Scarlett, for real. I have not really done content like this before, but this one was really fun. And maybe if I see something else that's worth reacting to in the future, we'll do it. So, GG's, everybody. GG's. I'm gonna raid out tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow with Super Kaizo. Oh yeah. Today was a short stream on Sunday. We're gonna make those half days. I hope you have a good night. I will see you tomorrow for Super Kaizo. Drop a dolphin dumper. Enjoy talent stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I had a wonderful day. I had a wonderful time. And rest in peace, Reller. Worst Pokemon ever. Confirmed. I will see you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, one. Bye.